Chapter 181. Snowdrift Side Quest. Inside Snowdrift Cave, the dormant volcano had a large opening that showed a small ray of light that reached the insides of the volcano. Because of that, certain plants grew which provided food. In addition, the rich soil of the volcano made the place capable of easily growing plants. And there was also a small stream that burst out of the ground, giving nourishment to the plants. And in this small safe zone hidden from the ravages of the mist, a wolf stood by. The wolf had a green rock on his forehead. The center of this rock had a purple jewel that shone brightly. This is the Areseru Terra. She met Noah when Noah was 2 years old and decided to merge with the wolf instead and took control of the wolf with her power. Terra, good morning. A young girl jumped up and greeted the wolf. She was a scarlet-haired young girl with bright green eyes. She stood up from the rock and smiled as she took a deep breath. It's a beautiful day. The wolf smiled as she watched Noah jump out of the rock. She kicked the ground and began to move. Oh, your skill increased, Terra praised. I finally performed that jumping skill you taught me. I can also feel the wind in my steps. As you said. Good. Today we start with training your upper body skill. Back then we have been focusing on working your lower body. As warriors of the wind, our sprint, dash, and movements are most important. But if we are unable to deal any damage with our fists, we can't win in a fight where we are forced to punch, especially if we are up against Serus. So now, we are finally training the upper body and your fist, Terra explained. I got it. All right, let's go to the… Wait, what's that? A powerful Seru? Terra gazed up at the sky in terror. Hold on, Dyne shouted as the three kept holding on to each other. As they entered the hole of the volcano, Dyne suddenly threw out Grim, and Arya also did the same. The two grappling hooks were lodged at the wall, and the group managed to hang up in the air. Arya and Dyne divided the weight and held it up in the air. Arya, follow my lead. I'll detach first. You grapple once we get lower, Dyne ordered. All right, Master Dyne. No, humans. That's Seru. It's Yami, Terra exclaimed in shock. Terra. So I guess those memories that Master Dyne showed me are true. Noah was amazed at what she saw. 3 people fell from the sky. Terra, are those birds? Did the stork bring them here, as you said? Are we going to be a family? Noah asked several questions at once. As she was raised by the wolf Terra had to go through the process of going through the talk with Noah as to how babies are born. But Terra was too focused on the sky. She knew Yami betrayed Teague and sided with Rogue. Dyne and the pair slowly went down. As expected, Noah has grown strong. This place has no mist. And Noah grew up not experiencing its maddening and weakening effects. Dyne secretly observed. Soon, the group was able to descend properly on the ground. Noah kept flapping her arms excitedly and spinning, jumping uppercut in her excitement. I have brothers and sisters, Noah cheered. Thank you, Mr. Storkman, Noah shouted to the sky. Terra growled and took up a stance in front of Noah. Noah, move back. Those are our enemies, Terra shouted.
Relax, Terra.
It's me, Jito spoke.
Yedo?
Remember what happened? Yami died. I took her body, so I am the first ever dual-element Areseru. Jito explained. What? Terra was amazed. This must be Noah. Hello, Noah, Jito greeted. Oh, you are like Terra, but how come you are not like Terra? You look like me. Noah was amazed as she turned to Dyne. Hello, Noah. You're older than I thought. Oh, right. If we are to follow reality, a newborn can't be raised by a wolf. You must be already 2 years old when that happened. Dyne realized the minor changes, but as Dyne thought, he realized that it wouldn't be long until… Crap! Begone evil thoughts, Dyne chanted. This is Master Dyne. Jito introduced. Master Dyne? Terra was confused. Why would the prideful Jito refer to a human as a master? Yes, he is an agent sent by Lord Teague. I actually met Teague. It's sort of hard to explain. You met with Teague? How did you acquire Yami's power? Master Dyne helped me. Haven't you noticed? He's like us. Jito pointed it out. By Teague, Terra focused her powers and realized the elements in Dyne. How? Fire, earth, and holy, all in one, Terra exclaimed. Hi, Dyne Valiant. I guess you could say that I'm a brimstone Seru. Dyne laughed. Terra was shocked. But then she noticed the two humans next to Dyne. And these two are? The wives of Master Dyne. Arya interrupted. That's right. These are my— Wait, what? Dyne was shocked. Arya, Rena chastised. Arya was laughing. Such a cute little sister. Arya smiled. Noah reminded her of one of her relatives. Hi, I'm Noah. Are we going to be a family? Did Mr. Stork bring you here? Yes, I'm Dyne. I'm going to be your brother. And this is Jito. He is Mr. Stork. He brought us here. Mr. Stork, Jito and Terra exclaimed. Hello, Mr. Stork. Thank you for bringing my family here. Noah talked excitedly. And Noah, wait, Jito? You can talk. Terra realized that Jito was already capable of vocalizing his words. A lot has happened. We have a lot to talk about, Terra. I haven't met him yet, but Meta has also awakened. Master Dyne has already helped him and has found a suitable host. Jito explained. Anyway, let's all get acquainted. Rena, Arya, this is the place where I am at. Legaya. Cultivation is different here. It's weaker and stronger than your world. Weaker because they are underdeveloped in physical cultivation, but stronger because they found another means to cultivate. Dyne harnessed spirit. Soul cultivation. Dyne revealed it. Rena and Arya watched in amazement. They felt the power of Dyne. Oh, wow, brother, you're so stronger. Noah can do that too. Noah also harnessed the power of spirit. As expected, Noah, we have to change your style in training. Attack me and I'll show you. Dyne ordered. But brother, I'm quite strong. Noah answered back. Don't underestimate Noah. Terra spoke to Jito. Don't underestimate Master Dyne. Jito laughed. Just tell Noah to attack Dyne. Alright, I'm quite curious about this Master Dyne. Noah, attack him with all your strength. Alright, Noah smiled and ran. The burst of speed Noah revealed was outstanding. Almost instantly, he was already in front of Dyne. Dyne raised his arms and swiped down. Bang! The entire punch of Noah was negated. Noah continued her barrage, but instead of a normal form of a block that the classic Legaya characters have, Dyne met each of Noah's barrage and released enough spirit to negate her attack. Soon, Noah landed 4 attacks in succession. Impossible! Terra was amazed. Rena and Arya were also shocked by Noah's movements. She was clearly not even a level 1 martial advent, and yet she had amazing speed. Spurt can be used in this way: attack and defend. Minimize the usage of spirit and place it only on certain parts. Dyne revealed and gave Noah a light push. Noah was pushed back and thrown back. Terra rushed and used his body to catch Noah. Impossible! I trained Noah to be capable of increasing her agility. HMP. Useless. Dyne can practically perform hundreds of spirit attacks. Jito laughed. Dyne continued and kept on attacking the air as his spirit force erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch created an explosive force. Dyne kept at it until there were more than 20 punches. Terra and Noah were amazed. Amazing! Big brother. You're so strong. What a monster! Terra was shocked. He is Teague's disciple. I think he is. Lord Teague. Is he your disciple? Jito asked. From his interactions, he had seen Dyne make marvelous things that shocked Teague. Teague? How dare you call on Lord Teague? Terra shouted angrily. Teague? I don't think that the former cheapskate is my master. Is he like an ally? A benefactor? Dyne was curious. How dare you say that about Teague? Terra exclaimed. What? I'm honest. I'm thankful for Teague, but I'm not his disciple. Please, I'm above that. Terra was about to explode in anger, but then she heard it. Mother fragment, Strafe cursed. Lo Lord Teague, I gave you 3 freaking games. Can't you be at least a little thankful for it? HMP. Well, I guess you're right. Fine. I guess I'm a disciple of some sort. Lo Lord Teague has returned? Terra was shocked. Yeah, I'll explain later. What you will learn will shock you. We'll talk privately. Jito sent to Terra. Wow, Big Brother is so strong. What about Big Sisters? Noah flapped his arms as she ran towards Arya and Rena. Terra observed Arya. She could feel that this cultivator was far stronger. Only the monks of old who fought with them were this strong. It was impossible to attain and sustain this strength because of the mist. I'm nothing compared to Master Dyne. Arya laughed. Terra, Dyne approached. I came here looking for you and Noah. All Areseru and Areseru wielders need to gather because we have an urgent task at hand. But we have to leave this place. Are we going to awaken a Genesis tree? Terra asked. No, not yet. The enemy will search for the other trees and kill them, so we have to wait. Once we begin our quest, we can resurrect the Genesis trees one after the other. But we already have allies. There are 2 human villages that are alive. For now, we need to go back to other villages. We do plan to save one Genesis tree, though. Dyne recalled the plan to revert the Genesis tree in Westvos Forest into a seedling. I understand. But since you are strong and we have strong allies, Dyne dash. Master Dyne, Jito corrected. Rewrite, Master Dyne. There is something deep in this mountain that I need you to look at. It might be possible to acquire it. Oh, a side quest. Interesting. Strafe. What is it? What is it? Terra was shocked that Dyne called Teague's real name so casually. Show me a good battle. Be warned that the guardian guarding it should be stronger now because of Calamitous. Strafe answered and spoke no more. What is it? Dyne turned to Terra since he knew Strafe wouldn't say anything. I was shocked to see that this weapon that was forged in Soul appeared here. It was a mixture of Seru and Soul technology. They created a weapon of immense power that gave the humans a chance to fight back against the monstrous horde. Rem destroyed all these weapons since he feared that humans would use them against each other after the war. What is it? Just say it already. Don't leave me hanging. The humans called it the Ancient Relic Machine. The moment Dyne heard the word Ancient Relic Machine, a certain game came to memory. We Areserus called it by another name. We called that weapon a Wild Arm. Chapter 182, Arms and X. Wild Arms was a unique Japanese role-playing game. Although it came out at the same period when the legendary Final Fantasy VII was released, Wild Arms managed to hold its own and garner enough fans that it sprung a game series. The first game was so popular that it sprang into a series of games, and the original PS1 game was remade in PS2 as Wild Arms Alter Code F. Dyne loved this game more since the main protagonist uses guns which were named Ancient Relic Machine. When Terra mentioned it, Dyne froze. What did you say? Dyne ran and held Terra by the whiskers. Did you say Wild Arms? What a nerd. Both Strafe and Jito said it this time. Terra was startled at the insane pull of Dyne. Yes. A freaking wild arm. That's so awesome, Dyne exclaimed. Where is it? Where is it? Dyne asked. It's deep inside the cave. There is a colony of Pura inside this volcano. I once explored the depths of this region for anything to help Noah grow. And in the depths of the cave was a treasure trove. There were inscriptions that I read. I was surprised at what I found. Jito might be familiar with this name. Dr. Light. Dr. Light. Jito and Dyne exclaimed together. Dr. Light, that mad scientist who invented Wild Arms ages ago? Jito was amazed. Who is this Dr. Light? Dyne asked. He was one of the most amazing humans to live in all of Legaia. While Byron was the one who cultivated strength, this Dr. Light was someone who was famous for his deeds. He was the one who spearheaded the creation of the Wild Arms and allowed humans to have the opportunity to fight the Serus. But Rem was against this since the start. The evil god and the war god both saw it as a threat, and their forces kept harassing Callisto Kingdom. Byron had served and protected Callisto. But a new kingdom that Dr. Light created also stood. You should know this kingdom. So you're saying, this Dr. Light created the Soul Kingdom? Exactly. Even I don't know what happened after the Great War. We've been asleep. But it seems that the power of Soul grew greater and stronger compared to Callisto, prompting the creation of the Mist. Soul Kingdom. Terra was confused. The world has changed, old friend. To further continue with this story, I will have to share the details of the history of this place. Jito spoke. Suddenly, Jito sent Terra a secret message. Terra, this Master Dyne does not belong in this world. In fact, you could say that our world is created because of Master Dyne. What? What do you mean? He is Lord Teague's chosen champion. Lord Strafe lives in a world where gods like him exist by the multitudes. He created this world because he was dying, and he wanted to find a champion to train and send off to slay his enemies. Remember what Lord Teague always said: we should train and grow, for our true enemies are mighty and strong. We believed it was those monster kings, but he was referring to beings like him. Jito, forgive my doubt, but you left with Yami. What if? It is as he says, Terra. Strafe finally spoke directly to Terra. Lo, Lord Teague, my champion is here now in Legaia, and you must help him. The truth is, I made the world of Legaia with the help of Dyne, as Jito said. I didn't plan to interfere, but with the changes and brutality that Calamitous left here, even I am starting to worry that this world could kill this freak. Dyne, you came here right in time. The truth is, a week from now, Noah and Terra would have died. You already know what games I crafted to aid you in this. Of course, Dr. Light from Mega Man. But seeing as he is already dead, this should be Mega Man X. Exactly. The Wild Arms protocol that Light developed became something that everybody searched for. Rem wanted to eradicate all of it, fearing its powers would cause humankind to fall into a more wicked path with their greed. So Dr. Light created several powerful Wild Arms, all of which are optional side quests here in Legaia. Whoa, so you mean more of my allies can become Wild Arms users? Dyne was excited. Yes, that's not all. When you reach the world of Brigandine and become a rune master, you can control several Serus at once with the help of rune power. Dr. Light's legacy served as an opener for that world. You see, I destined Byron to be a powerful soul cultivator in this world who achieved soul severing. But this Dr. Light was a mind cultivator who managed to complete his severing. What? He's a saint. Yes, part of your side quest is to find him. But, of course, I won't tell you how to find Dr. Light, Strafe teased. It's Dr. Usha. Mind cultivation. Dr. Light must have found a way to pass down his mind from one person to another. It's definitely Dr. Usha. Strafe was shut down as his secrets were immediately seen through. As Dyne and Strafe continued to talk, Terra and Jito were also having a serious discussion. You mean this world is based on literature that man has in his real world? Yes, they call it video games. Oh, to think it would be like that. Then this Master Dyne should be our savior. Terra smiled. You're not at all bothered by this? Jito asked. Why would I be bothered? I've always been a created being of Teague. So what does it matter to me for what purpose I was created? I have lived, and I am thankful. Damed Wind Cultivators. It seems that this carefreeness really runs in your elemental temperament. Jito cursed. Dyne continued to rant excitedly and theorized how mind cultivation worked and that Dr. Usha would soon awaken Dr. Light in the supporting character. Dr. Usha. Anyway, since you already figured it out, Dr. Light spent his entire life studying Serus and managed to use mind cultivation to control soul beings. Whoa, that's possible. The peak of mind, soul, and body will intersect. The higher you climb the ladder of cultivation, the more you will find these impossible things possible. Dr. Usha was based on one of the smartest beings in Allos Vasilis, and his reincarnation as Dr. Light only increased his might. I gave him visions of the games you played, and it inspired him to pursue and create unimaginable artifacts using the inspiration of your world. Oh right, you did say you cultivators lacked imagination. And this Light had it. You're already expecting this, but I'll say it. In Legaia, the most basic application would be these wild arms. But the final science of Dr. Light is the Mega Man. By incorporating several Serus into one body and merging with it, you can become like Mega Man X. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Hashtag God's plan. Dyne suddenly exclaimed.
Sulright, Gong.
I've decided to acquire that wild arm, and we can't delay. Let's move. But Master Dyne, the Pura has begun to act weird. Normally, the red Puar would often move around the area. I even dug holes and would entrap them for food. But now, they somehow gained intelligence. It's all right. We have Rena who can cast spells as Horn could. And Arya's pretty strong. Not to mention, you should have the ability to heal, correct? Heal? I do have healing shrooms from the Pura I killed. Oh right, makes sense. You shouldn't be able to heal in the traditional way you could in the game. Dyne recalled that Terra could cast a healing spell in the game, but that didn't make sense, and Strafe changed it to Terra using healing shrooms. Let's move out, Dyne ordered and led the way. Meanwhile, when Dyne vanished, a lot happened in Byron Monastery. The lives and happiness of the people there grew day by day. Every day was more hopeful than before as the progress that people had revealed. Even though their patriarch disappeared, the monastery had never been so hopeful. This was because the many things that Dyne prepared and instructed to do were being accomplished. The first was the plan to establish a link between Byron Monastery and Rim Elm. The people of Byron crafted a more stable and secure zip line made of chains and iron to fortify the zip line's weight. Tetsu and several monks traveled back to the area where the rope bridge was made, and they attached the new zip line. Because of that, the group was finally able to create a link between Rim Elm and Byron Monastery. Rim Elm rejoiced at the arrival of the monks, and the monks were amazed at how Rim Elm had transformed. A village of Gobu Gobu had moved in, and in the village almost everyone had a pet slime. With Tetsu's arrival, the group called out several hunters to move towards the other side to aid in completing the many missions. Gobu Gobu, who carried jars which the green slime would hide in, were sent through the zip line. Soon, several Gobu Gobu had reached the other side. Tetsu soon returned to Byron Monastery along with some hunters, including Juno. The tearful reunion of Juno and Maya became a source of celebration. Even Songi was happy seeing how Maya was reunited with the love of her life. Maya had been like a mother to Songi, and he was glad that they met Dyne in that brief moment. But this celebration soon changed. Along with the hunters, the Gobu Gobu and the slimes were power elixirs that Bertugo and Broad had. Their trips to Drake Castle later involved more Gobu Gobu, and acquiring incense and power elixirs was easy. These power elixirs had already been harnessed, and so many of the non-monk residents slowly began to train in soul cultivation. And this made Songi jealous. Chapter 183, Songi's Bitterness. It was a grave form of insult to someone like Songi. He had been training all his life in soul cultivation and followed the strict teachings of Byron. And seeing these untrained and undisciplined folks suddenly learn how to perform spirit made Songi irritated. Another aspect that made Songi curious was the power that Vaughn wielded. When Vaughn and Gala returned, they continued to hide Meta's existence until the arrival of the hunters of Rim Elm, who brought in Gobu Gobus and slimes. Tetsu was the one who revealed the existence of the Areseru. Dyne knew that even after revealing the power of the Areseru, the monks still decided to cling to their previous beliefs, and so, Dyne instructed Tetsu and Vaughn to reveal it slowly. First, Dyne showed them that cultivation was possible even to those who wore serus and explained the purpose of why monks were banned from wearing serus. Next was the in-depth study of how Dyne managed to create an elemental soul seed similar to Byron. The teachings and limitations that Byron gave were slowly dismantled since previously impossible ways to cultivate were discovered and became available to everyone. And finally, the last necessary piece until when Vaughn could reveal Meta was when the hunters arrived. In the midst of the celebration of the cheerful reunion of Juno and Maya, Vaughn and Tetsu finally revealed everything. They started from the lie about Meta and why they hid it, and then they revealed the power of the Genesis tree that allowed them to cultivate. Then, Tetsu and Vaughn finally revealed the truth about the Areseru and why Dyne rushed to the other forest. The revelation shocked everyone. Songi grew angry and began to accuse Tetsu and Vaughn of deception. His accusations also challenged the teachings of the missing patriarch, Dyne, and claimed that Dyne was a false teacher. But then, Tetsu revealed the mystery. Byron was now a Areseru of time and space, and it was possible to acquire him if they find the right Genesis tree that bears Byron. Tetsu also revealed that Dyne chose Gala to be another wielder of a Areseru. The last declaration made Songi even angrier. Bit by bit, his pride of being a genius was being stripped away. His purity and strict compliance to Byron didn't become special. All the while, he thought that he was a genius cultivator. But now, cultivation was open to all, and even the hunters were shown to have the potential to each what was previously considered to be core disciples. More cultivators managed to improve, and even the monks, who began to use more of the power elixirs, perfected their control and could launch more attacks. And not only were the inferior becoming average, but there was a new superior in the monastery. Vaughn and Tetsu began to teach them the attacks of Dyne and even made demonstrations on how to make the attack that thoroughly and brutally injured Songi. The juggles. The hate in the heart of Songi kept growing bigger and bigger. He had a daily reminder of the embarrassing defeat as juggles became the new craze in the monastery. Only Kin and Zopu studied the wave motion fist. Cries of Hadouken would be heard every now and then, and the youths all dreamed of this. And then there was also the training to perfect the rising dragon fist. But the explosion of two spirit forces, on the legs and another on the fist, was difficult to master. And Dyne mastered it, and his Shoryuken had the same fire properties of Dyne's attack. But none could master the transference of their spirit from one leg to the other to perform the Tatsumaki Senpukyaku or the Tornado Whirlwind leg. Yet these powerful arts were made forbidden to many monks, and even Songi could not study them. Soon, Songi stopped complaining but kept all bitterness in his heart, and even vowed to acquire the Ariseru in Eastvos forest by force. Vaughn observed the training as he was tasked to oversee it. Songi was quietly cultivating. Meta, I have a feeling that this Songi will betray us if we proceed with the next plans that Master Dyne instructed. I believe it too, but let's do it anyway. Master Dyne has Teague and Remington. He probably already foresaw Songi's betrayal. But Master Dyne must have his reasons. Meta answered. I'll talk to Tetsu to still prepare for his possible betrayal, Vaughn answered. Suddenly, several craftsmen and the engineers who had taken residence in Byron appeared. Ariseru Hero Vaughn. We have completed it, the head engineer reported. Vaughn smiled and immediately rushed to call Tetsu and Gala. The plan to turn the Genesis tree into a seedling couldn't be executed right away. If they did turn it to a seedling, it might draw suspicion from the enemies. As such, a plan to sustain it was devised. The craftsmen and engineers who developed the large fans of Byron had fled into Byron, for they were granted refuge. And these groups crafted 3 fans that were similar to the fan that blew away the mist. The fans were relatively smaller than the ones inside Byron and were not powered with geothermal energy. Dyne had already given a draft of how it could work, and the engineers were amazed and improved on it. With the arrival of the Gobu Gobu and the slimes, it was possible for them to transfer such heavy materials into the forest. The plan was to place the fans around the 3 to blow it away. It didn't have to be as strong as the ones in the monastery, but it should only be enough to keep the mist away from the Genesis tree. The key factor was that Dyne knew that there would be a river near the Genesis tree. With his knowledge from the previous world, Dyne introduced hydropower energy. Dyne had long left the blueprints to the engineers as he knew that there was a possibility that the geothermal energy would not be sufficient to protect them. In the game, the attack in Byron wrecked the devices and caused the fans to fail. And so Dyne thought of this failsafe in case something similar might happen once he was away. But apart from that, Dyne suggested creating a fan that could blow the mist back. And the plan was to use hydropower energy to keep the fans whirling and decrease the mist that would approach the Genesis tree. With that and the supply of drake water, it was possible to keep the tree healthy. Everyone watched and rejoiced as they saw the fans working. Let's go. We can bring it now, Vaughn called out excitedly. Calm down, Vaughn. We have to be careful. These fans could be destroyed. The river isn't exactly next to the Genesis tree but will require us to walk some distance. Who would guard these devices? We can't leave our monks to stay there. That's easy, Master Teacher. Calamity and Catastrophe could do it, Tetsu laughed. The 2 slimes that were tamed by Broad and Bertugo and who went through the training in Drake Castle had all their clones now. They had reformed into one. In their united form, no other monsters, be it the Lipians, the frogs, ostriches, could contend with these 2. What was even more impressive was that the 2 had started to gain some sentience and intelligence. Calamity and Catastrophe, amazed, could communicate and even understand commands. And the complexion of their obedience grew more and more as the days passed. Mostly, they followed the orders of Vaughn, Tetsu, Bertugo, and Broad. But the pair were very playful slimes and would usually play around with children. I guess that's possible, Gala thought. Songi watched silently. Even he feared the full tackle of these slimes. His previous clash with Dyne made him suffer a tackle. But now, with the slime combined into one, its power was double. Not even the spirit blocks of some monks could withstand such an attack. "Who will go with us?" Tetsu asked. Some monks volunteered, and Vaughn saw a hand raised to which he tried to contain his emotion. Songi had volunteered. "You wish to volunteer, Songi?" Zopu asked. "I wish to serve Byron and learn through this experience. I disagree with many of these things, and I wish to dissolve my unbelief. I wish to see if the Genesis tree is indeed the salvation and if there is a Ariseru in it. If it is, I will fight to become the host of that Ariseru and will even fight Master Teacher if needed to prove my willingness to submit to the will of Patriarch Dyne," Songi declared. The monks looked at Songi in amazement. Vaughn was silent and contained his emotions. "HMP, he's very smart. He is admitting his doubts and is using it as a means to go there." Meta scoffed. "Is it possible that he is becoming good, Meta?" "I wish for that, Vaughn. Let's just keep an eye out." Back in Snowdrift Cave, Terra led Dyne and the team into the deeper regions of the cave. To the east of this place is the Piora's nest is. Most of the time on the black and the red Piora emerges out of to look for more food. The path on the west leads to a theater colony. A theater colony? Yes. Thankfully, there is no mist here, so those theaters are pretty tame. But if there is mist, this place would be a very dangerous place. There are over 100 theaters. But recently, there have been some strange occurrences within this place. The Piauras have been attacking these theaters and have been capturing some of them. Do the theaters fight back? Only if attacked first. So, we have some 100 tamed theaters, you say? Interesting. Dyne began to make a devilish smile. "Arya, what do you think? Imagine our skeleton army, all equipped with serus that shoot lightning beams." Dyne began to fantasize. Chapter 184, Pura Trouble. The Snowdrift Cave scenario pretty much followed the game plot but had a lot of logical changes. Snowdrift Cave was an area where level 1 theaters could be encountered, but they only appear when the mist has reached the insides of Snowdrift Cave. So, since theaters cannot be encountered on the open field, Strafe placed all the docile theaters inside Snowdrift Cave. The same was true for the Puras. The Puras became the source of food for Noah and Terra. Terra dug pits to entrap the Puras that would emerge, or Terra would chase after the Puras and make them run towards the pits and trap them. Soon they reached the room where several pits were made. I used this as a means to trap the Puras. These birds are generally docile and, frankly, cowardly. They don't fight and would flee when they see me, so I made these holes so we could catch them. Soon, I plan to have Noah fight them. I see. Well, since there is no mist here, why not have Noah wear a theater to fight? Too risky. While it will give Noah more strength, if the mist ever enters this place, I lose Noah forever. Ah, right. Makes sense for you to be that cautious. But why is Noah still at her level 1? Why haven't you used your power to help Noah level up? Dyne asked. My host is a wolf. If I use my soul powers, it would slowly siphon the life of this wolf. I've been teaching Noah the method of how to absorb life energy to level up, but she's not quite there yet. Oh, so that explains why Noah is level 1 up to the start of the game. Dyne realized it. Vaughn couldn't level up until the start of the game because Meta hadn't awakened yet. But Terra was always with Noah. This should have given Terra the chance to use his Ariseru powers to give life energy and make Noah level up. Alright then. First things first, to get Noah to bond with a theater. What? Terra exclaimed. But that's dangerous. It will also make Noah's soul training difficult. Terra added. Dyne didn't want to go a long way to explain it but instead brought out Grim. Behold, a semi-sentient Jamard. I call him Grim. Dyne began to showcase Grim and his many forms. How? That Jamard. It's holy. Cool, right? Dyne chuckled. With Jito's help, I think I can help others bond with other Serus. But right now, I can probably help most of the Ariseru heroes bond with one other Seru. And that increase with more Genesis trees and higher levels they reach. Rina and Arya could also bond with one another. But you two need to master soul cultivation at a certain level and have resistance to the mist. Dyne thought of the plan. But Noah probably can merge now. After all, Noah isn't that much affected by the mist, is she? Dyne smiled. Yes, this was one of the strange things I was secretly shocked about. There is a path to another exit up this mountain, and I had Noah cultivate in the mist. But she seemed rather resilient in resisting the mist. As was intended when Teague created this world, Dyne was secretly sent to Terra. Dyne expected this since Terra revealed he could barely use his Ariseru powers other than controlling the wolf. If this was so, it would have been difficult for Terra to protect Noah from the mist when the plot of Legaia would force them to move out of Snowdrift Cave and head towards the Genesis tree. With her ability to resist it, she should be capable of controlling a theater without any problems. With my power of Brimstone and Jito's dark power, we can constantly purge and recreate the soul of the theater to make it more resistant. The best thing about this nest is that all these theaters can be absorbed as they are not born inside the mist. With that, she can have the strength to fight against monsters which is necessary. Let's get to it. We should start taking more of them. Jito, since you and Yami were in charge of disciplining, I bet you can handle these tamed Serus easily. Correct, Jito admitted. The power of Yami was one that controlled Serus. That's why she was pursued and pulled by Rogue because of her power. Rogue created the mist, but Yami was the one who brought the Serus to Legaia with the help of my power. Then let's get to it. Noah needs a theater, and let's absorb all the theaters into your soul space. With the revelation of Grimm, who was now moving around independently, Terra was amazed. Grimm was slowly growing to be a being similar to Ariserus. Hopefully, we can have everyone equipped with that. But you all need to cultivate. Dyne reminded. Arya and Rena were excited to have their own Seru. They had seen the power of Grimm and knew that having it would be greatly beneficial. As the group continued to travel towards the theater cave, Dyne suddenly felt something. Oh, interesting. Whatever that sadist sent in Legaia is already moving to stop me. What fun. Dyne laughed as Grimm flew to his arms. Get ready to fight. Arya and Rena, support us all from the back. Use bows and arrows for now, Arya. Terra and Noah. You two move together with me and attack together. Noah has to be baptized in attacks. She can do punches and kicks, right? Barely. This will be a great training session. Besides, these creatures appearing feel strong. It looks like someone has been busy. Dyne smiled as he watched. Several large birds that stood like humans appeared at the side. They had beaks that looked like rocks, 2 drills as arms, and were as tall as adults. Blue Pura, what are they doing here? Terra asked. After me, that's what. Dyne chuckled, but suddenly the figures increased. Behind the blue Pura was black Puras. They were twice as many as the blue Puras, and suddenly, dozens of red Puras appeared at the side. The entire path was full of Puras. Master Dyne, those are too many. Noah should stay at the back. Terra exclaimed. Relax, these pictures are too weak. Dyne laughed. Arya was a martial formation expert. These creatures were equal to level 4 or 5 martial advent experts. Follow me, you two. I'll allow a few to move towards you. Arya, Rena, let them approach Terra and Noah. Dyne immediately rushed forward to attack. The Puras all attacked together. More than 40 Puras charged, and their drill-like arms began to spin. The first to charge was the red Puras. With so many attacking, it looked like a stampede, and unlike rushing creatures, these Puras were preparing their drill-like arms to rip apart whoever comes in their paths. Dyne held on to Grimm, and the fire in the tip of his scythe grew stronger. But Dyne also harnessed the energy of brimstone and earth that sprang from the monster hive onto Grimm with the aid of Jito. The time/space element contained the power so that the 3 elements easily merged together. Gadwin's secret move improved. Dragon King's Ripper Blast. Dyne stabbed Grimm's scythe towards the ground. Boom! The brimstone and fire exploded as the earth energy created stone spikes that shot out at the group. The 2 attacks, one from Grandia and the other from Star Ocean 2, merged into one devastating attack. The red Puras were thrown into disarray and stumbled down. Terra, Noah, go! Attack those that have fallen, Dyne ordered. Terra was awakened from her shock at the power that Dyne revealed. He could sense that Jito had barely managed to reach the power of a level 2 Ariseru, and such attacks were not possible to do. What a monster! Terra was amazed, but he began to rush forward. Noah, Follow me. Your training starts now. So this is Master Dyne's power. Amazing. He never had the chance to show his full power in our fights. No wonder those other martial formation experts adore him with great obsession. Arya was amazed. Adore with great obsession? Rina asked. The terms Arya used to describe them sounded suspicious. There are 2 more marital formation experts stronger than me that are vying to be Master Dyne's wife. And the revenant he talked about earlier is also one of our love rivals. Love rivals? Wait, what do you mean our love rivals? Rina frowned. Ladies, focus, Dyne shouted at the front line. He couldn't hear what the 2 were talking about, but some of the Puras were already slipping from the front line. We'll talk later, Arya giggled as she took out her bow. Prior to becoming an assassin, Arya trained as an archer as a prerequisite for the job. FWIP, FWIP, FWIP. The arrows flew and would instantly kill the Puras it hit. Rina assessed that her magic wasn't required and began to chant buff magics to increase the stamina of the team. When Rina channeled the magic, Arya was secretly shocked. Not even Crone had such potent and pure magic as this woman. As expected of a woman that Lord Dyne approved of, she thought secretly. The blue Puras shouted in anger, and several black Puras began to attack while others went back to their nest. Oh, calling for reinforcements? I guess this will be a great workout for me. I haven't gotten all out for a while. Joro and Urin, let's do this, Dyne ordered. The 2-headed serpent moved out and positioned its body so that each head was just above Dyne's left and right shoulder. Time to channel my inner Ashton. Dyne laughed as he ran forward. Chapter 185. Majestic Birds. Dyne rushed forward with Grim. Joro and Urin bore their sharp teeth and prepared to pounce as Dyne drew closer to some of the Pura who had stumbled. Grim began to grow bright with great heat as Dyne slashed out. Each slash would have 2 Puras that were nearby. Soon the many Puras that were at rushing forward had reached. Dyne began to employ martial arts as Grim would hover and move on its own. Joro and Urin would bite out, and 7 though more than 5 Puras were attacking Dyne, they would all be hit by Dyne's many attacks. Bang! Dyne's punch struck and sent 1 black Pura flying back. Dyne's strength was just too high. His punches were equal to the level 20 character in Legaia. As such, these creatures were extremely easy to deal with. Bite, bite. Joro and Urin began to fight and strike those at the sides, at the front, or behind Dyne. Dyne kept wielding Grim and would slash and stab at the Puras and even use the beak-like head of Grim as a weapon to smash those Puras. The fast movement of Dyne was too much for the Puras. The ones outside of Dyne's amazingly wide range of attacks would get shot down by Arya. The Puras tried to beat Dyne through sheer number and began to charge in a tight formation. Dyne jumped up and harnessed the dark energy in his scythe. Deadly promise. Dyne swung Grim, and black energy slashed out and increased the range of Dyne's attack. Slash. 2 rows of Puras were sliced in half at the attack and fell. Dyne landed on the ground and began to take deep breaths as that wide attack was a little too much for his body to handle. The amount of dark energy he channeled caused him to feel the drain, and Dyne quickly took out a mana potion that Dyne had stored for himself. The Puras rushed in recklessly, but then, roar! Joro and Urin began to shoot out fire and ice breath that assaulted the Puras at the very front. FWIP, FWIP, FWIP. Arya shot another volley of arrows, and some of the arrows were too strong that they pierced through the first Pura and would kill the second. Terra was amazed at how Dyne and Arya were fighting. So strong, as expected of those who are level 20. Amazing. That Dyne doesn't even have the strength of a level 20 warrior, but his attacks are even stronger than a level 21. Terra, can I grow and be as strong as Big Brother Dyne? Noah giggled. I'm sure Big Brother will help you, but now, let's grow stronger in fighting. Remember your training, Terra warned. I will. Noah nodded and began to attack fiercely. Strafe watched as the battle became one-sided. In truth, even if it was just Dyne or Arya alone, the group could have easily killed off all of these creatures. If not for them training Rina and Noah, they would have already killed off everyone. Strafe watched in pride and could not help but laugh at Calamitu's pitiful attempts. Looks like whatever you prepared, Calamitous. It's not enough to trouble Dyne, Strafe laughed. Even he was stunned at the growth of Dyne. The ability for Dyne to wield his spirit energy and apply it was simply monstrous. His defense, speed, and his attacks were always at their peak. When you took over the control of the Imaginarium Bond and sent those creatures, you never expected Dyne to grow this strong. Strafe laughed. The massacre continued more and more until finally, a strange tall creature arrived. It looked like a large ostrich but with the features of Pura. It had a large, rocky beak, and instead of drill-like arms, this ostrich-like beast had small wings. It stood taller than a horse and had very thick feathers all over its body. At its tail were several large feathers expanding out. But unlike the red, black, and blue colors of the Piwara, this one had the color of light yellow. The moment Arya saw it, she immediately tensed up. Strafe was horrified. The enemies that appeared were more than a dozen. Noah, run here. That monster is too strong. Arya sensed the powerful energy of the creature. Unlike the Pura's low-leveled power, the large birds had enough energy to threaten a martial formation expert like Arya. With their numbers, it could easily kill her. But while Arya was afraid, Dyne had watched in great shock. Jito was amazed. That creature looked like one of the beings that Dyne showed him in the game. Isn't that a chocobo? Jito asked. He had no recollection of such being in Legaia. Not even the Monster Kings had them. But now a creature like that appeared. Those power levels, that Calamitous is insane. Those creatures are equal to level 18 or high-leveled martial novice. And there are 9 of them. Was Calamitous expecting you to be this strong? Strafe cursed. Dyne had exceeded expectations, but Calamitous was also breaking all forms of common sense. How did these chocobos arrive in Legaia? Jito asked a different question. It has to be related to that wild arm. It began to feed on theaters and must have caused these creatures to evolve into something else. Maybe it used its powers to merge the Puras with the ostriches? There should be some near here. But this is amazing. He really is a gamer. What do you mean? Strafe frowned. Look, the weakest Puras are red. Then there are the black stronger Puras that Noah could fight during her training sessions. And when that earthquake opened up Snowdrift Cave in the game, you could fight the blue Puras. But aren't they similar to the chocobo colors in Final Fantasy VII and IX? Dyne exclaimed excitedly. He wasn't in any way afraid of the horrifying appearance of high-leveled beings. Of course, the river chocobos, the mountain chocobos, the ocean chocobos. Strafe realized the chocobo dynamics in Final Fantasy VII and IX. Right, it differs in-game as there are some other chocobo colors, but it seems like a playful hint by that Calamitous. He's a masochist, but he really is a gamer. Dyne smiled and looked lovingly at these creatures. He began to dream of either racing them, using them to dig up treasures, or giving them to his main team as mounts. He then dreamed about how he and his team would ride these majestic beasts towards the sunset. I have to catch them, Dyne vowed. You're insane, Jito and Strafe shouted together. Relax, Calamitous is a masochist, but he is a gamer. He said something about his incarnation being gamers in another world, right? So if he gave me this impossible trial, it also has great rewards. Defeating these things by wounding them may allow them to acknowledge me as their new master. That's the basic rule for monster taming. Sammy Oak wrote about that in his monster taming book. Dyne recalled the memories he received from the book Monster Lores and Legends written by Sammy Oak. It was one of the few books that allowed him to absorb the memories. I beat them and kill their current master. They will submit, Dyne deduced. That seems about right. They are serving a different master. If you defeat and spare them, then kill their current boss, not just them, but these Puras will probably ally with you. Strafe agreed. He had seen the knowledge that Dyne acquired from devouring the book's memories. Defeating without killing them. This is going to be a slightly difficult battle. Dyne began to think. Quay! The mighty roar of the birds echoed out. The power of spirit could be felt. Damn that masochist! Strafe couldn't help but curse. How was it that these creatures could perform spirit? They can do defensive spirit. Wow. I guess these creatures would be a little over 20 in level in terms of power and defense. My basic attacks will barely hurt them now. Dyne assessed. The Puras retreated at the back and gave way for the mighty chocobos to move. 9 chocobos glared at Dyne and at Arya. These were the only 2 beings that were a threat to them. Dyne brought out a mana potion and began to take a sip, and stabbed Grim down on the ground. The monster hive harnessed the mana that Dyne was feeding it with, and layers of stones began to burst out of the ground. 2 large walls appeared at his side, and a small passageway was made open in the center. Arya, keep shooting and make sure that no one crosses these earthen walls, Dyne ordered as he raised his right arm. Jito flashed a purple light and 2 powers of time magic appeared. Haste! Dyne shouted as one enveloped him and another affected Arya. That increases your speed by 10%. Dyne spoke and then harnessed the fire and earth energy from Grim and formed the monster hive. Dig in! Wow! The power of earth began to cover Dyne, and the power of flames filled his body and Grim. Keep them back, Arya. Rena shoots magic bolts if needed, but prepare to heal me. This will be a rather gruesome battle. Tara, protect Noah and the rest in case one of them draw near and if Arya is busy. After giving all those instructions, Dyne immediately rushed forward and revealed a slightly slower speed to a martial formation expert. The Chocobos all rushed together as the power of their spirit energy hardened. Chapter 186. Grim's Lightning. The Chocobos raced towards Dyne at full speed. Their bodies were covered with spirit, yet these birds could run. Monstrous cultivator. That's an advanced creature. Their bloodline must be so strong. Calamitous lied. He sent more than just that dark creature here. Strafe realized what was happening. Dyne brought out one of the small wizard oars and held it in one hand, while Grim was tightly clutched on the other. Jito, create a dimensional portal to that location. It's not going to be stable. I know. I'll purge the dimension to blink there. Dyne stabbed Grim down on the floor and kicked up the dirt. A portal opened as the dirt appeared, and Dyne jumped inside. He stepped into the folded space and sent his brimstone energy to purge the pathway like he did when Calamitous used his powers to communicate with Dyne through the book. Dyne stepped forward and jumped into the portal. He recalled the ability that Ashton had in Star Ocean 2. And while Ashton didn't have the power of teleportation, that skill allowed him to blink right across the battlefield. The space folded, and Dyne traveled across the folded space. The dust that he kicked up had fallen and revealed he wasn't there. The Chocobos were amazed, and all slowed in their charge as they began to search around. FWIP, FWIP, FWIP. Arya began to shoot at the group. KWH, the Chocobos shouted together, and the combined force of their shout created a shockwave. Spirit in their shouts? Tara was horrified. Leaf slash, Dyne shouted as he appeared right behind a Chocobo and swung Grim towards the neck. Grim's scythe slashed down, and the full power of WoW was displayed. The Chocobo turned its head towards where Dyne was. But even as the attack approached, the Chocobo didn't even retreat his head but charged it right towards Grim's blade. Bang! A strange blue force field appeared around the Chocobo, and an explosion erupted because of WoW. Dyne was flying back from the impact while the Chocobo stood its ground. One of the Chocobos still running forward used his 2 legs to stomp on the ground and did a backflip. The large legs of the Chocobo were aiming for Dyne. The rest did an expert maneuver of doing a pivot as they ran. Dyne landed on the ground and saw the Chocobo doing a backflip. He casually took a step back as another portal opened up and brought him to the other side of the battlefield. Bang! The legs of the Chocobo dug deep into the ground from the backflip. The attack contained spirit. I can only do that bink 2 more times. I have only so much time/space soul energy to do those tricks. Jito reminded. I know. Those Chocobos are using their spirit and are manifesting a force field. Dyne watched as the Chocobos began to attack the previous spot where he was. Any second later, he would have been attacked by the group. Dyne could see the crushing tackle of each Chocobo. However, the force field prevented each Chocobo from harming each other. The group of Chocobos turned angrily and looked at Dyne at the other end, although the force field seemed to have lost its effect. The Chocobos began to raise and flap their wings, and soon, wild electric energy began to fill their body. Calamitous is insane. Those Chocobos aren't normal. Look, all over them. There are strange rocks attached that shouldn't be part of their body. It's equipped with an altered seru. It should be those theaters that the Pura stole. It looks like the wild arm must have gained intelligence and managed to command the Puras. It's probably that wild arm caused these Puras to evolve into chocobos and wear those altered serus. How else could they do that? I suggest running away. We can't fight those near martial formation monsters with spirit and arm serus. We could escape from this place with my powers. Jito added. About that. What? This is a secret dungeon. Calamitous understands gamers. But his crazy sadistic side is showing. I have a choice now. A choice. Return here when I'm stronger or fight now. Should you leave? Jito asked. If I do return, the number of chocobos will increase, and the enemies will be so much more. And there's a chance that there will be the blue and black chocobo. Or a green one if there is such a thing as a green pura. We don't know how much these birds have changed. But the chocobo and the puras are no longer the ones in the game. The difficulty of these secret quests becomes harder the longer I wait. Right now, those are the weaker arm serus. But what if I return and they already are equipped with real serus? If I'm to guess, Calamitous might combine the junction system of Final Fantasy VIII with these monstrous cultivators. He's right. Calamitous is giving you side quest but is forcing you to take it immediately. Strafe added. Then I guess we are fighting. This is also good. Jito replied. Oh, you seem excited. Dyne asked. Those arm seru on the chocobos is like granting life to a dead seru. It might help me find a way to revive Yami. Ah, love. Dyne chuckled. The chocobos didn't attack but grouped and began to flap their wings. The strange rock ornaments around their body that looked like the parts of a theater began to crackle with electricity. Those chocobos are crackling with lightning. How are you supposed even to fight that? Jito asked. Jito. Harness dark energy on Grim. Darkness has that ability called Devour, right? Yeah. So, keep it around Grim and absorb as much as it can. Grim, it's about time you learn the lightning element. Dyne smiled. Grim began to glow a strange heat, and even Jito could tell that Grim was excited. Lightning? Is it possible? Why not? Grim's been with me on several crazy missions and received the same amount of upgrades, especially when you awaken Yami. He is more resilient thanks to the mist that was devoured there. He's a step away from becoming a level 3 Jamard. He has been constantly exposed to brimstone and already has holy. Why not grab the next element in his family? It seems possible, Strafe added. Those lightning energy isn't as strong as a real theater's lightning. Nothing beats the original. That theater is modified and killed. But it is a weak copy, Strafe analyzed. And I happen to be a master controller who can weave through the elements. So Dyne harnessed the element of darkness from Jito. Strafe's soul trembled as he heard it. It was only now that he realized who Dyne was. Master. Strafe remembered her master, who went with the title of the Weaver. Dyne ran forward and gripped Grim, who transformed into its spear form. Then, he began to channel more and more energy from the monster hive to cast Diggin. Again, the earth energy appeared covered Dyne and became thicker. Even Grim was enveloped in this strange earthen energy. Zap! The lightning energy of the chocobos went wild as if the energy was being drained from their ARMS serus. The dark powers of Jito continued to devour it, but as the energy of Yami was not enough to thoroughly eat away everything, a greater percentage attacked Dyne and Grim. Lightning began to course around Dyne's body, and the earth's energy was slowly crumbling at the power. Joro and Urin bore the lightning attack and aided Dyne in bearing the weight of the attack. Jito, release the power of your time and assimilate it with lightning, Dyne ordered. But we can't teleport if I do that. Do it, Dyne answered firmly, and so, Jito poured out the energy of time into the charging lightning. Lightning was unlike fire that burned and consumed. It was concentrated energy that led to disintegration. But as the power of time appeared and covered the lighting, another element came as a result. Dyne channeled his brimstone energy to balance the appearance of time. At that moment, Strafe saw the powers of his master, the Weaver of Elements. So this is why Basilion sent him. He is the one that can walk on the path my master walked on. Strafe was amazed. Dyne was wielding several elements, and they were even in opposition to each other. The chocobos noticed that Dyne was able to resist. KWH, the leading chocobo cried, and the power of lightning intensified. As the lightning attack intensified, Dyne began to harness it and help Grim gather the energy and push it towards the soul of Grim. The fire was present. Holy was also there. Brimstone gathered, and lightning was added into the element. And finally, some of the lightning that mixed with time/space powers and was guided with brimstone turned into the elemental power of entropy. He's making Grim form an elemental soul seed. Strafe finally realized what was happening. The insane idea that only Dyne could pull off was happening before him. Slowly, a dark red gem began to appear in the middle part of Grim's body. Terra watched it and was amazed. How? That's impossible, Terra exclaimed. Terra, what's going on? Noah asked. Lord Dyne. He's making a Ariseru. Dyne, however, was excited for a different reason. Grim, bear it all. Your goal is to have an elemental soul seed closer to lightning, Dyne ordered. Strafe and Jito heard Dyne's desire and were bewildered. You will be my staff of oblivion, so bear it. It's time to create the Heart of Nox. Chapter 187. The Heart of Nox. The moment Strafe heard Dyne's declaration, he finally realized why Dyne was so motivated. Of course, it's that game, Strafe realized. The more a person is motivated and committed to achieving something, they go through their limits and do daring things that result in success. And Dyne was not just motivated, he was obsessed. He harnessed the power of brimstone and was driven by his great hedonistic desires and somehow tapped on a stronger power. Strafe watched and couldn't help but tremble. This drive was what made most dark brimstone users powerful. Their obsession with pleasing themselves made them powerful cultivators. What game? Jito couldn't help but ask. He was amazed as Dyne had little need for his help. All that Jito was doing was harnessing the dark powers to devour and absorb the lightning. You remember his obsession with Diablo, right? Yes. He had shown me some of that on those naps he took during those carriage travels. Diablo was a household game that Blizzard introduced, but there was a contender that a rival game company produced. At that time, Blizzard was king in the RTS department with their Warcraft and Starcraft games. But their rival, Westwood, also gave amazing games that also became popular. Those were the Command and Conquer and the Red Alert series that Dyne had the chance to play. But the game they created, dubbed a Diablo clone, was something that Dyne loved equally to Diablo, and he managed to replay it 3 times, playing all 3 classes the MC can have when he was young. That game was Nox. Nox? So what is the Heart of Nox? Nox was the land where the protagonist of the game was Isekai to. The game was centered on the main character fighting a necromancer, and he had to build a powerful weapon known as the Staff of Oblivion. It consisted of several parts that the player had to collect in his adventure. The Halberd of Horrendous, the Heart of Nox, the Weirdling, and the Orb of Oblivion. Then the Heart of Nox is the second item, and the Halberd of Horrendous is Grim? Yes, Grim already can form a spear or halberd form, and what's interesting is that in the game, the halberd gains the power of shock when combined with the Heart of Nox. That is why Dyne became so obsessed. He is creating an elemental soul seed, but is forcing Grim to have a lightning element. Impossible. It would be if he didn't have you. Dyne wields both brimstone, time/space, and dark, and using the 2 opposing elements, he is creating an elemental spirit seed that is being pulled further from fire to become lightning. That's insane, Jito exclaimed. This would make Grim the first Ariseru-like being that would have multiple elements. It is, but you have to help him. Brimstone cultivators are powerful because of this. Those who cultivated to sainthood could do things. Don't underestimate their will. The electric energy continued to attack Grim and Dyne. Joro and Urin's bodies began to show signs of burning. Hide now. You did good, Dyne smiled. The 2 dragons hid in the monster's hive. They had been taking in a huge part of the electric attack. The chocobos shouted once more and harnessed an even more powerful bolt of electricity. Blood was breaking out of Dyne's body, and Arya began to shoot at the chocobo as she noticed Dyne's condition. Ting, ting, ting. A loud sound resounded throughout the cave as arrows struck the force field. Yet the force field of the chocobos managed to resist it. Not yet, Dyne shouted. Wait for me to drain their energy. Arya frowned and readied her bow and moved closer, and jumped on top of the rocks that Dyne erected earlier. She then began to harness her force power to fuel her arrow. Dyne didn't stop her but focused on resisting. Suddenly, white energy surged behind Dyne. Rena used her magic to heal Dyne, and what was amazing was that even Grim was healed. This Rena really isn't normal. Dyne smiled and slowly walked forward as the electric energy that assailed him grew more and more at each step. The chocobos grew angry as they saw how Dyne was still able to resist, and the various rocks on their body began to glow with a bright light as the lighting bolt was becoming more and more condensed. Instead of wild electrical energy out of control, the energy became more and more concentrated and slowly became a laser. Turning laser, Dyne recognized the attack. This was the attack that Thetis had. Oh boy, that's trouble, Dyne mumbled. Dyne, get out of there. Jito, use your remaining power to teleport him out of here. No, Jito, teleport Terra here. What? Jito and Strafe cried. I'm in a zone. I can't do this again, Dyne exclaimed. Strafe was shocked at those words. Enlightenment, an enlightenment brought out by obsession. Strafe recalled how Dyne was able to step into soul cultivation through enlightenment when he meditated under the Genesis tree. Strafe realized that a miracle in the cultivation world was happening. Dyne was in perfect unison with his powers, and his control over them was at its peak. Jito, do it. Jito immediately opened a portal. Jito didn't have enough mana remaining for another as he was still focused on using his dark energy to devour the lightning. The chocobos were glowing, and the lightning energy was being channeled into the beak of a single chocobo who opened its mouth. Portal opened in front of Terra. Terra, don't worry, I'll reimburse you. The beam of lightning shot out and Dyne raised Grim just in time. Buzz, but something amazing happened. The wind that Terra created resonated with Dyne. A link of elements connecting Dyne's brimstone, all the way to Jito's time/space and darkness element. The earth from the monster hive, Dyne's brimstone, Grim's fire, Terra's wind, and Jito's twin element. Brimstone that purged the elements and the time/space that created the dimensions were both resonating as the Thetis laser struck. Terra felt a strange power resonating. This is a Genesis tree. Terra felt it. Lord Teague, how is this possible? Jito asked. It was as if he was being exposed to the power of the Genesis tree. Although it was 100 times weaker, it was still shocking for Dyne to be capable of achieving it. I knew it. Let Freaky do what Freaky does. He can house a Genesis tree. This is the proof. The pure joy and excitement of Dyne born from the power of his hedonistic and crazed obsession are enough to imitate a Genesis tree. He is a fertile soil that can harness the great burden of supreme joy that would have driven men mad. Jito was amazed. He knew that the Genesis tree provided powerful, pure energy of light and the essence of emotion itself. The Ariserus were all born and created to contain the desires and emotions that all life of Allos Vasilis once had. What the Ariserus couldn't understand was why the Genesis tree contained such great joy. But Strafe knew the answer. Their life willingly given was a spark of joy since they were happy to use the Weaver and her disciple Strafe. And this was the essence of all Genesis trees. It contained the joy of all those lives and was divided among the trees. But that emotion of pure euphoria would drive any cultivator, or even a saint, insane. But now Strafe believes that Dyne can house such a powerful seed full of crazy emotions. Terra felt a small source of power being sent to his soul. Grim became the lightning rod, and Dyne harnessed and distributed the energy to Jito and Terra. The resonance of all elements created a connection to all the theaters that the chocobos were equipped with. The crafted theaters were barely alive, and though they were many, their souls were slowly being absorbed. Jito was the first. He suddenly felt the power of theater being absorbed in him. He immediately took one of the wraiths and used it as the soul host to become the theater. Terra was next. She could feel the power of the theater Seru assimilating with her soul, making her stronger. Strafe had taught him the technique of how to assimilate with Serus, and Dyne used it to have better control over Grim. But now, this knowledge allowed him to do what only Ariserus could do. Dyne also absorbed theater. It was the first Seru that he had assimilated with and could summon with his energy. Unlike Vaughn and the rest that needed their Ariserus to create it, Dyne could now do it all by himself without needing the help of Jito. And then, Grimm acquired theater as his elemental soul seed formed. Grimm had been gaining sentience for a while, and with the numerous souls that Dyne exposed it to, the sentience grew stronger, and it was as if it was gaining intelligence. Now, led by the great emotion of Dyne's hedonism and the shared power of 3 Ariserus, Grimm awakened. Jito felt it. A Ariseru is born. Jito was amazed. Dyne, however, held up Grimm and had a different kind of excitement. The heart of Nox is complete. Grimm finally gained sentience and awareness. A crackle of electricity could be seen coursing through him. But the electric element did not harm Dyne. Instead, it began to weed out any electric energy that was bent on attacking them while gathering energy of its own. Grimm turned his attention to the turning laser attack sent by the remaining theaters and began to absorb all of it. The Chocobo began to shriek in pain due to the backlash of Grimm absorbing their energy. "Arya, now!" Dyne ordered. FWIP, FWIP, FWIP. Several arrows flew and struck the Chocobos. Boom, boom, boom. Arya channeled all her energy into the arrows, and each hit exploded, causing the Chocobos to be knocked back. "Quihia," the Chocobos squealed. "Jito, now!" Dyne ordered as he channeled his magic into summoning it. 2 theaters suddenly emerged behind Dyne. One appeared out of the strange portal that opened from Jito's soul space. Another theater was formed using the magic energy of Dyne. "Hey Chocobos, have a taste of your own medicine," Dyne laughed. Chapter 188. The New Grimm. The 2 theaters weren't like the puny forms that the Chocobos had. It took their combined effort to create a laser attack. And while it was powerful, it was barely equal to the combined power of 2 theaters. Lightning energy gathered around the bodies of the 2. The 2 theaters that Dyne summoned went through the motions of how they would attack as it was in the game. The theaters raised their 2 arms. That was a large needle attached to their insect-like arm. A larger needle was hanging out just under its main body, which became erect as the 3 needles created a link of lightning energy. I wonder what the game designers thought when they made theater. Dyne could not help but wonder as he watched the strange and somewhat inappropriate way for the theater to channel its energy. The lightning energy focused on the needle that would have been mistaken for the theater's genitalia, and laser energy beamed out. The 2 lasers beamed and turned, striking each Chocobo and knocking them back. "Qui!" The Chocobos shouted in pain and immediately fell. Their spirit energy was unable to resist the power of the theater's laser attack and tremendous wounds from the attacks. The lightning attacks had dug deep within the Chocobo's body. The injuries were so critical that some of the Chocobos fainted in pain. The others were unable to stand up. "Well, that battle went easier than I thought." Dyne laughed. "Rena, heal that one and that one with 1 round of your magic first." Dyne pointed to the 2 Chocobos who seemed to be dying. Rena was confused but did as asked. Bright energy covered the Chocobo. The wounds began to close slowly, and the dying Chocobo opened its eyes to life once more. The other Chocobos were amazed at what they saw. Dyne approached and held up Grimm. "Grimm, can you hear me?" "Yes, master." The voice of a young child could be heard. "Good to finally meet you." "The pleasure is mine, master. Thank you for bestowing life to me. Let's not forget the hard work in desiring to live." "But it was still from you, master. That desire came from the great joy that you felt. And then older brother Jito also helped. His greed and desires influenced me." "Older brother?" Dyne and Jito were stunned. "So that's it. Joy and greed. That's how his soul was formed." Strafe, on the other hand, finally understood the miracle of how Grimm came to be. Brimstone that sparked in neutrality, and desire that created the will to live. Greed and joy. So that's how it was easy for you to give life to this Seru. "Lord Strafe, thank you for creating me." Grimm gave his respectful greeting. "It seems your gained life has started earlier before." Strafe noticed. Anyway, Grimm put on a powerful display. The Book of Sammy Oak states that most monsters understand mercy, and that the law of the jungle where the weaker serves the stronger. So let's put on a show and scare these chocobo. And after that, we head in and kill the boss that's controlling these chocobos. Dyne stood over the chocobos and held Grim out. Jito, Grim, release your power, Dyne ordered. Brimstone, dark, and a trio mixture of fire, lightning, and holy appeared. The chocobos did not retreat their gaze, but it was clear that they were afraid of Dyne. His power in absorbing their energy and the fact that he could control a theater to perform such a majestic attack made them afraid. But Dyne didn't do anything. Instead, he continued to look at the chocobos and had a confident smile. Everyone, come here, Dyne ordered. Arya was the first as she immediately jumped and stood before the chocobo. Noah and Tara followed, and Rena was the last one. On the other side, the Puras approached and stood right behind the chocobos. They didn't attack, but it was clear that they were afraid. Not even the chocobos stood a chance against them. What's going on? Rena asked. It's a show of mercy. I am making it clear that I could kill them but decided to spare them. These birds will make magnificent allies. Rena, can you cast magic that will heal all of them? The magic will be divided and will not be that effective. And channeling it will take a few minutes. It's all right. The intention is to deliver a message that we are merciful at them. Rena nodded and began to channel her energy. Noah, how was the experience of fighting? Dyne asked. Big brother, it was too hard. Noah frowned and flapped her arms in frustration as she did in the game. But I managed to make 2 attacks, but I was still too weak. I'm thankful that amazing Big Brother is here, Noah exclaimed. Tara was still too amazed at the scene. Before him was a man that was now harnessing the power of 3 Ariserus, and one of them was a power that was his own. A new Ariseru is born. This is too amazing. Actually, as of now, Grim is a step lower compared to the power of you guys. His soul is too weak. I guess we can call Grim a Haiseru. Not yet a Ariseru, but something more than a Seru. I am honored to be called a Haiseru. A Haiseru? But his powers can grow with each Genesis tree, Jito argued. I estimate that if we awaken all Genesis trees, Grim's power will peak on the 5th tree and no more. Dyne sensed as he held Grim. The problem is his elemental spirit seed. It's inferior compared to our spirit seed. Actually, it's standard, Strafe explained. Standard? The elemental spirit seed has many levels. Dyne, your elemental spirit seed is Paragon. It can store about 666% of what Grim has. Jito has a flawless elemental spirit seed, which means his final limit of all the soul energy he can store is 300% of what Grim can. And while Grim can increase in power, Dyne is right. The materials that were used to create him are ultimately too weak.
Strafe sighed.
Dyne could feel a strange emotion of sadness around Grim. Relax, Grim. I have already done the impossible to create you. I can think of a way to improve your body. Dyne guessed. Even if you don't improve, it's still too amazing. If we had Serus like Grim back in the war, our victory would have been assured, Tara exclaimed. Yeah, but you guys have to stop thinking about this limitation. Terra, Gedo, Grim. You will eventually be your own cultivator. You will have form, body, and mind, Dyne declared. The 3 were amazed. I believe, Master, Grim's young voice cheered. In any case, making a Haiseru can help my friends cultivate. Maybe I can use the Serus to create some way to increase a certain stat. Jito's ability to increase my stats through the addition of spirit is being spread out. But if I focus it on one aspect, using materials and other elemental sources like those spirit stones, it should be possible to create the most abusive system in the PS1 Gen games. The most abusive system? Jito and Strafe wondered. The junction system, of course. That system broke Final Fantasy VIII that you could already be so strong at the start if you know it. A lot of people hated it, but I loved that system. If I could get Serus like this to focus their ability to increase in one area, it can do wonders. Rena finally finished chanting and released powerful white energy. Oh, Rena didn't just heal the chocobos. Dyne laughed. Rena had chanted her magic but noticed that some of the Puras had wounds. And so, she decided to channel the energy to heal even them. The chocobos and the puras had strange expressions. Dyne smiled as he saw it. This is great. The two teams have seen mercy. Hey, chocobo, where is your leader? Dyne asked. The chocobo Dyne called out to was startled. Is there a way to communicate with them? Dyne asked Strafe. The Ariserus can speak directly to their hearts. Strafe answered. Jito? All right. What do you want to say? Greetings, majestic birds of power. I perceive that you are a prideful beast and have been taken captive by a wild arm. Take me to that leader of yours. He has outfitted you with these stones that became your weakness. But serve me, and you will be free. I will kill that leader of yours. Be my friends, and together we will ride in the open land of Legaia and be free. I'll see what I can do. Jito then focused his thoughts and sent the chocobo a message. Hi, we want to kill your leader. The chocobos were amazed and turned and looked at each other. Can you take us to him? Jito asked again. The chocobo nodded. Dyne frowned. Did you properly translate everything? That was quick. Word for word.
Jeta ignorait denu.
One of the chocobo stood up and bowed before Dyne. He wants us to follow him, Jito explained. Arya, let's move. Rena, Terra, Noah, stay here. But, little brother, Rena was stunned. Why was she excluded? It'll be dangerous from here on out, Rena. Don't worry. I have a lot of potions and healing items. It's slower, but it'll do the job. Please be careful, little brother. Chapter 189, The Maverick. Dyne and Arya followed the chocobo towards the cave. As they moved, Jito kept asking about the enemy and began to relay the information to Dyne. A blue pura? Dyne was amazed. The boss was just a blue pura. That's very anticlimactic. And here I thought it would be a black chocobo. I think our chances of dying would be great if ever it is a black chocobo. However, if we follow Final Fantasy VII's progression, it's yellow, green, or blue, then black, and then gold. The yellow already gave us quite a trouble. Speak for yourself. I and Grim had an easy time. Right, Grim? Yes, master, Grim added. It's kind of odd for a boy calling me master. Just follow Rena and Noah's style and call me brother. Understood. Bro Dyne. Jito wanted to argue that Dyne creating a miracle that used all those elements to create a Haiseru wasn't exactly easy, but he simply kept silent. This blue pura has the wild arm and has taken several theaters as his own. However, unlike the chocobo, this pura has control of the theaters it took. Oh, so that's it. No wonder it's strong. But why a pura? Why not choose a chocobo? Dyne asked. Chocobos have a soul. It's harder for this rogue wild arm to control a being with a soul. The chocobo can do spirit, remember? The reason for their precise control in spirit is that these creatures have souls, unlike the pura. I'm guessing Calamitous did this so that you can have the chocobos as companions if you can get them to cultivate and achieve eternity. Strafe answered. So it went with a pura instead. But you said something about a rogue wild arm. Yeah? What about it? Rogue, or maverick? Dyne smiled. It was then that Strafe realized his mistake. All right, you got me. Yes. The maverick serus like Berserker, Koru, and the like are mavericks of their kind. And these serus became the strongest weapons that humanity had to fight off the monster kings. That is, until Dr. Light created the first seru that was attempting to replicate humanoid forms. Replicate humanoid? A reploid. Dyne caught on and mentioned the robotic beings that existed in the era of the Mega Man X4 series. Yes, but it seems that Calamitous added something into the mix to make these wild arms for you to acquire into something that you have to fight first. Then I know what Calamitous did. This is really Mega Man X4. The boss is Cyber Peacock. That blue-purplish peacock. It fits the bill. The wild arm takes a blue pura, which has humanoid forms, and tries to create a body. And there we have it. Mega Man X's maverick bosses. Dyne laughed. That sounds logical. I used your memory and introduced Mega Man in the form of Dr. Light. But it seems that Calamitous found a way to use the power of dark being to create a sinister soul or mind cultivator that infiltrated Legaia. I'm betting it's both. I'm sure you and I have the same guess as to who it is. Of course. That sinister soul and mind cultivator that could turn a wild arm into a maverick reploid, none other than Sigma. Dyne and Strafe spoke together. Sigma? Who is this Sigma? Jito was curious. Sigma is the main antagonist in the Mega Man X series. He was a reploid that hunted corrupted reploids called Mavericks. But as the game continues, he could be considered more of a virus than a person. That's why I believe that for him to exist in this world, he would be both a mind and a soul cultivator. Dyne deduced, and this being is quite strong. Although he is dead, he was able to make the wild arms into living beings. But how did that time and space god do it? Strafe wondered. I think I know. It's a bit too early, but it seems that Calamitous has introduced a being that can resurrect itself. Jito. His powers are similar to Yami's. In the Mega Man X series, those affected by this Sigma virus can turn reploids, good robots, into mavericks, which were bloodthirsty killing machines. It sounds similar to the Mist. But if Sigma were to exist here, he needs to have a power that transcends this. I believe that as Foundation Calamitous used Rogue, it's possible. It seems there will be more wild arms than the ones I created. Strafe surmised. Much better. Dyne smiled excitedly. Arya, listen up. Dyne suddenly called Arya. The enemy is teleporting enemy. He is most likely using the Theater's lightning to move and bolt around. At this point, his pure body is only a frame, but he is practically a creature that is made up of the Theater you saw earlier and the wild arm. Dyne explained. Teleporting? That's right, so you have to be careful and constantly maintain movement. Otherwise, he could appear and attack you from behind. He also has the ability to shoot a power that can lock onto you. So don't think you have evaded his attacks but keep on moving. Dyne explained. How did he know the enemy's ability? Jito was stunned. He's explaining the tactics on how to fight Cyber Peacock in Mega Man X4.
Strafe sighed.
Arya had a serious look on her face. The enemy would be more powerful than the Chocobo, and now it could teleport. Keep using your bow. It will be dangerous to attack it at close range. Leave that to me. Dyne explained. We're approaching its den. Jito relayed the words of the Chocobo. The Chocobo stopped and nodded its head, urging the rest to continue. Did he agree to be our friends if we kill the boss? Dyne asked. Let me confirm it with him again. He was rather excited about killing the boss when I gave that spiel you had me say. Jito paused and sent a message to Chocobo. The Chocobo gave a happy nod. All right, let's go. Dyne called Arya as he brandished Grim. The pair charged into the large chamber with the Chocobo remaining in his place. As Dyne and Arya moved towards the chamber, they found themselves in a large open space. The vast chamber was full of strange rocks that Dyne knew to be the dead pieces of Theaters. There were signs of Pura dwelling, but a horrifying scene was also painted as there was a small pile of dead Puras. What exactly has this wild arm done? It seems the process to build its final maverick body isn't as easy as it seems. Wild arm? I am now a wild arm monstrous Seru. A deep, coarse voice echoed out of the room. Strange electric energy bolted and gathered at the center. Soon a figure emerged out of the lightning. Its body and face were similar to Pura's, but it was thinner and had a more metallic shine on its body. He was outfitted with purple-like armor that was taken from the metallic body of the Theater. The armor outfitted his body and his legs and had a dark blue shine. The Pura also had several metal rods that resembled a peacock's blooming feathers. All around the body of this Pura were gemstones that looked similar to the elemental spirit seed of Arecerus. But Dyne could feel vastly weaker energy from it even when comparing it to Grimm's spirit seed. Cyber Peacock, it's you. Dyne was amazed at the details of the enemy. Although his features were slightly different, the form and design of this wild arm were very similar to the Cyber Peacock boss in Legaia. Who? The wild arm was confused. I am not Cyber Peacock. I am a wild arm monstrous dash. Yeah. Whatever, let me guess. You are a wild arm created by Dr. Light and sealed deep inside this cave. But recently, you gained sentience and life and are now trying to use the Theaters and the Puras to help you complete your body. And now you're all. I will take over and devour Arecerus or something like that. Right? Yes. Then, believe me, you are Cyber Peacock. I am. Cyber Peacock was confused. Although he became alive and had found sentience, he never decided on a name for himself. And yet, here was a young boy who not only knew how he came to be but also had a name for him. Yes, and you're not the only wild arm that has given life. All of you now have life due to the powers of a cultivator called Sigma, who might be using the mist to send out his sentience and call all of you to life. Was there a bald man with a red gem on his forehead that appeared? Oh my God, it's Byron. Dyne realized it. Who? Cyber Peacock, Strafe, and Jito asked. Byron. That calamitous used Byron. Not the Byron of this world, but an alternate Byron. Dyne realized it. Strafe jolted as he realized what Dyne meant. Calamitous talked about creating and being antiverse to the worlds he had created so that more games would emerge from the created worlds. Breath of Fire 4 would create the alternate Breath of Fire 3. Brigandine would create Heroes 3, Might and Magic. Legaia would have an alternate timeline of its own where Rogue existed, and where Dyne and the Seru heroes would time travel to get a certain item as part of the game's main quests. Dyne saw Byron's large statue in Byron Monastery and recalled an elemental spirit seed on his forehead. Bruh, mind blown. Dyne was standing in amazement. Cyber Peacock was confused and frowned as he used his powers and created a bright flash and disappeared. Arya, focus. The fight starts now, Dyne warned. You were the one distracted, Arya complained. Chapter 190 Soul Body. The disappearance of Cyber Peacock was fast. Arya followed as Dyne ordered and moved fast as she ran forward. Dyne, however, remained standing and waited with Grim ready to strike. Instead, Dyne released a strange pulse of dark energy that was used to search out the fluctuations of lightning. Suddenly, Dyne felt it as he could sense a bolt enter this dark pulse. Dyne didn't retreat and stabbed Grim like a spear straight towards the source. A bolt of lighting connected with Grim. Bang! The figure of Cyber Peacock appeared at the tip of Grim's spear. Arg! Cyber Peacock cried. Grim's lightning core reacted with the lightning element, and through the electric magnetism of Grim, he was able to catch Cyber Peacock, who was in lightning form forcibly. Gotcha! Dyne laughed as he channeled Jito's darkness and sent the element to the tip of Grim. KZZZZTTT. But right as the dark energy reached Grim's tip, Cyber Peacock's body disappeared and became several bolts of lightning that scattered and disappeared. Dyne's expression turned serious. I was sure I stabbed him, Grim spoke. I know, but he disappeared. Dyne did the same energy pulse and noticed that the electric energy he sensed at first disappeared. Dyne rushed towards Arya and immediately prepared a spell. Arya, Dyne shouted as he shot strange earthen energy. Suddenly, a strange light appeared on the very ground right where Arya was. Arya jumped and did her best to evade, but the appearance of Cyber Peacock somehow moved at the last second. The lightning surged out, and the form of Cyber Peacock appeared as he rose to the sky with his strange peacock feathers extending out like swords. Arya had jumped towards the earthen energy that Dyne shot out, and the power of Diggin covered Arya right before some of the blades struck Arya. KZZZT, KZZZT. Ah! Arya shouted in pain. The blades struck her but were blocked by the earth armor that Diggin created. But bolts of electric energy still assaulted Arya. Dyne slashed Grim near Arya, and the lightning energy was absorbed. Dyne hurriedly gave Arya a healing leaf. Master Dyne, he appeared so fast. Arya bit down on the leaf and watched the location where Cyber Peacock appeared. Could it be that he really has the power of Cyber Peacock? Dyne wondered. Cyber Peacock was a digital being in Mega Man X4. He was created to guard the cyberspace, which was a digitalized world. Mega Man X or Zero dives into this world to stop Cyber Peacock, whose programming was rewritten by Sigma. But in Legaia, how was it possible for Cyber Peacock to reform and appear in his body and revert to lightning energy? How can cyberspace appear here in Legaia? No, he's using lightning. But how is his energy disappearing and appearing once more? Dyne frowned. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning appeared and gathered at the center, and Cyber Peacock appeared once more and shot several lightning attacks at Dyne. Careful, the attacks can follow you. Stay behind me, Dyne warned and ran ahead of Arya. Dyne could tell that Cyber Peacock's attacks were aimed at Arya. Dyne began to use Grim to block the attacks that were sent. KZZT, KZZT, KZZT. Can you handle it, Grim? Don't worry, big brother. Grim bore the pain. Dyne summoned another round of Diggin and cast it on Grim as he continued to attack. But suddenly, the bolts began to arc and curve to pursue Arya. Arya began to retreat and dodge the attacks by jumping, rolling, and all other manners of evasion. The lightning that struck the ground would suddenly shoot out after a few seconds. Dyne flung Grim towards Arya, and Grim's beak struck the ground right next to Arya. KZZZT, KZZT, KZZT. Grim suddenly became a lightning rod that absorbed the nearby lightning that was about to hit Arya. Now! Dyne shouted, and Grim immediately shot a firebolt toward Arya. But at that moment, the ground under Arya glowed with intense light. Arya jumped as high as she could as Cyber Peacock appeared under her. But a firebolt was headed for Cyber Peacock and struck him as he rose. Boom! Arya focused all of her energy on her sword and stabbed down. Ting! The sword made a dent in Cyber Peacock's head and knocked him down. Because of the attack, Cyber Peacock staggered. Dyne was rushing towards Cyber Peacock, and Grim followed. Powerful fire energy was sent out by Grim and channeled to Dyne. Hisatsu, Tornado Shoryurepa. Dyne blasted off and performed an uppercut technique similar to Vaughn's Tornado Flame, which harnessed the flames and used the movements and precise power of Ken of Street Fighter. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike of Dyne's uppercut created an explosive sound and sent Cyber Peacock flying further and further back. Arya had fallen and retrieved her bow and arrow, and after Dyne's combo, she immediately shot several attacks of explosive arrows towards Cyber Peacock. Boom, boom, stop, Dyne suddenly ordered. He's no longer there. Dyne frowned. What do you mean, Master Dash? KZZZT, KZZZT, KZZZT. As the dust settled, Arya realized that there was no longer anything to where Cyber Peacock was. Lightning suddenly appeared on another side of the area, and Cyber Peacock appeared, lifting his hands and charging another round of lightning. Cyber Peacock appeared, and his lower jaw was damaged. There were also some dents and marks on his lower and upper torso. Suddenly lightning bolts began to shoot from the ground, and even the ceiling of the cave and Cyber Peacock was slowly recovering from his damage. That hurt. You'll pay for that. Is he really like lightning? Arya frowned. No, look at the floor. Some of the rocks disappeared. This entire cave is full of theater bodies and theater souls. It seems that they killed quite a lot of theaters. He is using the soul of these trapped theaters to recover. Dyne assessed. Then what do we do? His true form is not that body, but a soul. There are two ways to hurt him truly. The first one is to destroy the theaters. A bit wasteful, to be honest, but we have no choice. And the second way to hurt him is to hurt the soul. And right now, we need to do both. As long as those theaters are there, they can cast lightning and provide Cyber Peacock the soul he needs. Arya, you take care of those theaters. A single arrow should be enough with your strength. Dyne started to march towards Cyber Peacock, who had just finished reforming his body. The feathers of the Cyber Peacock expanded and became 3 times longer. Just like in the game, Dyne noted. The previous attacks that Cyber Peacock had were all based on the game but were translated into a much harder and more powerful form in this battle. The large wingspan of Cyber Peacock was glowing with electrical energy, and it began to close on towards Dyne. Instead of retreating, Dyne rushed forward. 2 theaters were suddenly summoned out of the void, and along with Grim, the 3 blocked the large wing that closed on to Dyne. It was like there was a small tunnel leading to Cyber Peacock. Dyne rushed forward and could see that a Cyber Peacock was about to shoot his tracking lightning again. Die! No, you! Dyne laughed and brought out his brimstone power. It was similar to the astral projection that Dyne was dabbling in back when he was meditating in Drake Castle. But this time, his soul moved out of his body and brought all the power of brimstone. You got soul body. Dyne announced it like it was in Mega Man X4. The purging brimstone rushed forward with incredible speed. Arg! Cyber Peacock was stunned and felt an intense pain in his soul. By harnessing the power of his soul, Dyne created an attack that was similar to the attack that was the weakness of Cyber Peacock in Mega Man X4. The power soul body made such a great impression on Dyne. Furthermore, it was an attack that existed in Mega Man X4, but in line with its continuity, That attack also appeared in Mega Man X5. In the last stages of the Mega Man X5, the player will be faced with the final showdown between X and Zero. If the player selected X, he would fight Zero and vice versa. Interestingly, X and Zero would both use Soul Body, an attack from Mega Man X4, in that battle. When Dyne had learned of his ability to force his soul out, he had already thought of using his Brimstone element to replicate this attack but never got the chance to use it on an enemy. It was too weak and was overshadowed by his more powerful Street Fighter, Tekken, and Grandia skills. But now he finally found the chance. The attack would not have worked on normal enemies. Even on Serus, this attack would be very ineffective. This was because most creatures have a body, and their soul is locked deep within. But for Cyber Peacock, which was moving through his soul, the attack was devastating. The Brimstone purged him, and he suddenly lost the power to control his body. Cyber Peacock's body suddenly disappeared as it fled back to the theaters around him. It worked. Dyne laughed. Bang, bang, bang. Arg. Arya kept on shooting at the rocks on the ground, which she learned to be theater, and as she did that, a pained cry echoed out. I'll kill you. The enraged and pained roar of Cyber Peacock echoed out. Chapter 191. Second Form. Arya shot several arrows that exploded and destroyed the theaters. The pained cry of Cyber Peacock could be heard. Cyber Peacock was somehow unable to teleport and disappear as he did before. Dyne rushed at him and slashed Grim. The power of Brimstone covered Grim's scythe. But as Dyne's attack slashed down, the body of the Cyber Peacock suddenly turned pale and crumbled. A small rock bolted to the east and suddenly disappeared. He's fast. Arya, attack everything to the east. Dyne ordered as he ran and harnessed the earth energy to Grim. Ripper Blast. Dyne stabbed Grim down and created an earthen power that burst from the ground. The bodies of the theaters were thrown out and they became more visible. Dyne began to attack the theaters nonstop as he threw Grim towards the rising stones. Grim began to move on its own and was attacking theaters one by one. At times Grim would peck the theater with its beak and would devour the soul of these theaters. Dyne was on the other side racing to attack the falling theater body parts. He used his fist and harnessed Brimstone at every attack. Bang, bang, bang. Arya kept on shooting and shooting as she charged towards the east. She then switched to her daggers and began to stab out as she approached an area with several theaters. Stab, stab, stab. Arg. The cry of Cyber Peacock echoed louder somewhere between the attack of the three. I will kill you. Die. Suddenly, the earth began to shake as a white glass-like cocoon emerged from the ground. Inside the glass cocoon was a gun-like object. The glass began to break as lightning energy was attacking the cocoon. I knew it. A second form. Arya, run towards me. Boom. As the crack gave way, a strong explosion that was generating powerful lightning erupted. Dyne grabbed Grim and ordered Arya to retreat. The two ran out, evading the lightning attacks that were striking the floor. A chain reaction of lightning bolts coursed out from one body of the theater and arced at another theater after. The explosions and lightning were catching up with Dyne. Dyne was forced to use another teleportation. Dyne activated Jito's portal and pulled Arya towards the opening. KZZZT, KZZZT. The lightning explosions exploded underneath them right as the pair jumped inside the portal. The two were teleported towards the entrance of the chamber. Qui! The Chocobo shouted as bits of the lightning erupted out of the portal. Dyne and Arya felt sore as if some lightning had struck them. Dyne handed out another potion which the two drank. The Chocobo was amazed at what it saw. It had observed the battle nearby and was amazed that Dyne was actually able to hurt the wild arm. Jito, tell him this. Dyne wasted no time and began to instruct Jito to speak a peculiar message to the Chocobo. Jito was impressed at Dyne's plan and immediately relayed the instructions to the Chocobo. The Chocobo heard it and immediately ran back. Master Dyne, what happened? That crazy wild arm. He created a network inside that place. That entire area had the dead bodies of the theaters he had. He must have been planning it. His power was that of the soul. He is like a parasite, or, to be more precise, he was a soul virus. He kept on hijacking the souls of those theaters. No wonder he was able to give a few to those Chocobos. The formation of the theaters was very specific. It was definitely some form of magical formation. I'm guessing he was using that to grant him a body. After all, the pura he possessed was to wear. I'm guessing it had already long died, and he was constantly using the theaters to reshape that form he had at first. Master? I don't understand. That wasn't his real body. Of course not. He's a wild arm. He might have possessed a pura at first, but he must have switched to possessing theaters when he got enough. That's why your attacks in destroying the theaters were hurting him. Didn't you notice? He had a hard time escaping. I did notice that. So the theaters was what he was using to teleport around? Yes. He somehow was able to send the physical body he was using inside his theater network. And considering he has a body made of theaters and serus are primarily soul creatures, it would have been easy for him. So he was deceiving us. He could use the other theaters to restore his body. You caught on. If we fought him by attacking that body of his, again and again, we would have run out of stamina and he would discreetly reform his body and take another theater. But all of those bodies that we would fight wouldn't be the real thing. But my attack hurt his soul and he was forced to retreat, and your attacks managed to make him cut off his retreat path. The theaters I shot stopped him from escaping, and he had no choice but to abandon most of his body to escape your attack. Exactly. And right now, in his desperation, he began the magic ritual and is trying to create a real body with his wild arm body as the core. That's why the place erupted and lightning energy began to shoot out. He was gathering all the theater bodies to create one body. One body. One large body. The fighting is going to get harder from here on out. I'll have to fight this guy alone. You go back and join the chocobos. But Master Dyne, I have teleport. Don't worry. Besides, you already helped me a lot. Dyne smiled. All right. You'll know how to help me. Go. Arya retreated. Are you sure about this? Strafe asked immediately. The enemy is strong. That Calamitous is powerful that he even used your memories and created something so unique. I'm guessing that as a time/space god he has always been linked to his other incarnations. But it was only when he saw my memory that he finally managed to truly live out his gamer potential. His creativity in creating this game is better than yours. The fight is tough, but it's exciting. Dyne began to move back to the chamber. Calamitous really got the essence of Mega Man X4. He gave me a tough boss that was so similar to the real Cyber Peacock, and he made this opponent harder. He gave him a second form. Dyne laughed. And you plan to fight it alone? I understand you have that plan. But fighting that creature alone will be quite challenging. I can sense its power. It's as strong as the basilisk, but this one is not wounded or exhausted like that basilisk. You don't get it, do you, Strafe? I walk the path of dark brimstone. I want to find pleasure in this. Mega Man X games are one-player games. I have to fight it solo if I want to enjoy this game. Dyne ran towards the inside of the wreck chamber. Parts of the cave had collapsed from the powerful explosion. The cave's darkness was glowing with a bright red light at the center. A strange creature stood there. The white glass crystal that once existed was no more. What stood there was a large creature that was similar to the chocobo. It had white skin and red beaks and was emitting fire and lightning energy. This creature looked closer to a rooster and had a peacock blooming feather which was white but had a red feather tip. Dyne instantly recognized the second form of the wild arm. So I'm fighting the second boss of Digimon World 2? That's a Kakatoraman. No wonder it searched and tried to ally with those chocobos. It was trying to create this form. What a weird wild arm. Dyne laughed. You? Kakatoraman shouted in anger as it looked at Dyne. You forced me to use my power. I was planning to revive myself into a creature that can rule over this region and defeat that annoying crab. Oh, do you know Zito? Well, I guess it makes sense that you would hate him. Otherwise, the game will conflict with each other. Relax, Kakatoraman. Once I defeat you, you'll be the weapon that will kill that crab. Dyne brandished grim. The fire and lightning raged around Kakatoraman. Stun flame shot. If I recall, that's the attack you have in Digimon World 2. Perfect. Lightning in fire. So you are a fire element wild arm? Grim. When we defeat him, you should absorb most of the soul that he harnessed to create that form. I'm already hungry, big brother. Grim boasted confidently. Let's see if you can remain so confident. Kakatorman grew bright red and immediately moved. KZZZTT. The figure suddenly disappeared as a spark of red lightning bolted 10 meters from its area. Almost instantly, Kakatorman appeared closer to Dyne and had his mouth wide open. Inside the beak, the wild arm could be seen and was like a gun pointing towards Dyne. Stun flame shot. Boom! A powerful red laser was shot out. Dyne jumped and rolled to the side to evade the volcanic explosion that occurred next to him. KZZZZT. Kakatorman disappeared once more and appeared next to Dyne and delivered a swift kick. Smash! Dyne was struck by the kick and was thrown back. Grim used his powers to levitate and allowed Dyne to regain his balance. With one arm retrieving another healing leaf, Dyne stood on top of Grim as it hovered. Kakatorman was already aiming for another attack but noticed how quickly Dyne regained its balance. It closed its mouth and began to prepare for another charge. The effects of Diggin no longer protected Dyne. Should we cast another round, big bro? Grim asked. No, it's making my movements slow down. This one's quite fast. Dyne frowned. Chapter 192. Gamer Galore Combo Attack. Dyne gazed at Kakatorman. Too bad Jito's concentrating. Otherwise, I would cast haste. Dyne had ordered to prepare for certain magic. As such, Jito was concentrating after communicating with the chocobos. He's releasing energy. Just take some of the time magic. Strafe suggested. I guess you're right. Dyne then began to pilfer some magic from Jito. He could feel Jito complaining, but Dyne already took it and activated haste. Prepare to die. My next attack will kill you. Dyne laughed and undid the remaining power of Diggin. The rocky exterior collapsed. The earthen power increased Dyne's defense, but it also hindered his speed. Although his cultivation gave him the strength to easily carry the weight, the issue was his mobility, the height and speed of his jumps, and even his evasion of fast attacks. Don't make me laugh. Right now I'm faster. You boast. But I haven't forgotten that you have an incomplete form. You're running out of soul energy, right? Why else did you stop shooting when you had the chance? You're conserving the energy of your attacks. How many more times can you do that lightning-fast travel? I wonder. Dyne taunted back. Enough to kill you. Kakatorman bolted like lightning. But as he appeared and kicked, Dyne was so fast that he had already circled around Kakatorman. He then began to channel more energy to Grim. Haste only worked for a few seconds as Dyne, but it was enough for Dyne. Kakatorman bolted once more and gave a powerful peck, but Dyne evaded once more. Haste was about to end, but Dyne's preparation was already complete. Gadwin's secret move, Dragon King Slice. Dyne stabbed Grim down to the earth. Boom! A massive explosion of brimstone and earth kicked dirt and dust off the ground. Kakatorman's form appeared, but the explosion caused it to retreat. As Grim's head was stabbed down to the earth, its body suddenly bent over, and Dyne was folding the other end. And like a catapult launching a projectile, it threw Dyne towards Kakatorman. Dyne had harnessed a lot of spirit energy on his fist, and it was covered in a layer of Diggin, shooting stars. Dyne performed the fast flurry of punches that Claude of Star Ocean 2 could do. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch created a powerful, resounding sound like two rocks striking each other. The body of Kakatorman was surprisingly hard for its bird-like form. But Dyne expected this as Kokoatorman was using the souls of a theater. Boom! Kakatorman suddenly screeched, and a wave of fire erupted that threw Dyne off. Dyne stumbled back. Kakatorman opened its mouth and aimed for Dyne as he was about to attack. Dyne didn't move but smiled as he saw it. Right before the wild arm could shoot. Boom! Boom! Grim launched a fireball attack and created a huge explosion in the mouth of Kakatorman. Ah! The pained cry of Kakatorman resounded as it stumbled down. The beak of Kakatorman was distorted from the explosion, and right before it could move, Rising Dragon King Punch. Boom! Another explosion full of brimstone and earth energy exploded on the chest of Kakatorman. Grim suddenly flew like a fireball as it performed the standard burning attack that the Jamards could perform in Legend of Legaia. Boom! The attack threw Kakatorman backward. It tried to escape and use its lightning escape, but suddenly, KZZZT, Strange magnetic energy forced it to stay where it was. No! Kakatoraman realized that it was because of Grim. Now! Dyne shouted. Jito concentrated on creating a long-ranged portal. A portal appeared behind Kakatoraman, and all the chocobos suddenly rushed inside. Choco/Mog Materia, Dyne laughed. The chocobo that guided Dyne was the first to attack. With its body that was covered with spirit, it made a reckless tackle toward Kakatoraman. Smash! Kakatoraman was knocked back, but another chocobo tackled on the other side. Smash! Being careful to avoid Grim, which was still latched on Kakatoraman to prevent it from escaping, the chocobos delivered a round of attacks. I guess this should be called Chocobo of the Round. Dyne laughed. So that's what you meant by solo fight. Strafe finally understood what Dyne meant. He was confused about why Dyne wanted to fight solo but ordered Jito to tell the chocobo to prepare for an attack. In Dyne's gaming mind, he simply used the chocobo summoning materia in Final Fantasy VII. And while even Arya and Noah were present, Dyne still considered it as a summon. But instead of the usual Choco/Mog attack where the chocobos are summoned to perform a single tackle, this attack consisted of consecutive tackles, and Dyne renamed the attack to Chocobo of the Round, which was the combination of Choco/Mog materia and the strongest summon materia in the game, Knights of the Round. The consecutive attacks of the chocobo were causing Kakatoraman to show cracks, and even some parts of its body had already dispersed. But it could not retreat and recover from the attacks. Another chocobo charged and made a low tackle, causing Kakatoraman to stumble down. Lizard Tail. Noah rode one of the chocobo and used her arts, Lizard Tail, which was a forward somersault with a powerful stomp. Smash! The head of Kakatoraman was dug deeper into the ground. I did it! Noah cheered as she retreated and successfully bought more time for Arya. Arya had jumped up high and prepared her attack. FWIP, 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 FWIP. Boom, 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 boom. She launched 4 arrows as she was falling down, tossed the bow, and drew out her 2 blades. Stab, stab. 2 stabbing attacks occurred. Quia! Another chocobo rushed by and stomped at Kakatoraman as Arya rode it to escape. Grim detached itself and joined Arya as it clung to the chocobo. A theater had already finished preparing its attack. Jito had immediately summoned it, and while the combo continued, it began to charge and fired the attack. Kakatoraman couldn't even recover from the cover when the turning laser struck it. KZZZZZZTTTT. The laser dug deep into Kotoraman's body, and the electric attack was preventing it from escaping. Arya, that blow was amazing, but I'll show you a real finishing blow. Dyne laughed. Grim had shot back at him, and a theater was standing behind Dyne. This time, Dyne summoned this theater, but instead of charging the laser, the theater began to empower Grim with the lightning. The lightning energy gave massive lightning energy to Grim. Brimstone, earth, fire, and lightning gathered on Grim. In the game Grandia, Justin, the protagonist, learns the Dragon Cut or the Dragon King Slice from Gadwin, a master swordsman who joins them for a short period in the game. But Justin can learn an even more powerful attack by the end of the game, which bears a striking resemblance to the Dragon Cut. With all the elements he harnessed, Dyne could now imitate the attack. Prepare yourself, Wild Arm. Dyne rushed forward, and with Grim taking its halberd form, he slashed down. Heaven and Earth Cut. Slash. Dyne slashed and the blades sliced on the torso of Kakatoraman, and the powers of earth, fire, lightning, and brimstone erupted out. Boom! Blue lighting broke forth, and the ground beneath Kakatoraman exploded just as it did with Dragon Cut. But instead of the pure brimstone power, the lightning energy had turned the fire into blue flames. Boom! Another explosion occurred as the body of Kakatoraman began to crack and break down. Bits and pieces shattered from its main body and began to disappear. Dyne sent out Soul Body once more, and the brimstone energy was purging the soul of Kakatoraman, and the scream that was similar to a chocobo's cry could be heard. Ah! As the body of Kakatoraman dispersed, all that was left was the Wild Arm. It was a long-barrel gun with a large revolving cylinder. Jito, Terra, Grim, and Dyne's brimstone spirit seed began to resonate with the energy that it was releasing. Amazing! Street Fighter, Star Ocean 2, Grandia, Mega Man X4, Final Fantasy VII, and a theater magic of Legaia. That was a Gamer Galore combo attack. A Gamer Galore combo attack to end this Gamer Galore boss fight involving Wild Arms, Mega Man X, and Digimon World 2. Dyne laughed. No. The voice of Kakatoraman could be heard. His voice continued to weep in frustration. The Ariserus were absorbing all the powers he had gathered. You lost, Wild Arm. Your attempt to become a maverick has failed. Dyne laughed as he approached. Sigma will avenge us. Dr. Wily will kill you all. Dyne's expression changed, but then his eye began to burn with a manic desire. So that's it. Then tell me, where are the dynamo parts? Dyne demanded. The what? Arya was confused. The what? Even Jito was confused. Why was there suddenly the desire to find dynamo parts? Strafe was doing a spiritual facepalm. Dynamo parts, which is the item that the player receives after defeating Kakatoraman in video domain of Digimon 2. Is he insane? Strafe cursed. I didn't create a dynamo part, Dyne. Strafe spoke. But then, how did you know about that? The Wild Arm trembled. What? Now even Strafe was confused. He never made dynamo parts. It's simple, really. You live in an alternate reality, right? A harsher world where the future remains grim. In that world, Byron becomes a mad cultivator, Sigma, and Dr. Light, the hero of Soul who created the Wild Arms, also turns mad and becomes Dr. Wily in your world. I'm guessing that the world is different in your time, but the question remains, how did Sigma reach this place? And you said that Dr. Wily would kill us? How? He is in that world. Then I remembered a certain device that allowed you to travel, and you would hold one part of it. You are building it here, aren't you? Dyne challenged. Who are you? How did you know of our world? It was then that Strafe realized that the alternate world he created, which would have been used as a foundation for the time travel adventure that the heroes of Legaia were supposed to go to, had evolved far beyond what he could comprehend. And then he realized what Dyne was asking for. The archive ship. Strafe recalled the large ship that transported the main character of Digimon World 2 to File Island. What did Calamitous do? Strafe was amazed. Legaia is in danger. Aside from the antagonist involving Court and the Mist, the monster kings you created, that another world that Calamitous have twisted is trying to conquer this one. Dyne smiled. Chapter 193. The First Summon. The Wild Arm was tortured. Where are the dynamo parts? Dyne asked. Using Jito's power of darkness to draw the soul out and the brimstone fire, the Wild Arm began to cry out. The process of torturing was long and arduous, and the scream of the Wild Arm rang out. Terra pleaded to Dyne to stop, but Dyne told Terra to send Noah to get more theaters. The Chocobos also followed, and only the Chocobo that led them to the chamber stayed behind. Dyne could sense that this Chocobo suffered the most under the hands of the Wild Arm. Terra, stay here to absorb some of the energy from this Wild Arm. It will help you recover a bit. Dyne said as he began to purge and was slicing some parts of the soul as he purged it. Oh, it's under my dash. The Wild Arm soul finally cried. Under your chamber. I know, it's sort of obvious. Where else? I'm pretty smart, you know. I already figured out a lot. I'm just having fun. I hope you can brace yourself for the next question. Dyne chuckled. He had been asking this question for several minutes and then revealed that he already knew where it was. How evil, Jito expressed. It's his torture strategy. Dyne's pretty smart and can mostly figure things out by himself. But how does it feel when someone is forcing you to reveal something, and he exerts quite a lot of effort, and in the end, you find out he already knew and was only enjoying it? It'll make me say things immediately since I don't want to make him enjoy. Exactly. What is the plan? Dyne asked. You already guessed it. Oh, have I? Dyne laughed as he slowly began to slice another part. Yes, Dr. Wily found this alternate timeline and found that the gods that sealed them were all slumbering. But he is too weak to fight the massive armies of the ones creating the mist and sent it here, where they are much weaker. Dyne nodded in expectation. It seems that Court is much stronger in that world. This sounds exciting. It looks like Legaia has a new Game Plus mode. That's Calamitous's answer. Breath of Fire 4 becomes Breath of Fire 3. Brigandine becomes heroes of might and magic, and Legaia creates an alternate world. He must be doing some Chrono Cross thing if I'm not mistaken. Strafe remained silent but sighed at how Dyne was easily able to guess it. How many of you were sent here, and where are they sent? Dyne asked a new question. There are 4 of us. He's lying. I already know the answer to it, but I'll torture him for another 5 minutes. Dyne laughed. Oh, how many are there? Terra asked curiously. It should be similar to Mega Man X's usual stages. There would be 8 of them, and probably some few super bosses. The wild arm soul was weeping. I'm guessing that their forms will be a mix of what we saw here. They will have a Mega Man X4 form based on the wild arms and the Seru they get. But they might have a second form that is Digimonized. This is Cyber Peacock and became Kakatoraman. I bet that one of them is a lion and will take the form of Slash Beast and become Leomon. There is also that dragon, Magma Dragon, who could be a Tyrannoman. The wild arm was shocked as Dyne guessed accurately. Yes, you're telling the truth. The wild arm wept and began to list all his allies and the forms they took. A walrus, a spider, a mushroom, an owl, and a stingray. As the desperate wild arm began to list out everything, Dyne kept roasting him by holding a strange fire in his hand and placing it over the wild arm. It did very little damage to the gun itself, but the soul of the wild arm was being burned. Dyne was whistling a happy tune and glanced at how Grim and Terra were absorbing the energy of the wild arm secretly. He was chatting with Jito and Strafe. Calamitous is quite amazing. He really surpasses me in the usage of games. Master Dyne, you do know that what you are doing is impossible? Terra might regain nearly an 1/8 of what his powers will be when we awaken Are Seru. Oh, I didn't know Maverick Serus are strong. Won't that make us OP if we gather all Serus and absorb them? Dyne asked Strafe. Why did the cheapskate do this? It's impossible for weak Are Serus to absorb it. But if I followed the game, only Meta would have had the power to absorb it as he reaches level 9 as a Are Seru. But thanks to Brimstone, the impossible becomes possible. Jito explained. Makes sense. In Legaia, it was not possible to absorb Berserker, Koru, and Carabin. But it's fun that I can absorb it now. If I knew you were Brimstone and was such a freak, I would have made those creatures not Maverick Serus but monsters. Now that I think about it, you may just be capable of absorbing even Simserus. Strafe sighed. Jito, can't you do this? I mean, you have Yami, which is darkness. Shouldn't you be able to devour this? After all, you are gluttony. Lord Strafe did not allow Yami to walk that road. Jito answered. It's because once they walk the path of devouring, they become mad. Eating a soul is like merging with it. You get affected by the soul, especially if the soul has strong emotions it harbors. Only those who walk the path of total darkness do that. You can because you are harnessing Brimstone and can purge the soul of all things, making it pure energy that can be absorbed. Oh, so this is possible in the cultivation world? I bet high-ranking cities on that planet will have powerful cultivators like this. No. Do you know how rare Brimstone and time-space are? And those 2 elements are some of the hardest elemental powers to master. It's not even possible to have a way to boost and cultivate even among the advanced planets. Only those which have existed for thousands of years have cultivator partners of time-space and Brimstone. And such partnerships do not even last with the conflicting nature of the 2. Even if it's reverse Brimstone and time, the 2 will clash. I keep my distance from Calamitous for a reason. We are allies, but we aren't friends. Mercy, I am a powerful soul. That's all I know. I can help you control the wild arm. I will be good. I promise. The soul wept. You do have a point. A sentient soul like this could help me control a Seru. Dyne began to think. Jito, bring out the Efferet. Jito pitted the wild arm as he knew what Dyne was planning to do. The soul of the Efferet appeared. He was no longer chained inside a massive force field but had dark chains binding it. Wild arm, are you stronger than this guy? Dyne asked. That? What being is that? Jito, what is this? Terra was shocked to see the powerful soul of immense corruption. So you're weaker, huh? Hey Efferet, I plan to make you the main soul residing in this wild arm. If you accept dash. I accept, the Ifrit declared immediately. Well, that was fast. You probably have some request for this. Yes, I request that you will spare some of my race and allow them to live once you succeed with your mission. Dyne was confused. What? Why the sudden desire for an alliance? I can tell how monstrous you are. The previous things you accomplished were shocking. And I will be honest. I don't have a choice. My main soul has already completed his severing. Oh, he severed you to complete his soul severing? Makes senses. He probably thought that you would be used against him, and I did intend that, so why not go ahead and do the severing? It's like taking advantage of a problematic situation. Dyne asked. You seem to be aware of the severing process. I was right. I was able to roughly sense a mighty god that you and Jito kept talking to. Oh, he wasn't hiding. We intentionally let you sense him so that you would offer the alliance yourself. So let me guess. Since he proceeded with severing, that makes him an unstable cultivator that has completed his soul severing. This makes you, the severed part, useless. He will probably devour you if he wants to grow stronger. But in short, you are now a separate entity. Yes, the Ifrit answered without hesitating. You still hold to your obsession to be strong and believe that I can complete your obsession? Dyne guessed. The Ifrit nodded without hiding. Dark fire. Beings of immense passion, that is your obsession. You saw my miracles and became obsessed with acquiring power through me. You have a revenant and wraiths as your minions, and you are a dark brimstone or a reverse brimstone. We align more than Jito or that god that I have sensed in here. The Ifrit answered. Well, you are right about that. I guess that will do. I think it's possible to summon you like how the Ariseru heroes summon a Seru to attack. With a massive amount of MP, you can temporarily create a physical body and use it to make an attack. This means, I finally have an Ifrit summon. Dyne rejoiced. I accept whatever arrangements you have, Master. I accept even by taking a soul contract. Strafe. Jito, perform Yami's vow of servitude to him. Strafe answered. Jito began the process that bound the soul. Among Ariserus, Yami had the power to enslave and bind the soul of another to himself. But Jito bounded the Ifrit's soul to Dyne. The ritual was complete, and the Ifrit made the vows to Dyne. Master, the soul of the Ifrit bowed down. Chapter 194, Theaters and Arms. The Ifrit was a being of dark fire and was obsessed with becoming strong. He wanted to be the strongest and would be the king and lord over his brothers. So his main body severed the lingering connection to the soul to achieve soul severance. From now on, you will be called Ifrit. Yes, Master, the Ifrit bowed. I guess I shouldn't exert efforts to hide from him. Strafe laughed. The Ifrit trembled. Strafe no longer hid from the Ifrit, but the form of his soul became clear. The Ifrit's original power was much stronger than the current forms of Jito and Terra, and so, the Ifrit can sense Strafe clearly. That is Strafe, the god that has been hiding in me. Dyne introduced. The Ifrit could sense the power of Strafe. He is greatly wounded? He's dying. I still have to find a way to help him through. But apparently he's a big shot god. A divine, to be specific. Strafe clarified. A divine. He is not just a saint. What's he talking about? Dyne asked Strafe. He assumed that I am a saint expert. They are officially called gods. Any being with the ability of true creation is often considered as a god. Strafe explained. I was foolish enough to go against the disciple of this great divine. I rejoice now for the certain victory in defeating all of my brothers and sisters. The Ifrit bowed. Still, I'll be fighting an official saint. This seems to be problematic. I have to hurry back to the other world once I settle everything here. And it'll be bad for Rena's hometown if more of your brothers and sisters achieve soul severing. Dyne frowned. My main body will take months for him to start showing his real power. And, my lord, most of my kind cannot easily perform soul severance. Oh, allow me to explain in a world of the dark cultivators. It's almost impossible to find a brimstone cultivator who could perform such a painful splitting of the soul. All the other elemental attacks can only destroy. If you used holy to cut off the soul of that Ifrit, it will only hurt him and not cut off a part of the soul. Only brimstone that purges the dimensions can do that. And brimstone cultivators are normally aligned with the light. The Eferet's severed soul would have naturally returned to his main body and have a wounded state, but you hid the soul in Jito. The Eferet nodded as he respectfully gazed upon a being that managed to separate him and prevented him from returning. Oh, so I managed to have the right stuff to help him severe it. Correct. But where in eternity can you find a brimstone and a time/space cultivator working together? It is possible to divide the soul by other means, but they need the power of light. This is why the dark cultivators have not yet defeated the light. Light cultivators can find numerous ways of dividing and splitting the soul to create clones. That isn't readily available for dark cultivators. And if ever there are dark cultivators that have successfully divided his soul, they would naturally have allied with us. Like calamitous slime. Exactly. Then your siblings will have a hard time reaching saint or whatever equal you dark cultivators have. We have all been at the brink of depravity. A little more and we would be fiends, the equal of what you would call saints. But we need a strong amount of energy to break through the bottleneck. The instructions of our father were to fight and devour to become demons. Oh, if Strafe is a divine, you guys have demons. In any case, Jito, unseal him, Dyne ordered. A purple light glowed out of the Eferet, and Jito no longer sealed the Eferet. It seems that your soul can only recover to that degree. Dyne noticed. Yes, I can only grow to become 1/8 of my original power. All right, stay in the wild arm. You will be the host of it. I have a feeling that you will even grow stronger with that. Dyne smiled as he held on to the wild arm and channeled Brimstone's energy. The wild arm's soul screamed, "Time to get you out of this." "No, mercy, don't kill me. I will serve you just like that demon," the wild arm cried. "All right," Dyne agreed. "You won't kill me?" "No." Jito, seal his body. "Don't resist or I really will kill you." And make the same vow that Ifrit did. Dyne harnessed the bright purple energy and forced the wild arm's soul out. The soul of Kakatoraman appeared, and it had the transparent appearance of what Seru's looked like when it would be absorbed. It disappeared and faded as his soul went inside Jito. As the soul was removed, the Eferet then moved and entered the wild arm. Impressive. This is a powerful soul weapon. The Eferet was amazed. How long will it take for you to fuse with it? About a day. But it may take me more than a week to familiarize myself with this new body of mine. All right, go ahead and start. Now for the dynamo parts. Tell the chocobos to gather, Dyne announced. The chocobos? Jito asked. They could easily blow a hole in the ground with their attacks. I wonder if I can play chocobo hot and cold here. This isn't Final Fantasy IX, Strafe reminded. This is Legaia. Says who? You already created the evil forest. You, leader of the pack. From this day onwards, you will be Choco. Dyne pointed to the chocobo. Jito and Strafe were doing a spiritual facepalm. It's perfect. You had a previous master that was mistreating you, and I freed you, just like Choco. Choco had a strange look on his face but agreed after Jito translated. It likes the new name, Jito informed Dyne. Choco, go and call your friends and the Piwaras. Their drill-like hands ought to be perfect for unearthing that dynamo part. Soon, Rena and Noah returned with Terra, and the Chocobos and the Puras rushed in. The Puras were amazed as they finally saw how their previous master was serving Dyne. Kakatoraman even made an appearance in soul form to tell all the Puras that they now serve Dyne. Joro and Urin were seated on Rena's shoulder and had recovered from the lightning attacks. Joro and Urin bolted and rested at Dyne's shoulder. Good to see you back, Joro, Urin. Man, you guys are tough. Thank you for helping me bear the lighting when the Chocobos shot the theater attack. Dyne tapped the two on the head. When Dyne was trying to forge the heart of Nox and Grim, the two-headed dragon bore much of the attack and absorbed so much that it allowed Dyne to withstand the electricity. As a result, he was the last person that was damaged by the lightning until Grim awakened. It was strange. The healing magic on him had little effects after several rounds. Rena reported, "It's because he was really suffering. The truth is, if it weren't for his great vitality, they would have died. It's good that they are both fire and ice." Juro's fire body bore most of the electrical attacks, while Urine focused on freezing Juro to minimize the burns. KWH, Choco shouted and began to instruct the group in excavating the dynamo parts. The Chocobos brought along many theaters with them. Kakatoraman, how did Dr. Wily create that network area with the theaters? I know that he must have created it for you, but how did you achieve it here? Dyne asked. I don't know. As you guessed, it was Dr. Wily and Sigma who plotted this. Lord Sigma has a way of corrupting the souls of creatures similar to how the mist here does. Dr. Wily created a powerful soul parasite and instilled it in my soul. All I had to do was gather the theaters, and he did the rest. The dynamo part created the entire room and was actually powering it up. It was through that I formed my current form that you call Kakatoraman. I see. I wondered how theaters could create such a precise Digimon form. The dynamo part harnessed the energy. What a curious device. Even those that the Chocobo wore were a result of that. I can't do it again. I sort of expected that. It was too advanced. Only a soul cultivator like Corrupt Byron and a mind cultivator like Corrupt Dr. Ursa can do that, but it's still a bummer. Oh well. I can divide your soul into many soul bits so you can take possession of several theaters. Kakatoraman felt the fright of his life. It won't work, Strafe answered. Kakatoraman's soul is too weak. Even the Efferet can only have his soul divided into 3 equal parts. Any more, and the souls will die. Then I guess you can take possession of one theater, and you'll be the temporary Warn Seru of Gala. Although he probably won't accept you just yet. I got it. You can go with the wolf for now. Terra, do you have enough power to transfer to Noah? Yes, Lord Dyne, but I will need help, Terra answered. Then that's it then. Everyone please settle down. Kakatoraman, select a theater, and Terra prepares to make your transfer to Noah. If there is anything else you need to do in this place, do it. Ask the Chocobo and the Puras to help. We'll spend a few more days here. I need to think of a way to use these Puras. After a few more discussions, the group began to make their respective arrangements. Chapter 195. The Rewards of the Book. 2. Soon, the 1 theater was selected. It was a level 2 theater found amidst the group of level 1 theaters. The chamber of Kakatoraman proved useful. Kakatoraman explained that when he activated the protocol that Dr. Wily left in his body, it reshaped the entire room and made it more stable. Seeing that it was possible to seal the place and prevent the mist from leaking, Dyne added instructions on making this the main home and transferring all theater into the room. Rena and Arya were impressed at the power of the theater and even assimilated with the powers of the theater. An increase of 10 stat points. That's like 1 whole level for martial formation experts. Arya saw the power and was amazed. Amazing, for us in the martial advent. It's like an increase of 4 to 5 levels. Rena was amazed. Noah was jumping all over the place as she merged with Terra. This is awesome. I'm so strong. I'm so strong. Noah was running around and kept kicking on air. Terra, this is incredible. Noah was so happy, and she began to talk to the wolf. Noah, I'm no longer that wolf. I am with you now. Terra laughed. Dyne was quickly using his knowledge to tame the wolf that Terra controlled. With the knowledge from Sammy Oak and his late-night marathons of Dog Whisperer, Dyne was able to tame the wolf quickly. The greatest advantage was that the wolf was with Terra and felt a strange peace when he stood before Dyne, who also gave off the scent of being a Are Seru. Now, I just need to find a way to increase your lifespan, little wolf. I shall name you Nanaki. Dyne smiled. Jito and Strafe both shook their heads in exasperation. No wonder Dyne wanted to train the wolf. The Chocobos began the deep dig. But the ground was hard as it somehow assimilated with the theater's souls. And so, the Chocobos were having a hard time as they used their spirit and their beaks to break through the ground. Dyne watched and couldn't help but whistle a flamenco tune imitating the sounds of the Spanish guitars, which rang as Dyne played Chocobo Hot and Cold. The emergence of the Wild Arms chrysalis was the spot where the Chocobo began to dig. But since part of the chrysalis was buried deep and the dynamo part would be buried even deeper, Dyne guessed it would take a day for them to be able to uncover it to the point that he could send it to his monster hive. Dyne tried to reach deep down the broken chrysalis, hoping that he could store it out, but felt that the weight of the room was too heavy. Too bad it's physically stuck down there. I can't pull it and store it inside. The rooms seem to be connected. Unless I excavate it and pull it out, I can't store it in my monster hive. This entire room is made through some strange soul method. What an interesting concept. Dyne observed. It's normal. Saints usually create powerful homes and fortresses using their souls. Their entire souls can even control planets. The Imaginarium Bond is the peak of this application, for it even houses cultivators, saints, and even gods that become part of its will. I see, but I wonder if the dynamo part is something that can help me create something to carry an army. Dyne wondered. You think this is what the dynamo part is? It'll help my future missions. Calamitous knows that a common element that is used in various JRPGs is that the characters soon get access to a cool transportation device. If this device that Dr. Wily is trying to create is the archive ship, it's possible to imitate it and craft something else, right? Maybe something that can be used to travel between planets? But that power and device alone should help me create a ship of some sort. You will need the knowledge of more craftsmen to do that. The memory of Arya's father, Render Blaze, ought to help you. He is quite knowledgeable as a mortal. But compare that to a true expert like Dr. Wily, and you have a competition. Well, in this Legaia world, there is Dr. Light, so I'll just ask for help from him. Besides, now that I think about it, you're a cheapskate since you never offered to have me peer into your memory. It isn't that I won't, but can't you know? Strafe shook his head. Unlike that book-devouring ability that can devour lingering emotions and passions, I am a living being, and a god at that. I am my own entity, dependent and disconnected from anything. That's what it means to sever. Although I can forcibly send my memory to you like last time, I don't think it's helpful. You already figured out several mysteries that I was unable to understand. It's better for you to read through the memories of mortals so you can see their foolishness and improve on it. Because if you see mine, you might not grow as you be influenced by the doctrines and teachings that I may have been secretly holding on to all my life. Fair enough. You guys thought brimstone needed metal attributes to create a seed. I guess it is better if I build my way up. Not to mention, I don't like all-item GameShark cheats. I want lifestyle cheats at most, but not game-breaking cheats when I play. In any case, it's time to finish reading the books I stole earlier. I stole quite a bit. Dyne smiled and brought out bookcase after bookcase, and a pile of books also appeared and fell on the ground. Oh right, Terra, better teach Nova how to read. I suggest reading through some books on basic cultivation. Arya and Rena were amazed at the numerous bookcases. Arya, Rena, please feel free to take a look at these books and increase your learning. Dyne smiled as he stood up and began to touch the books. Rena noticed that one bookcase held various books on holy magic. Wow, that's amazing. There are books here that the Light Temple has, but I could not read. Rena was amazed. Some of them are things only the Cardinal of Martsit can read. And don't worry, I can make the Cardinal agree to train you. The Cardinal of Martsit? It's true. He has a high-ranking bishop as an ally. He should be meeting up with your family soon. Dyne continued to scan through the books and began with the cultivation books. Cultivation books? The method I thought you are the best. Strafe asked. Not for me, but for my allies. You gave me a great body that is practically capable of cultivating. I am a soul cultivator cultivating using the most advanced cultivation methods that steal life energy from my defeated foes and grow stronger through an experience system. I haven't forgotten what you said, that this cultivation method alone is an earth-shattering cultivation technique. It's good that you remember. So you plan to use this ability in absorbing their memories to be an effective teacher in the shortest time possible. Yes, I need to be a master of my own in the theories of cultivation. And who knows, perhaps, in their primitive and crude ways, they have discovered other means of cultivating. As you destined Legaia to be weak body cultivators but have stepped on soul cultivation to create Byron's spirit arts, maybe these mundane worlds have something to offer, or something that my genius could take care of. Dyne spoke as he brushed his hands on the books. After all, I am Patriarch of Byron Monastery. Dyne chuckled. The books he acquired came from various sources. The first set came from Char the Evil. Dyne then acquired books from the Light Temple of Martsit, the Wizard Yutters, books that the merchant Nabal had, and various books that the Arknights collected. When Dyne entered the castle, he took away the collections of the wizard and was given access to some of the books that the king had. With all these books in hand, there was just about every book for all forms of fields used in the cultivation world. He began to fall into a strange trance as he looked at the memories of various cultivators. The book that Dyne first saw focused on bodily cultivation and how to grow and ascend in the level. Theories of bodily training and how to maximize the life energy in the body were shown. But Dyne knew that this cultivation was weak and easily surpassed by taking the life energy of monsters through Strafe's technique. But as Dyne looked through the memory of the teacher, he realized that the teacher's passion lay solely on punching. So while Dyne grew in the knowledge of basic cultivation that Mardasert had, he saw the punching routines that this man trained in and the theories that he had. As Dyne's eyes opened, Dyne realized that he had been making a mistake. Pages, of course. These writers may have written books about the topics they knew about, but it might be possible for them to have written only small pages that they were truly passionate about. Dyne began to look over the books that were handwritten by the original writer and did not copy them. Dyne found a book that did not invoke his attention, but Dyne turned the book over and touched the pages instead of the book cover as he had done previously. Suddenly, Dyne saw a vision of a woman teaching cultivation to various archers. In that memory, Dyne saw the many attempts and experiments the archer tried to increase her power as an archer. First, various leg and eye training were shown, and soon Dyne even saw her strafing technique, which allowed her to lock on to enemies at a high distance. The vision ended, and Dyne was smiling. I was right. She wrote a book. Her passion was for this art. The book won't trigger a soul response, but a page can. Dyne quickly moved and started to focus his attention on scanning through all the books, including the other books he had previously looked upon, to gather more memories. Chapter 196. The Rewards of the Book 3. Dyne kept flipping through pages and found himself immersed in more and more memories. Soon Dyne had to stop and began to reassess the many memories he received and try to make some sense of them. The power of Dyne's soul cultivation appeared. His memories were taken from the unintentionally crafted soul legacies of these cultivators and experts. Dyne was able to see through the many techniques and training of these men. I've gotten better at so many things, Dyne smiled, but I need a way to keep track of it. Jito, you received the ability to convert my stats into a numerical value. Can you create a means to estimate my proficiency on these many skills of mine? And can you make it game-like? Dyne asked. Yes, that is quite easy. I can use your soul as a basis. Jito answered. Great. Use the Grandia setup for my weapons proficiency, or the one in Secret of Mana. And while you're at it, try to create more ways for me to check my other abilities, or measure my elemental spirit seed. You also have to add Grim stats into my skills, and even your own. Strafe? Could you help him? All right, but this may take a few hours. Strafe agreed. It's all right, we have time. Dyne answered. Dyne went back to his meditation and began to look over more books. He had gained a lot and even felt that his mastery over the weapons had increased. His technique with the sword, the bow, and even his hand-to-hand combat had increased. With his soul cultivation, absorbing the memories and began to integrate them into his own current skill sets. But as most of the books offered instructions in the art of the sword, Dyne was soon beginning to find interest in the way of the sword. Grandia, Tales, Final Fantasy VII, 8, 9, and even the 2 lunar games use the sword. Legend of Dragoon also does that. It does look cool, but I don't have any good weapons. Not unless I find the Sword of Mana. Dyne contemplated. While he was starting to find interest in the ways of the sword and how cultivators obsessed over it, he still hadn't found the right weapon. Oh well, I have many other games to play. I'll just make Vaughn practice this. Now that I think about it, I don't have to play them all. I can project my desires on all of them. Interesting. They'll be like my Pokemons. Dyne thought and began to think about how to incorporate all his knowledge to help his allies. Almost everyone in the cultivation world, and even Team Diablo, won't need this. But the Legaia heroes need to improve. Dyne decided. They can't rely on spirit forever. If they are to help me in the cultivation world, they will need to be cultivators too. Dyne decided to think of a plan to help them grow. Jito and Strafe were busy discussing how to finalize the stats display of Dyne. Dyne observed that the team of chocobos and puras had already dug deep enough that the edge of the chrysalis where their wild arm was could be seen. Rena, Arya, and Noah were all immersed in reading. Noah was slowly reading what the book said out loud. It was the first time that they had such books, and Tara was teaching her how to read. The other two ladies were all immersed in their reading. Arya caught sight of Dyne and gave Dyne a beautiful smile. Dyne's heart was racing and he buried himself back in reading. Arya chuckled and went back to her studies. Dyne calmed himself down for a bit. I wonder what the real Arya in my world would think. Dyne couldn't help but think about how this Arya looked so similar but was very different in her actions and speech. Arya kept reading the book and smiled. He's really a cute kid. Arya chuckled. What do you think, Arya? Arya secretly asked. He is. Isn't he? He reminds me of a friend of mine. He looks exactly like him but just way younger. Oh, a friend? Arya asked. It was in that other world that I told you about. On Earth. We were classmates. He was a bit of a nerd. I kind of liked him, to be honest. But he was too awesome. Too awesome. He didn't study, but he would get high grades. He was addicted to computer games, but all he needed was a few minutes of studying and he could ace the harshest of the test, even math. But he didn't have any interest in girls. But most of us just thought he could end up marrying a supermodel or something. Arya chuckled. I don't understand what that means, but I guess it's impressive. It's impressive where I come from. Are you really serious about your feelings for him? He is my savior and my lord. Why not? And to borrow your words, he is pretty awesome. Yeah, he's an amazing badass. But he also seems to like that Rena girl. Although you said that it's common for strong girls to have multiple husbands, or guys to have multiple wives, it just feels annoying. Arya sighed. In that area, I really don't mind as long as he treats me well. Most relationships in this world do not follow your world, Earth Arya. Beyond love, people marry here for cultivation. My question is, you would be bothered by my actions? I can hold back and wait, you know. I feel if I just keep making aggressive actions as you have suggested, I can get him. But if you feel uncomfortable, I can stop and wait. We cultivators live for a longer time, especially since being with him assures me that I can reach the martial expert realm at the very least. Nah, don't worry about my soul. I only have a few years left. My family is dead, and I really don't have any ways to live in this world apart from being some parasite on your soul. I suggested that you become more aggressive with him since I also feel what you feel. I just wish he is a bit older. I feel like some Shotokan making you flirt with that little boy. Arya laughed. What was that phrase you jokingly told me to say? Era. But I doubt it will work on people of your world. Especially that Dyne. If you say that he must belong to some ancient and powerful family, I'm sure he won't get what era means. Would it work if I used that on your friend on Earth? Arya playfully asked. I doubt it. I know he was a game addict. But all throughout high school, he didn't show any intention of watching animes. I wonder if he changed. I heard that he became a top military official and was earning a lot of money so that he could be his own Batman. What's Lord Dyne doing? Arya then noticed. Dyne had a peculiar expression on his face. He had moved over to the books of spells from wizards and gained a lot of memory. I wonder if this is possible? He created a magic formula in his soul. He failed, but it was because his theories were wrong. He tried to create a magic formula on an item that had not merged in his mind since it was not a complete mind palace core. But I have something similar. My elemental soul seed. What if I apply that to my soul seed? Dyne began to ponder. Hey, Kakatoraman, Dyne called out. The level 2 theater suddenly awoke. Master, I just finished the assimilation of this theater. Thank you for bestowing me with new dash. Yeah, whatever. I need you to do a half link with me. Most Serus need to be fully attached. But right now, you and Grim have minds of your own. Can you do a similar link with Grim? I already have made a soul contract, so it will be easy to do that. Good. I want you to help me create an attack. You were able to create attacks that chased the target, right? Aiming laser. Aiming laser? If you're talking about my previous attack, then yes. My previous body was made on theaters. So I tapped on the remnant soul of those theaters to concentrate on guiding the power towards a target. Good. Then, listen to this. Dyne began to give a series of instructions. I can do that, Kakatorman confirmed. Immediately, the theater wore itself like a small armor on Dyne's body. Nice! My stats increased by a point. Secretly, Kakatorman was amazed. A single point increase was too low. How strong is a master? Kakatorman wondered. Great! Hey, Choco! Dyne shouted. Choco was busy digging and perked up. Tell Choco to activate spirit and defend against my attack. Dyne asked Kakatorman. Kakatorman heard Jito rambling endlessly as if he was talking about someone and guessed that he was busy. Grim appeared on Dyne's hand. All right, my brimstone is the main source, and channeling the fire will be Grim, and Kakatorman's thunder will direct the fire, linking 3 magics with me and 2 powerful Serus. Dyne closed his eyes as he tried to create the magic formula made by the maid wizard. This wizard is a fire cultivator. Dyne began to concentrate and arrange the power of his soul. He set several chants and hand gestures to create power. The image of the chants followed what it was in the Westwood dungeon crawler game. Nox, the magic formula that the wizard thought was a theoretical way of harnessing and arranging magic into a certain pattern. If successfully made, the wizard who creates it may channel the magic force and activate it almost instantly as long as the rituals to unlock the seals was present. It was the same theory that they made to create souls and artifacts, but this one was done to a person. The man laid the foundation. Although he failed to Dyne, it opened the possibility to recreate the spells in the game of Nox. E.T. Dyne began with a hand symbol and he could feel the first seal of the magic formula he created. He felt that the seal weakened. Dyne chanted and did the hand symbol and the second seal was undone. Cha! The third seal was undone. At the last hand sign, Dyne felt the power surging from his heart. The magic formula is linked with Grim and Kakatorman. TSSSHH. 2 fire bolts that had a very light yellow form erupted from his hand and shot toward the 2 corners of the room. But as it was shot, it began to curve as Kakatorman directed it toward the target. Choco understood what was happening and activated spirit. Bang! Bang! The 2 firebolts struck Choco and created 2 small explosions. Choco remained standing and no harm was done to the Chocobo in the creation of the magic. You created a spell slot. Strafe finally took notice of Dyne's actions. Ha ha ha, magic of missiles created. I wonder how many magics I can create with this? Dyne laughed. Chapter 197. Garden Core. A day passed as Dyne kept reading and using his powers to create the spells. The Chocobos and the Puras kept on digging, and the rest were reading and studying the books they had. Dyne could have created magic with his brimstone power. The problem was that if he tried to summon it, it would be wild and unconstrained. That is why his only application was creating burst attacks that were close-ranged. Only his Hadouken that used Harness Spirit could have made a ranged attack. And so, Dyne opted to use close-range attacks including Dragon King Slash, Ripper Blast, and even the Shoryuken as they all used to burst and explosive power. But to control a fireball with such precise control required years and years of magic practice. Dyne didn't want to go through that, but now, learning the formula to create channeled spells allowed him to create powerful magic that only experts could create. While Dyne could perform various magic attacks using fire, brimstone, and earth elements, it lacked strength and precision. If Dyne created a fireball, it would just be a harness ball of fire that didn't have enough explosive or consolidated force to be used as a shot attack. But now, the missiles of magic had power and precision in their magic because of the formula that Dyne was able to form. A spell slot, that's quite advanced. That's how I made Brigandine, Strafe exclaimed. Oh, I see. You used the rune words as a form of means to have them have spell slots. So the rune knights can use those magics in that way. Dyne realized Strafe's intention. Unlike in the cultivation world, the world of Brigandine had limited magics unless a rune knight took up a powerful mage class. But special characters would have powerful physical attacks and still be capable of casting strong magic. Yes, I can't believe you found a way to make it this fast. My estimation is off by 2 months. Strafe sighed. The soul spirit of Strafe was still trembling. Unlike Strafe, who wasn't prideful, the soul spirit was extremely prideful. The appearance of a spell slot on a cultivator who hasn't even reached formation was a blow to the soul spirit's pride. Dyne continued to look over the many books that were present. Soon, he was able to find more and more souls on some of the pages. Most of the mages specialized in fire, which was the most common element that everyone could practice. But even though the books talked about fire, Dyne's mastery over magic in theory and application grew. Firebolt. Dyne formed a magic power that focused energy, creating a swift fire attack that was like a bullet. I'll combine this formula with the wild arm. Dyne thought and worked on another form. He created powerful, condensed fire energy that would explode. Although the attack was slower, it would still create a devastating force similar to the attacks that Ishrith showed him when they fought against Bishop's crone evil form. The knowledge and theories of those books helped him create a formula. While the attack is nothing to boast about, it'll be useful when paired with the wild arm. Dyne concluded. Nothing to boast about? Those are still martial formation level magic. Strafe cursed. Yeah, but that last enemy was something that only a high-leveled martial formation could take down. I guess you're right. Calamitous really made shocking changes. Quia. Oh, it's done. Dyne stood up and began to take back the books he brought out, except his allies were reading. Again, Noah shouted with joy. Dyne turned to observe what book Tara was reading. It was a children's book about a wolf and a little girl lost in the mountains. Tara sighed at the side and recounted the story again. Nanaki seemed to show intelligence as his tail wagged as he listened to the side. Dyne shook his head to observe the excavated area. Several Puras had dug on the ground around them and created a staircase leading to the bottom to see the full surroundings of the object. The object was about 2 meters tall and half a meter wide. It was a huge cylindrical object with turbines inside of it. This, isn't it from that game? Dyne shouted as he saw the form of the dynamo parts. The entire object was similar to the massive object locked deep inside a large building of one game. It looks like the engine of Balam Garden in Final Fantasy VIII. Amazing! The dynamo part is a magic harnessing artifact. Strafe exclaimed. What's that? Dyne was confused. While our science isn't as advanced as Earth, we do use objects similar to what you would call a generator or a power plant. This is an artifact that constantly harnesses magic power to create massive barriers that will constantly protect a city. We created artifacts that can draw out elemental power. This one is powered by lightning. No wonder Dr. Wily sent the wild arm here. It was meant to change this object. I see. So Calamitous created this to help me build a massive fortress-like Balam Garden. With that, transporting the armies of Leoric is possible. The hunters of Rim Elm, the monks, a Seru army. It's all possible now. That's right. This is a key component that master artificers and enchanters create. In the cultivation world, the strongest clans have created homes of great power that could easily kill gods. And Calamitous helped me shape Legaia into that. I couldn't do it since my knowledge of artificers and enchantments are not that good. But Calamitous is, so he probably helped those cultivators learn of this. But now you have the core for creating these massive fortresses. The design even follows what Calamitous made. Strafe concluded. This is going to be so awesome. Strafe, I just need to gather more parts, right? Yes, but you still will have to build a massive fortress to do that. You already made one. The floating castle. Dyne laughed. Of course. I already took Jito. I wonder how the fate energy you placed in Legaia will work to fulfill it. It will. This world is still my own. It will naturally force things and use my wisdom to fulfill all parts of the game. If the floating castle does still fall, I could focus on Juggernaut. Or maybe even Soul. Why not all three? Dyne's expression turned strange. The chocobos began to slowly push it out, and Dyne kept trying to send it to the monster hive until the entire object was finally stored. Once the storage was prepared, the group began its preparations to move out. 3 days have passed since Dyne's return to Legaia. In the south region of Snowdrift Cave, a strange scene occurred that day. For Gobu Gobus were running away. They had various wounds, cuts, and bites on their body. Behind them, 5 bat-like creatures chased after them. 4 had a sliver body and purple wings, but the fastest one had a brownish shade on his silver body, and his wings were colored neon green. The Gobu Gobus did their best to outrun the Varus, but their deaths were certain. Finally, one of them fell down as it could not run anymore. The three rushed back and tried to save their friend, which was rather strange among Gobu Gobus. The Varus rushed faster and prepared to use their blood-sucking attacks to finish off the Gobu Gobu. FWIP, 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 FWIP. The sounds of arrows flying were heard, and the arrow struck all the Varus. The piercing, high-pitched cry of the Varus was heard. Suddenly, 4 large, yellow birds appeared out of the mist. What a good haul! 5 Varus, and 1 level 2. Dyne laughed as he commanded the chocobo to rush forward. KZZZZT. Harnessing the power of Grim, the chocobo suddenly grew bright. On their chest was a threader attached to him. The Varus was tacked by the bolting chocobos. Dyne landed and punched one of the Vera. Jito! On it! Jito activated his power to absorb Vera. Arya, Noah, and Rina also appeared. Rina began to deliver powerful punches at Vera. Noah's acrobatic attacks landed, and Arya simply reached out and held the Vera on its neck as if it was an infant while repeatedly beating the level 2 Vera to the ground with repetitive punches. The Gobu Gobus were stunned at the scene and prepared to make their retreat. But as they turned around, several blue puras covered their retreat. The puras looked different as they had a darker color than the usual blue puras that the Gobu Gobus were familiar with. Wagak Kagak Yogak Agak Liskak. Dyne spoke in Gobu Gobu and told the group to not escape. The Gobu Gobu were startled at Dyne's mention. Kagak Mugak Kagak Nyogak Sigak Bertugo. Dyne called to them and told them that their appearance was similar to Bertugo. So this Gobu Gobu is probably the remnant survivor of Bertugo's tribe. What a coincidence! Dyne smiled. Not really. The karma system is placed here, which is governed by that fate spirit based on me have detected your alliance with this tribe. It's only natural that it will lead you to them, Strafe explained. Oh, so that's it. Dyne approached the group. He had completed absorbing the Vera.
Kirak Larak Larak Morak Vertugo?
Kagak Igak Bigak Gangak. Dyne answered with a simple phrase, meaning friend. At ease, puras and chocobos, these Gobu Gobu know the mountain. We could reach the other side of the mountain pass with their help. Dyne smiled. Chapter 198. Songi's Betrayal. The level 2 Vera was captured. 3 of the 4 level 1 Varus were absorbed by Terra, Jito, and Dyne himself took the last one. The process was very quick, thanks to Jito's power that had dark elements weakening the souls of the Vera. The last Vera and the level 2 Vera were sent into Jito's soul space. How are you, girls? Good thing you didn't go mad from the mist. Dyne looked at the 2 girls. This mist is really troublesome. Arya had a pained expression, but she had shown incredible resilience. Even Dyne was stunned at her reactions. Are you all right, Arya? The other Arya inside called out. Yes, thank you for helping me. The madness is really amazing. This is the only help I can offer. Arya sighed. Dyne turned to Rina and noticed that just like Noah, the mist had absolutely no effect on her. Rina, I'm all right. Just like little sister Rina, I'm all right. The mist is terrifying. I feel slow. Noah was flapping her arms as she did in the game. Thankfully, Terra is with me. But wow, Brother Dyne, you can talk to these Gobu Gobus? You've seen these creatures? Dyne thought Noah had lived all her life in Snowdrift Cave. Climbing to the exit required help from the Puras and Chocobos, and Noah alone would not have found a way in. A few fell in the cave a while back, but they all died from the Puras. Of course, I met another Gobu Gobu near Rim Elm who looked like them. They ought to be from the same clan. The mist brought terrifying wars among these creatures. It's not just humans who fell into dangerous situations. These ought to be the surviving members of their tribe. I guess these few are Bertugo's family. Family? What's family? Noah asked. Something closer than a friend. Me, Terra, Arya, and Rina are your family. Jito too. But he's sort of the black sheep. Jito shook his head in frustration. Closer than a friend? But these Gobu Gobu don't have a family? Don't worry, I plan to take them with me. They can help us find a way over the mountain. They'll have a new family soon. Dyne comforted. That's great. Big brother. Noah cheered and did a celebratory spinning jump with her hand held up high. Dyne turned to the tired and wounded Gobu Gobu, who held up their guard. Rena, heal them, Dyne ordered. Rena nodded and used the power of healing. The Gobu Gobu all shielded themselves instinctively, but then they felt their wounds close. Even the one closest to death felt the wounds recovering. Terra was amazed. He had seen Rena's magic heal wounds before, but the wounds that the Gobu Gobu who stumbled had were more severe. It's as if her power is even stronger than a Vera, Terra muttered. She probably has the same type of energy that Horn has, but Rena still needs to master that. Dyne spoke. Little brother, who is Horn? Rena asked curiously. Something like Jito, but it wields powerful light energy. I'll try to get him for you, but I may also give Horn to someone else as it would be redundant on you. Dyne then moved forward to talk to the Gobu Gobu. The Gobu Gobu were curious, and Dyne began to talk to them. He told them of Bertugo and the alliance between humans and Gobu Gobu and knew that their tribe was dead. Dyne then offered to bring them back to Rim Elm. The Puras showed servitude towards Dyne, which amazed the Gobu Gobu. As they were close to death, they accepted Dyne's offer and began to show them the way. They knew of a path that used the massive mountain region, but it was dangerous as it led to several Gobu Gobu bases and would even have gambos. Dyne showed no fear and nodded, and so the odd group made their journey. Days had passed since then. Back in the region outside Byron Monastery, Val and the hunters arrived back along with Vaughn. The monastery was in chaos. A terrifying event occurred. Sangi attacked several Byron monks and tried to kill Gala to acquire the Areseru in East Vox Forest. Any luck? Elder Zopu asked as the fans were turned on to blow away the mist and allow the group to enter. Val shook his head. We can't find him anywhere. Either he swam his way up to the East Forest, or he never went there at all. Val answered. Where are Tetsu and Gala? Guardian Kin asked. They stayed behind there. The placements of the fans were successful after all. The design of hydropower technology worked as the river was fast and strong enough. The fans have also been covered in dirt to make them look like mounds of dirt. But since the region does not draw in monsters in Seru, Master Teacher Gala and Tetsu volunteered to stay behind. Val explained. Vaughn, what of Sangi? Zopu asked. No good. We could not find him. We tried spreading out our senses and rode Calamity around East Vox Forest with incense. Meta's power detected every being and creature, but no Sangi. He isn't there anymore. The mist alone would have turned him mad, and the Serus have covered the place as the mist from the mist generator grew stronger. He hasn't trained that much to grow stronger. Vaughn explained. Could he have gone to the west? Zopu guessed. Why? Gala and Vaughn have already told him of the fruitless forest in the west. There is no Areseru there. Only the East Vox Forest has a Areser now. Guardian Kin argued. I know. I'm just trying to cover all possibilities. Zopu shouted back. Enough! A powerful eruption of red energy appeared on Vaughn's arm.
Byron monks?
Remember your training. Meta spoke. In Meta's training with fire energy and his teamwork with Vaughn, Meta finally learned how to cultivate the soul. The two of them cultivated, and soon Meta could talk to them clearly in the same way Guardian Kin could. Zopu and Kin became silent. They had treated Meta and other Areserus as saviors only lower than Patriarch Dyne. Harsh as it may sound, the truth is, Lord Dyne has long believed that Sangi would betray us. The visions he had seen and told us were scary. He will be the downfall of Byron. While you may still long for his return, the truth is, he has been corrupted. This is the evil of the mist. When Lord Teague birthed saviors and gave hope to this world, Sangi interpreted it as something to be desired and was given into the dark desires of wanting that power. Meta explained. The elder and Kin were silent. Elders, Vaughn spoke. Meta is right. Even I could see the hatred in Sangi's eyes. Master Dyne even told us and warned Gala of what may happen. Tetsu was warned, but even he never thought it was possible. He blames himself for not seeing through the signs. That's why he and Gala are guarding the Genesis tree in East Vox Forest. Vaughn is correct. They hope to meet Sangi there and put some sense in him. But you elders still have a monastery to lead. Depending on how you interpret and show Sangi's betrayal will become a model for Byron and all of its people. Meta reminded. You are right. It's just so painful to know that Songi would even want to betray us. We know. That is why, the entire time we planted the fans in Eastvox Forest, Vaughn and I said nothing to you but trained hard and prepare for Songi's betrayal. We knew that he would lust after the Areseru and try to retrieve it forcibly. Unfortunately, he may appear soon, and he might not be the same Songi you knew but could be corrupted by the madness of the mist. The two were silent. But there is still hope. He's here. He's here. A few days ago, I sensed it, and Calamity and Catastrophe also spoke of it. They could sense Lord Dyne's power. This is good. Patriarch can help us. Elder Zopu shouted in relief. Inform everyone that Patriarch is back. He survived the basilisk and may be in control of another Areseru. Zopu nodded, and he and Kin immediately made preparations to make the grand announcement and cheer the monastery. Dyne's back. That's great. Val shouted and also ran to inform the other hunters. Vaughn was left alone, and he went towards his room. Should we tell them, Meta? No. We'll tell Lord Dyne. That being must have combined with Songi. That's how he escaped us. That thing looked like a Araseru. That was a wild arm, but the power of that wild arm was so strong. It felt like a Araseru but much more insidious. I believe that it's only time that we sensed Lord Dyne's return with Jito. He could be the only one who can explain what is happening to this. Meta sighed, unknown to everyone, even to Strafe, the dark forces and parasites that Calamitous sent inside and the alternate time world were starting to overlap. Chapter 199. Attacking the Gobu Gobu village. In another world, in another time, in another Legaya, an old man was seated in his lab. In this timeline, the war against Sol and Konkrum had just begun. Next to him was a tall man dressed in royal robes. Holy Emperor Etornes, this is our destiny. The power it seems our destiny in this world is to lose and become part of a weapon called the Mist. Rogue, the legendary Areseru, will aid them to create it, the Mad Doctor declared. Then what do you recommend? The Emperor asked. He had a very humored expression. I need resources to finish my creation. I have found an ally who has battled against Rogue and bested him. He has already sent himself across time into that future. It is also through him that you see the state of Drake Continent. And you can be sure that Sol is in similar states. An ally that has time traveled? I thought it to be impossible at first. But something happened in this world that connected it to the future. Even now, I am looking for the cause. But regardless of the cause, the means to move into that future is possible now. And there, my creations are ripe for the picking. I plan to create several wild arms and hide them all over the world. They will need time to grow. But while we don't have that time now, we can travel to the future and acquire it where it has matured and grown strong for us to obliterate Konkrum. This makes a good bedtime story, Dr. Usha. My name is Dr. Wiley. Whatever. The Emperor laughed. Suddenly, the Emperor felt a strange force appear. He saw a strange vision. But in this vision, he wasn't king. But his brother became king. King Itora VIII, named after the previous king and the eldest son of two, became king. In this future, Sol lost as a malevolent power rose. It was the mist that covered the land. He saw the great and amazing vision and showed the state of Sol. And yet, a large mist generator flew over the land of Callisto. The future was grim as those who won became mad demons preparing to use their Sero-controlled armies to attack the monster kings. King Etornes had seen the vision and saw his unkingly version and how he died at the hands of his own men who protected him as the mist drove it mad. The vision was so scary, but he felt a strange gripping feeling despite the strange scenes and made him believe this was real. You fool! I manipulated you and forced you to be king instead of your brother to change history. My actions have caused Rem to sense it, and Rem has already made his counteractions. An angry voice echoed out. Who are you? I am Byron, the man who became time. The shout occurred and lifted the king off his feet. Who? The Emperor was scared. The image of a bald man with a red elemental spirit seed on his forehead appeared. Byron! That was my name. I have crossed through a time of this world and found the truth. And I refuse to be a soul made by this god. Strafe. I will be my own god and craft my own name. I will be Sigma. The bright light flashed, and King Itorna found himself on the ground. Do you believe my tale now? Dr. Wiley asked. That is Byron. And yes, he is that Byron that monks worship. He became a being known as a Ariseru when he died. But now, he has pierced through the chains of creation and learned of the world known as the Cultivation world. A land where gods like the one that made this one is uncountable in number. He also learned of another world, another timeline that splits between this world. He plans to get it right this time and conquer the world. The legendary rebel of the Ariseru, who was also Byron's greatest enemy, Rogue, is still alive in this world, and our mission is to find a way to save him again. But this time, Byron, or Sigma, wishes to work with Rogue. Dr. Wiley explained. Itorna was still trembling at the vision. Who are you? It was then that King Itorna realized that this wasn't the eccentric, caring, and kind Usha. Who was this Wiley? I am Dr. Wiley, the genius doctor that forged soul into what it was. I was there fighting with Byron in that pointless war plotted by the god Teague. I managed to pass on my mind across the time, and now the time to conquer and become gods is here. I have sent all my previous creations to that world. They are building a means to transport to and back without problems. What are your plans? If it's the wild arm of legends, we could win. No. Sigma has seen the future. If not for them, a powerful team of Ariseru warriors might come. We have to be ready for that. And we have a problem. Rem. Rem? The god of time that the people of Sabucus Island worship. Yes, that is a real god, a lot of time, and as Rem also exists in that other timeline, the two have created a scenario that may foil our plans. And so, we have to act quickly. We have to forge an alliance with King Suryu to create those gigantic Serus. And we have to acquire all Ariserus. They will be a great basis for my ultimate Wild Arm. Wild Arm Zero, Dr. Wiley laughed. Back in the main world, on the mountains north of Drake Castle, the village of Gobu Gobu was located at the top. It had a plentiful harvest of healing leaves and healing fruits and was the strongest Gobu Gobu village in the region. Leading it was a High Gambu. This was an enemy that was only found near Ratayu. But here it was. The location of the village was ideal for the Gobu Gobu. It used to have an outpost of Drake Castle and guarded the region against various monster nests, including Gobu Gobus. But when the mist came, all of the guards had moved inside Drake Castle, where everyone gave in to the powers of the mist. With an outpost abandoned, the Gobu Gobus made a village here and became the main headquarters for capturing lone Jamards found near Drake. There have been cases where the group was able to ambush and kill a senior that roamed near the mist generator. To the east of this, down the mountain path was MT Rakuro, which allowed this village to hunt Veracerus, and the abundance of massive caterpillars was a delicacy to the Gobu Gobu. A squad of Gobu Gobus and a Gambu were returning from the mountain path below and had a Vera held out. The Vera tried to squirm, but it couldn't escape the grasp of the Gambu. KWH. A strange cry was heard and made the Gambu pause and stop. Crash. A massive yellow bird charged right through them. The Gobu Gobus were all alerted at the sudden sounds and rushed towards the trail leading down the mountain. For yellow birds stood and then shouted once more. A dozen blur puras were found behind them.
Suga longa.
A Gambu ordered the charge. The Gobu Gobus rushed forward, but the puras suddenly dropped to the ground as they approached all. Two theaters had already finished charging. Zap! The powerful beam cut through as the lasers crisscrossed and killed so many Gobu Gobu and Gambus. The elephant-like cries of the Gobu Gobus were heard at the massacre. Those further up the mountain froze at what they saw. KWH. The Chocobo leading the charge gave the orders and the team attacked. Big Brother Dyne. Is this all right? Noah asked as he saw the harsh deaths. Noah, those Gobu Gobus only want to harm. Even before they would kill people and kidnap them. Terra explained. These creatures only know to kill and act on instinct due to their poor intellect. But they can be taught and trained. Bertugo and Brad are rather loyal Gobu Gobus. But this village is evil. We'll save the Gobu Gobu prisoners and the women Gobu Gobus that they use to reproduce. They must be leaving rather pitiful lives right now. Dyne spoke and led the team on a different path that led directly to the back of the outpost. As the battle began, the Gobu Gobu began to crowd and tried to stab their weapons at the chocobo. But the spirit energy of these marching chocobos was too much. Crash! The ranks of the Gobu Gobu fell, and the Puras began to march forward. The battle began to draw attention as the whole village rushed to fight. A Gobu Gobu stabbed a Pura, and the attack made a deep wound as the Pura retreated. An arrow flew and killed another Gobu Gobu who was about to make an attack. Arya stood at the back and kept shooting. Rina began to heal the wounded Puras while the chocobos would circle and charge back, killing several on each attack. The battle continued, and the Gobu Gobus were losing. Soon, the high Gambu took action and finally appeared with several Gambus. It gave an angry roar. There it is, the high-leveled creature. It's similar to a high-leveled martial novice. Arya observed. Should we fight? Rina asked. No need. I think Lord Dyne must have already found the Gobu Gobu prisoners and secured them. He should be acting soon. The words of the magic formula were spoken. A massive fireball shot from inside on of the small buildings of the outpost and aimed for the high Gambu. Boom! Roar! The elephant-like roar echoed out once more as the high Gambu screamed in pain. Ha! Stronger than I thought. Dyne laughed as he stepped out. With him was Noah, the 4 Gobu Gobu he saved, and a group of beaten Gobu Gobu. Several female Gobu Gobu also appeared, and some were even nursing baby Gobu Gobus. Sagak Angak Angak Igak Togak? Dyne shouted and asked for the evil god totem. Is it Angak Igak Togak? Or Anaito? Dyne mused for a bit. Chapter 200, The Missing Gods of Legaya. The easy defeat of the high Gambu caused the morale of the Gobu Gobu to dwindle. Anaito? Dyne asked again. He was confused about whether the evil god totem would be called Angak Igak Tagak, or simply Anaito, as the Gobu Gobu had the practice of calling nouns without the gak. Anaito, one of the Gobu Gobu allies of Dyne, clarified and pointed at a house. So it's there? Good. The high Gambu shouted angrily at Dyne. Boom. The high Gambu was burned to crisps. Except for the children and the women, kill everyone. We have a long journey, and I need the Puras and the Gobu Gobu to grow stronger. Dyne gave his orders as Grim appeared. What? Rina was stunned. KWH, the Chocobos and the Puras charged and attacked. The Gobu Gobu allies of Dyne followed Dyne to combat. Terra, stop Dyne. Terra, Noah cried out suddenly. Noah, this is Gobu Gobu village. They are evil. The Gobu Gobu that Dyne found can become good. But this village has done many things that will break your heart. They can't become our allies. Why? Why, Terra? She asked. Because this village is strong. It is used to power. Look at what they did. Do you see all the women Gobu Gobu? They have been treated as slaves and are mainly used to increase their population. Many have probably died from constant childbirth based on the number of female Gobu Gobu you rescued. But they kept doing it to get stronger. The madness of the mist has made them like this. Noah, I know your kind heart thinks that this is cruel. Lord Dyne is right. They have to die. Terra began to explain. Dyne's entry to the battle and Arya's charge began, and the death count was quickly growing. The battle ended quickly with no need to create a distraction to free the female Gobu Gobus and the slaves. Dyne ordered Terra to divide the spoils so as to help everyone level up as he moved and found the evil god totem inside a room. The evil god totem was a small carved idol with the figure of a strange man with 3 heads and 6 arms. An Azura? Azuras are beings in the cultivation world. If you have it in your culture, it might mean that some creatures in our world must have journeyed into yours and were allowed to live for a time. Ha! So many of our religions and superstitions are because of some cultivators trying to go here. You have no idea, Strafe laughed. Anyway, I knew that these totems would have some sentience, but this feels alive. It's like a Ari Seru in terms of soul. The Gobu Gobu village that you are in might have conquered several. No less than 3 totems need to create. Dyne approached and was about to hold on to the totem. But suddenly, a strange force repelled Dyne's arm. Jito, it seems that you found a good and cruel host. Several voices spoke together. The idol came to life and was like a toy. Evil god, it's good to see you again. Jito respectfully greeted. Are you here to kill me? The age of God is over. I really don't have the strength or the desire to fight you guys again. Oh right, you were neutral. The evil god laughed. What happened to you? Why is your soul hiding in these totems? Are you planning to start another war? So, you all were unable to find out what had happened, eh? I guess that start of your slumber stopped you from sensing it. Something happened back then after the war. Didn't you wonder why no gods are awake now and why all fell into slumber? Even Rem. I assumed thought that they were also like us, weakened. I'm sure the other Araserus must have concluded that when they woke up. They are gods. They don't need to rest like you. The unholy god rebelled after you guys moved in those Genesis trees. Who is the unholy god? Jito was confused. The unholy god rebelled? Dyne frowned. He knew that there would have been a god since the unholy icon existed in the game. But from Jito's words, even he didn't know of the unholy god's existence. Shut up, human. This is just between Jito. I don't need some human to talk to me. If you want to talk to me, be like Byron and become a Ariseru yourself. The evil god shook his head in disdain. Oh boy, Jito sighed. He knew that the evil god's temper would result in this. Who? Really? Dyne smiled and harnessed Brimstone's energy. Wah what? What power is this? You are darkness if I'm not mistaken, but you have another element which is time. Interesting. Then I'm sure that my brimstone can purge you. Dyne smiled sadistically. Impossible. You are a Ariseru. Evil god, meet Lord Dyne. A friend and disciple of Lord Teague. What? Ah! Dyne ruthlessly grabbed the idol and harnessed the brimstone energy to attack the totem. Ah! I'm dying. I don't need some remnant god soul here. If you want to talk to me, be like Strafe and become a god yourself. No. Mercy. Why should I? What can you do? Dyne questioned. I am a powerful god. I can help you. Are you stronger than this? Dyne brought out the wild arm. The moment he brought it out, the evil god totem felt a powerful soul and could even see the form of the Ifrit. What is that? The evil god was responsible for creating and experimenting on many massive and strange beasts. But the soul was something he could never create. The Ifrit itself was weaker than the evil god's real form. But right now, the evil god was so weak that the soul of the Ifrit surpassed it. Master, that totem will increase my powers. The Ifrit explained. Yeah, he should. But I'm still negotiating. I guess that this evil god could grow stronger with the more evil totems it can absorb. But what is your purpose? Strafe won't tell me since this is still part of the game and his side quest. Unless I ask nicely. Dyne chuckled. Evil god. Lord Teague is actually with him. When Lord Teague left, he was actually with this boy and hoped to cultivate this boy into a level of godhood similar to his. If you obey him, you could become a more powerful god. I'm sure right now, and your other selves are looking for you. Other selves? Dyne asked. I'm not too certain. With what I know about soul cultivation, I don't know how the evil god did this. But he has many souls. Jito answered. The evil god's soul comes from certain prisoner master captured and sealed in the Imaginarium Bond. Strafe explained. That soul of that person is quite strong, and he developed a cultivation technique that Earth would call samsara or the rebirth cycle. He or she wanted to increase his or her soul and used that technique to be reborn several times. The soul of the original person was divided into 1,000 smaller ones and used to be reborn as many in the cultivation world, with the destiny of becoming one. This person was quite strong. And when I recreated the soul, I made the original soul, but since the original soul made that technique, the defeat and the attack of the unholy god caused the evil gods to separate and create evil god totems and even the evil god icon with a small portion of its soul. I see. So this totem has several souls reunited. Correct. It's a little side quest I made for you. You lived the skeleton side quest in Chrono Cross, which you look for parts to rebuild an ally. The intention is sort of like this. Wow, that sounds fun. Thanks, Strafe. If I give you cultivation-related godly techniques, you say nothing. But if it's something game-related, you become thankful. Strafe secretly grumbled. All right, as quests should be triggered by NPCs, tell me, evil god, what happened? Who is the unholy god? Dyne asked. The unholy god had been observing my battle with the war god. You see, the unholy god is something like Remington. She is a high god. You Ariserus only knew of Rem when he appeared to banish Rogue. But in truth, another high god existed. The unholy god was angry at the resolution. She hated how the war god and I lived after all that had happened to Legaia. She waited for all Ariserus to be sealed in the Genesis trees, and she took action and appeared to kill us. That battle was not as long drawn, but it ended quickly. The unholy god wielded a powerful power to end things. As Rem was the god of time, her job was to ensure the mortality of this world. Entropy. Dyne guessed the element that this god had. Correct. We all fought against her. Finally, together with Rem, we were able to defeat her. But Rem's soul was also weakened, and we all fell to our respective slumbers. I was nearly killed, and I had to use this and trigger the many totems I left to gather energy in hopes of reforming my body. It may seem selfish as it awakened greedy and evil monsters like this, but I had no choice. I didn't want to die. What about the war god? He sealed himself in the land of the monster kings. Ferdy is somewhere in the deep underwater rivers in Drake, and the wind god chose to be among men in Callisto. The Soren camp. Dyne guessed. I told you everything. Please, don't kill me, the evil god pleaded. All right, I guess I can keep you, but first, tell me how you did those crazy experiments and created the monster kings. Dyne gave a sinister smile. Chapter 201, The Evil God. While Terra was busy distributing the experience points from the fallen Gobu Gobus, Dyne began his insidious torture of the evil god totem. After much suffering at the hands of Dyne, the evil god squealed and began to tell Dyne what happened. All right, I'll talk, the evil god screamed. Then get to it. Tell me everything. Fine, but before I begin the tale of how I did it, let me talk about the past. This is because it is in an era before the Ariserus was born in Noru Valley. The evil god explained. Dyne nodded and listened. He was curious and felt that possible side quests existed in Legaia that involved the gods. Unfortunately, even the Ariseru knew very little about the gods. When Lord Teague created this world, and it was still forming, several strange creatures were entering this dimension. A beast of strange form was trying to breach in. Before the Ariserus, who were the ones who became guardians of Legaia, we the gods fought to defeat the horde of monsters. Dyne guessed that these monsters were from the worlds of Brigandine and Breath of Fire 4. But as Legaia was still young, Teague instructed us to focus on building the planet of Legaia where his other half lived. As you know, Teague created two forms of body. The first was his spirit, which resided in Noru Valley, while Teague's other half lived in Legaia and created the humans. The fight against these beasts was hard-pressed, and although we were stronger, the enemies were more numerous. So Teague created the Ariserus, which had a portion of our power. While they were weaker, the many Ariserus became the guardians that prevented these beasts from entering. Is this true? Is this why Rogue is not counted in the 10 Ariserus? Dyne asked Jito. There were many Ariserus created in that era. We Ariserus used to guard that region and Yami led the defense. There were more than 50 Ariserus at that time. The memories you have in the game are from a time after that war. Each time a Ariseru died in battle, the powers of that Ariseru would be given over to another. Rogue had the most as he commanded several elements. When the war between the evil god and the war god began, only 23 Ariserus left, including Rogue. All 50 of the original Ariserus fought and fought until Lord Strafe completed the sealing of the world. I see. So I'm assuming for these beasts to get to Legaia, the strange beasts had to cross over to Noru Valley first. That is correct, Jito confirmed. And the 23 were further reduced to 10 after Rogue's rebellion. I get it. What was the conflict about? The war god and I had some disagreements regarding the beasts that were beyond Legaia. I wanted to lead an offensive attack and kill all of the invaders. At that time, Lord Teague had vanished, and we were all up to our tasks. I wanted to enslave the humans and use them to attack the other world. We will use the protection of the completed seal to marshal our forces and attack. The war god disagreed as he gave value to the lives of these humans. And that disagreement turned into a battle between us. Soon, Rogue told me how my powers of corruption could create hideous monsters similar to those beasts. And so I did. How did you do that? We threw all the monsters that survived into an island in Legaia when the monsters surrendered. It was Teague's will that they would be spared. And it was those monsters that I used to make hybrid beasts. My darkness is even greater than Yami's darkness. Rogue suggested that my darkness can transform and corrupt these creatures if I inject it during their birth. I see, so you used the darkness to corrupt them. Interesting. Dyne recalled the chocobo. Was it possible to turn them into stronger versions using this method? And so the virus-type monsters were born. Using my darkness that inflicted all these creatures, and they gave birth to many atrocities. Virus-type. Dyne perked up at the familiar term. The war god did the same and created beasts that were born of various elements she controlled. She? The war god's a girl? Dyne asked. Yes. She is. Even Jito was stunned. The avatar that she creates looks like a man, which confuses most. Anyway, since she couldn't bestow her holy energy on these creatures, she created other means by instilling elements of the light. Lightning and fire creatures were born until finally light. She called these creatures vaccine type to counter mine. Virus and vaccine. Then there should be a third type. The data type. Oh? You know about data type? Yes. Those monsters that weren't born but maintained their original form had allied with either the war god or me. These monsters were not peaceful and had their corresponding enemies. Since they were trapped in Legaia, they had no choice but to ally with one of us. These are the data types. Some monsters allied with me as I promised them to be rulers of Legaia should they win. Like the basilisk? Dyne guessed. The basilisk had earth. Dyne guessed that the wind and earth types would be born of these data types. You know of the basilisk? Lord Dyne has slain one. Jito clarified. Slain? Impossible. Joro, urine. Dyne called out, and the two creatures perked out. What? The evil god was shocked. I tamed its youngling after I killed it. Then, I used its powerful earth energy to create them. Believe it, evil god. You are talking to Lord Strafe's chosen. Amazing. It seems that Lord Strafe has a talented disciple. Interesting. So it's Digimon World, after all. Dyne ignored the evil god's words and was obsessed with yet another game. He knew that Digimon had virus, vaccine, and data types. The Skullgreemon was one of the hints, and the Kakatoraman was another. I'm guessing Dr. Light took some creatures that the war god created and based it as a reference for his wild arms. The evil god talked in detail about how he created monsters that mixed all forms of creatures in Legaia and began to name them. He took the monsters and creatures that roamed the plane and experimented and kept creating monsters through his corruption while the war god made her creations with blessings from her power. The descriptions of each creature that they created made Dyne jump for joy. That's a Patamon. A freakin' Patamon. Dyne shouted in joy as the evil god detailed how the war god was able to imbue her power and create a monster born regularly but had light. They were still data type but had the war god's holy energy. Rewrite. The two of us soon began to add more of our powers when the Cerus came, and soon the monsters that we had were able to evolve. Digivolution, Dyne shouted. Yeah. And we were also able to fuse two existing creatures to create one. DNA Digivolution, that's the stuff, man. Dyne shouted as he trembled in joy. Is something wrong with him? The evil god finally asked. Yes, but that's not something that we can fix. Jito shook his head. This is fun. So tell me, is there a way to create eggs for these monsters? Dyne asked. What? Jito was shocked at Dyne obsession. Actually, yes. You have got to be kidding me. Jito shook his head but recalled that Strafe created this world for Dyne. You see, the battle with Unholy God was so treacherous. Rem had just used his powers in time, and all of the other gods were too weak to fight. I know that the other gods have tried to find ways to be reborn and cultivate to become gods. But right now, we are all very weak. Weaker than the Arecerus. Our physical forms are like that. If we can find the right energy and are fed enough, we can grow back. Maybe the other gods decided to go with this route and be reborn as monsters. Wait, you mean All the gods have become Digimon eggs. I'm not sure about eggs, but I used this way. I spread out my soul and divided it to create totems for the Gobu Gobu, who can hunt and grow to help me regain my strength. If I become strong enough, I can create a cocoon and turn into one of the monsters that I created. Then it's settled. You will become my Digimon. I guess I should be happy. The evil god shrugged. What happened to the unholy god? We were able to kill him. He's dead. Yeah, that sounds very suspicious. He's probably out there. Maybe he's going to be the Crimson Lord or GIA in Digimon World 2 or that Analogmon in Digimon World 1. Or maybe both. That's right. The unholy god might be alive in Sigma's world. Dyne theorized. Jito and Strafe were both shaking their heads at Dyne's fantasies, but secretly agreed that this was true. How can I make you an egg? Dyne asked. The easiest way is Genesis Tree. I can gain enough power from Noru Valley to help me grow. The evil god explained. Looks like all roads lead to a Genesis Tree. Then I'm guessing that you need to be reborn again and again until you transform into a perfect form. Dyne asked. That's actually right. How did you know? The evil god was amazed. Just a wild guess. But why do you need to do that anyway? My lifespan as a monster. I have to become a monster and harness more energy to be able to assume a stronger form on my rebirth. My physical lifespan is very limited as I am a god trapped in a mortal body. The body cannot hold my soul. Gotcha. So I need to help you devour more and more creatures and grow stronger in each life as a monster. Right? So you can digivolve. Yes, that's correct. Just like Digimon World. Let's do this. Make a soul vow to serve me. I guess I should. The evil god sighed. Now, for the most important part. Where do you poop? And is there like a way for me to know when and where you need to poop? Dyne tackled one of the more annoying elements in Digimon World. What the fragment? Chapter 202. The boy with blue hair. With the Gobu Gobu village taken, and the outpost captured, Dyne gave out the orders to the team who were now stronger. The gold that they acquired was plenty, but Dyne also brought out more gold to help every Gobu Gobu level up. The Gobu Gobus were amazed at Dyne's generosity. The Puras also were stunned as Dyne gave them some. Even the women and young Gobu Gobu leveled up from the abundance of gold. But as for the Chocobos, they received experience from Terra's ability to harness and distribute life energy. As beings with souls, they naturally learned the way to harness life energy. Noah leveled up several times along with Rina. Rina was amazed at the method that Terra used and commented on how powerful it was. Soon, Noah reached level 5 from this. Rina had risen 1 level and reached level 7 of the martial advent stage. Dyne harvested the various healing items that the Gobu Gobu had farmed. Healing leaves, flowers, and berries were present. So the Gobu Gobu steals items from the Jamards and Xinwar down below. They farm it here and offer the life energy to you, the evil god. I need a lot of life energy to start my evolution. With your Arecerus, I don't need this as you can awaken Genesis trees. I'll probably have to kick off my journey a bit earlier than expected. Dyne knew that Calamitus's traps wouldn't wait for him. As Dyne returned, he noticed a strange phenomenon that occurred as the female Gobu Gobu leveled up. Their appearance was slowly becoming more human. The more Dyne observed the women, the more he couldn't help but wonder why their women were far prettier than the monstrous male form. They look almost human. A female Gambu will shock you. It will look human and could even attract humans. Really? Dyne was confused. Check it out yourself. In this goblin world, men took advantage of women because of their weaker forms. But if you invest in one and make it a high Gambu, you'll have an attractive warrior with the beauty that can even challenge the most beautiful of humans. You're sick. It's not me. Goblins in the cultivation world follow that evolutionary path. I just gave goblins a divergent form here in Legaia. Strafe defended. Oh, you should have clarified that. I thought you were doing some sick means to set me up with a goblin. Well, considering how perverted you are, I have a feeling that you might be attracted to a high Gambu. And remember, those are just the last evolution in Legaia. In the cultivation world, they can grow into a stronger creature called the Grendel. The Grendel from Beowulf? Just cultivate. Right now, you already have impressions in your head. In the cultivation world, it's not new for a human cultivator to marry a pig that managed to cultivate. Really? Who married you? Jito was having a very pained expression as he saw his creator receive a tremendous burn. After everyone had their share of level-ups, the Gobu Gobus all vowed to serve Dyne. Dyne soon discussed if there was a way down the mountain without passing through Drake Castle. Soon, one of the Gobu Gobu women captured from another tribe spoke and said that the Gobu Gobu had used an underground path in the mountain. It led to a secret spring that the Gobu Gobus used and was why they could survive for so long and cultivate great farmland. I see. Drake water. Spring must be here. This is great. I missed that tasty water. Dyne laughed. The Gobu Gobu led the way, and soon, they found themselves walking down a deep, dark cave. Dyne brought out Grim, who lit up the path. The path was pretty straightforward, and the team soon reached the spring. Noah was so excited to see the spring as the water source in Snowdrift Cave was so small. But this one was deep and wide. Everyone began to take their time and swim. Torches were set around, and Dyne began to drink the cold water. I wonder if I can swim from here to Drake? Dyne wondered. He could feel that the spring led to an underground river. Dyne brought out the evil god. Hey, evil god. The water god should be right around this area. Right? So you already know. Yes. The powerful magic and life in the water are because of her presence. There should be a totem far stronger than mine in there. She must have done this when she sensed the mist. She sacrificed her power to create this water source that will protect people. What an honorable god. Unlike you. They don't call me the evil god for nothing, you know? Suddenly, Dyne felt a strange current in the water. The water god. She's expanding her life source. What's going on? Jito? What's going on? This feels like powerful time/space magic. It seems like the water god is redirecting something here. Suddenly, the light flashed out, and the entire spring had a strange glow. Get out of the water, Dyne shouted. Noah and Rena quickly jumped out of the water. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water and began to panic as if he was drowning. Dyne saw it and was shocked. Vaughn, Dyne shouted as he jumped in and pulled the young man up and was coughing. Thank you, the young man thanked Dyne. You're not Vaughn. Dyne was shocked. The young man was in his teens. He looked older than Sangi and Gala. However, his appearance resembled Vaughn, and he had dark blue hair. The young man looked around and was shocked to see Gobu Gobus, Puras, and several large birds that the young man couldn't identify. Even a wolf stood next to Dyne and was growling. Nanaki, calm down, Dyne ordered as he made Grim harness a brighter flame so he could see the man clearer. Monsters, the young man shouted. Relax, kid, Dyne called out. Oh right, I'm a kid too. Arya, deal with this. Dyne called to Arya, who appeared right in front of the kid. Arya didn't hide her power. The young men felt it and were shocked at the power of Arya. This person was stronger than the strongest people in the village. In fact, not even the kingdom or the monastery had someone as strong as her. Do not worry. Those monsters are our servants. Pleased to meet you. I'm Arya, and this is Master Dyne. Master Dyne. All right, tell us what happened. Why did you pop out of this spring? Spring? Where am I? Dyne then recalled the words of Jito that the water god redirected the power towards this location. This is in the Drake Mountains. You must have triggered strange magic that forced the water god, Ferdy, to send you here. Ferdy? The Drake Mountains? Why am I here? The last thing I remembered, I was in Rim Elm to visit my sister. She was getting married and I and my friend decided to comb the beach to look for shells and scales to give to my sister for her wedding. Dyne's gaming sense tingled. The scenario was different, but it was familiar. Drowning, water god, time/space magic, combing the beach for some shells. Wait a minute, what about the mist? How can you guys be so carefree? The what? You don't know what the mist is? What's the mist? Jito and Strafe realized what was happening. They had seen Dyne's memories and knew many games that Dyne played. That crazy son OAF fragment did it. He really did it. Strafe was shocked at Calamitus's creativity. Another Legaia exists. And the scenario, it's just like that game, Jito shouted as well. Blue hair, and an appearance that looks like Vaughn. I get it. Tell me, is your sister going to be married to a man named Val? Yes, you know brother Val. What's going on? Tara asked. The blue hair, of course. That guy also had blue hair. Dyne realized it. Vaughn took after his mother, Nora, in appearance. In the game, it was revealed that Nora had Vaughn's trademark blue hair, and this purely aesthetic game feature was turned into a continuity that Calamitous built upon. Blue hair, common hair color in PS1 RPG games. In fact, there are a few main protagonists of JRPG games that have that very hair color. Rudy Rough Knight of Wild Arms, the Ryus of the Breath of Fire series. Then we have Vaughn of Legaia. But there is another one who had an oddly familiar scenario like yours. Dyne approached. There was madness in his eyes. The mad obsession reflected in Dyne's eyes caused the young man to feel great fear. I'll tell you this isn't the Legaia, you know. I'm guessing you have been thrown decades into the future. Your sister is Nora, right? Yes. Where is my sister? In your world, she's alive and well. In this one, she's dead. What? What are you talking about? My sister's dead. Relax. Your real sister is still alive. You were with your friend. Is her name Lena? How did you know? Who are you? And lastly, do you have a red bandana that you like to wear over your head? Yes. What's going on? My friend, this is the world of Legaia. More than a decade has passed since you drowned in that sea. You time-traveled and reached this place. No, rather, you found a way to travel from that parallel world with a different time into this one. You are Surge, the Chrono Trigger, Dyne announced as he spoke like an evil Black Panther demon in the Chrono Cross games. Chapter 203, Sprite-Human Hybrid. Surge was so confused when Dyne began to explain where they were and what had happened. He was stunned as he went outside and couldn't believe what was happening. It was just too much to absorb. I'm in a world that is more than a decade older than the ones in my memories? This mist have nearly wiped out all of humanity as the Serus became evil. Surge mumbled in disbelief. The Serus that they used to protect themselves against monsters were now the cause of many deaths. Surge wouldn't believe it and moved up the cave and saw the thick mist that covered the bottom of the mountain. But my village Arnie, what became of it? He asked with a worried expression. Was there a village called Arnie in Legaia? Dyne asked Strafe. I don't know. Remember that I only had so much power to create fate. In this world, while there could be a few villages near Rim Elm, it shouldn't have made Arnie. I'm guessing that it only exists in the alternate world that Calamitous created. I thought so. Dyne turned to Surge. Listen, this is the future, but you are the Chrono Trigger. Did you previously have an experience of drowning in the past? Answer me. What happened to my village? Relax, Surge. Geez, you are supposed to be a silent protagonist. Dyne complained. I am usually quiet, but my hometown is all right. As I said, you are the Chrono Trigger. You are something that connects the two timelines between this world and yours. Your world still exists. Everything that I said has not yet happened, and we can stop it from happening. You've entered the Twilight Zone. This is a world that is different. The other world exists, but in this world, you will meet people from your memory. But things have changed. Dyne kept explaining the details to Surge, who was so confused. Rena and Arya, on the other hand, were amazed. How did Big Brother Dyne know all this? This place is so mysterious. Rena was amazed. Arya was a martial formation expert, but she couldn't believe the tale and explanation of Dyne. The pair had learned more about Legaia and already understood what Dyne had always told them about living in another world. But now they were shocked to know that there was more than one world. It just didn't make any sense. Noah was asking Tara again and again, and Tara was as lost as she was. Jito, is there a way for you to reverse that spell? Dyne asked. Actually, there is something in this water. The time/space energy in that water has not disappeared yet, so it could be possible. I'm just too weak to trigger it right now. A Genesis tree might help. This is good. Calamitous is giving me a chance to save both worlds. Dyne smiled. Listen, Surge, I don't understand most of what happened, but something about you connects me to your world. Your world will fall into something like this unless we do something. So, for now, our goal is to get stronger. Can you do magic? Dyne asked. No, of course not. Why would I be able to do magic? I had a Vera with me, but now it's gone. Serge sighed. Big sis Rena, can you please check with Serge? He should be something like you. Please check if she can do magic. Dyne smiled mysteriously. All right, big brother. Rena didn't understand but decided to follow instructions of Dyne. A Vera, huh? Interestingly, he should be a Seru but is created as a human. I'm guessing you are something in between this world and the human cultivators of Brigandine. Dyne observed with a strange smile. It was only then that Terra and Jito realized it. As I thought, Calamitous did this. A sprite-human hybrid. This is one of the more powerful races. Sprite-human hybrids are many of the strongest mind cultivators and those who manage to reach godhood specializing in that. Unlike Amorian and other human cultivators, they are more in tune with magic. It's like they are born with a mind palace already established. And they are beings that can easily create a soul seed. Such advantages make them the best spellcasters in the universe. Just like me, right? Isn't my soul like this? After all, I have a great affinity for the elements. So it's good that you weren't being a cheapskate and created me like a human. Dyne asked. Yeah, just Lee like you. You found me out. Strafe answered. But why do I feel like Serge is like two Serus? Dyne turned his attention to Serge. His obsession with the game didn't make him notice Strafe's hesitation. Jito was curious as to why Strafe hesitated and how Dyne, who usually would pick up such obvious cues, was numb to it all. Calamitous prepared this person to be like this and used his transfer here to merge and awaken his sprite powers. Hybrids like these are quite rare since the birth rate of a sprite and human is near impossible. Think of it this way. Strafe was about to explain. Virgin birth. Dyne hazarded a guess. Yes, something like that. Strafe sighed as Dyne already got the gist of what he was about to say. A strong sprite cultivator with high bodily cultivation managed to interact and create another soul in a human. I'm guessing that these half-sprites can do the same thing as the characters in Chrono Cross. With the right elements in their hand, they can perform magic. Of course, they cannot absorb Seru as the Ari Seru can, but they can wield another. So Serge has a soul like mine. You know, since you gave me such a soul, maybe you're not such a cheapskate after all. Dyne smiled as he thought about the possibilities of his cultivation. Good, you know? Strafe gave a cheerful response. But he and the soul poison were feeling great pain. Both of them had a soul and lineage that were from gods. They had advantages that were far superior to a sprite-human hybrid. And yet, they were not like Dyne, who was human. While Strafe was able to reform Dyne's body, changing one soul was just difficult. The soul was the most basic element that made up sentient lifeforms. Processes and procedures to change that were too hard. Dyne's human soul only receives certain alterations. But anything else was attributed to Dyne's innate ingeniousness. I think if I look for a way to make everyone something like a half-breed, I can create a materia system of Final Fantasy VII or the junction system of 8. This should also help them cultivate by becoming hybrid forms of mind cultivators. Dyne pondered. A flash of light appeared as Serge suddenly released magic at Rena's instruction. What they? Serge was shocked as powerful light magic appeared. Great! Magnificent! Serge, the chrono trigger. Let us play Chrono Cross to our heart's content. Dyne laughed. Jito and Strafe were shaking their heads. A day passed, and the group continued their journey. But this time they had another companion. In the wide-open plains below the mountain regions, a Grimm and Xenoir team was doing its basic patrol. FWIP. A single arrow shot out and struck the Xenoir. Stab. The powerful arrow dug deep, causing the Xenoir to stagger. Several chocobos suddenly appeared and used spirit charge. Smash, smash, smash. Chocobos of the round occurred once more, and Dyne jumped and punched down. Dyne began to harness his energy and absorb the Xenoir as brimstone erupted. The Xenoir felt as if a stronger and more powerful Seru was devouring its soul. It struggled but was beginning to vanish. He was Seru, born of the mist. But as Dyne expected, it was easy to purge the soul now, especially with Jito helping him. The soul of the Xenoir dissipated, and Dyne acquired the powers to summon a Xenoir. Too bad this Xinwar was born of the mist. Only Jito and I can tame it. Let's look for another one. Hopefully, we'll find a Seru that Terra can absorb. Dyne called out to the team. Dyne laughed as he saw how much he had grown. The last time they fought a Xinwar, he had to exert a lot of effort. But now, a single punch could deal massive attacks to a Xinwar. If I use trance, I should be able to one-hit this. Hey Jito, how many rounds of trance can I make with the mist you gathered? Dyne asked. I've taken in the most mist I can contain without hindering my abilities. With it, you can perform 2 trances. And if you performed it twice, I'd need a day to gather enough to help you achieve another 2. So basically, I get 1 trance at half a day's time of you being exposed to the mist. It also depends on the thickness of the mist. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. You alright, Surge? Dyne asked as another chocobo approached with a very disgruntled Surge riding it. Surge was doing his best not to attack Dyne. He felt like he was becoming wild as he moved within the mist. Dyne had to constantly be near Surge and use the powers of the Ariseru to help them repel the mist. But even then, the long exposure was starting to take a toll on Surge. I'm fine. We have to hurry. Surge had a very pained and angry expression. Chapter 204, Arya's. Unlike the rest of the team, Surge had the hardest time keeping up and controlling her emotions from the pains of the mist. Dyne knew this and wanted to train Surge for a certain spell that would be performed on him in the game. In Chrono Cross, Surge's soul would be swapped and changed with the enemy, Lynx. Lynx needed to use Surge's body as the Chrono Trigger, wanted to take over Surge's body and swap souls with him. Dyne knew that, in this reality, such a thing could be avoided. Dyne trusted Calamitus's careful plans and knew that Surge would go through a similar state in this life. Ah, the madness of the mist. Bear it, Surge. Unless you want to become a panther demon, you better find ways to resist possible soul attacks, especially ones that are trying to take over your body. Dyne spoke firmly. Who wants to take over my body? And what's with you and this panther demon? Surge cursed. Every time Surge showed some form of anger, Dyne would call out this truth. Surge had been falling into a mix of emotions ranging from anger to depression about how the village of Arni, or whatever versions of it, had disappeared here. During their journey, he saw the terrors of the mist and realized that if not for his disgustingly strong companions, he would have died. I'm just telling you the grim possibility of your future. You are the Chrono Trigger, remember? That will make you an ideal host for soul cultivators and mind cultivators. So train to resist it now. Once we reach Byron, you will start formal training in that. We'll be in River Reach within the next 10 minutes, as far as we are to our current destination. I'm just waiting so that the rest can catch up. Will this mist be there? Surge asked, controlling his anger. Of course, but don't worry. We found a place that can hide you from the mist, so you can rest there. We might spend another day there depending on how long it will take for me to awaken my holy Xinwar. Dyne gazed at the vast distance. With the chocobo, they were able to travel through the mist quickly. Nearly a kilometer away from Dyne, a group of gobu-gobu and blue puras were following a wolf. The wolf was not running at top speed but only led the way since those following him had young and female gobu-gobu who didn't have the stamina and strength of the mature gobu-gobu. A pair of chocobo also watched nearby with Noah and Rena riding them. Nevertheless, the wolf continued to chase the scent of Dyne, and the group followed. Are we there yet? Noah asked Terra and Rena. Not yet. Noah, do you want to hear about the monsters in my place? Rena chuckled and began to entertain Noah with more stories of her homeworld. Yay, more stories. Noah flapped her arm in joy. Arya chuckled at the sight of Noah. Lady Arya, can you hear me? Terra called out. Arya heard the call and turned to Terra and was startled. Yes, Terra? Sorry. Did I surprise you? No, it's my mistake. I'm just not used to having conversations like this. I've only stepped on the path of soul cultivation a few days ago and had few opportunities to experience this. So I get surprised when soul weapons like you call out. Arya chuckled. I apologize once more, but I have a question. It's about your power. There is a strange power in you. Through Dyne's training, I believe you have a powerful form that was similar to the power of Byron of old. Byron had a strange power source that is similar to yours and is unlike anything we have seen. Most Byron monks in this world have an inferior source similar to that of Lady Rena's. Although, Lady Rena has another power that takes root in her mind, Tara asked. Oh, you must be talking about bodily cultivation, right? Dyne told me that this world has weak martial cultivation but has powerful soul cultivation. Anyway, I'm not sure how these Byron monks cultivate, but I'm a martial formation expert. This means that I have already created a martial core in my dantian, giving me the ability to wield and release force energy. Most who begin cultivation try to create a dantian. I can see that this new ally Surge has one, but of inferior grade. I could teach you more if you want. Thank you. I wish to help Noah cultivate and become stronger. Well, if it's little sister Noah, just wait for Master Dyne to teach her. My martial core is actually quite weak, and Master Dyne has told me he'll help me improve it and replace the core. So if he can help me, then I'm sure he will help Noah. Improve your core? Amazing. So you can even reach greater heights than your current body that could challenge Serus and monsters of Legaia. This is but the start. In some nations in my world, martial formation is but the minimum as my kingdom is quite weak. Master Dyne plans to help me redo my starting point to give me a stronger martial core. It will make me redo my cultivation back to martial formation level 1, but it's quite alright since I've just started my martial formation. Interesting. Jito said that you are from the same world where our creator came from and told me of many strange things. I have yet to understand most of them, but I must ask this. Jito doesn't seem to have sensed it yet, but I have. Why is there a strange soul in you? It feels like a creature similar to us, Ariseru, only this one doesn't have a core of sorts. You sensed her. Arya was amazed. You hold the power of water. I can see it slowly forming. But this soul has the power of the wind, which is a carefree spirit like mine. It's natural for Jito not to sense it. After all, you are water and the other is wind. Both are among Jito's family tree. It's rather confusing since Jito is both dark and time/space. So when he is near you, he would only have a feeling that your soul radiates a power that hides the actual element you have. All he can sense is an element close to his element. Does Lord Dyne know of your existence? Why hasn't he addressed the problem in your soul? You're like a dying Ariseru. Arya asked the soul deep within her. I guess it's okay to reveal this. The other Arya spoke. Tara heard the other soul and was amazed. Hi, I'm also Arya. I share the same name and face as this person. But I am from another world. Another world? Just like Lord Dyne. Both Aryas were confused by Tara's question. Wait, I thought Dyne is from this world. The other Arya asked. He is not. He is neither from this world, and Jito confirmed that he is also not in the same world that you, Lady Arya, belong to. You belong to a world he calls Eternity or the Cultivation world. Amazing. Arya marveled as the secrets of Dyne grew deeper. Then what world did Dyne live in? The other Arya asked. Jito has not told me, but from what I understand, Lord Teague is a mighty god in the cultivation world. He holds a power greater than most of the gods but was ambushed and nearly killed. He created this world, Legaia, and brought a champion into this world to train him to defeat the gods that attack Teague. From what I understand, Lord Teague created this world from the memories of Lord Dyne. This world is an imitation of a certain strange form of literature that Jito calls videogames. The moment Tara said the term videogames, memories of the other Arya's talks with Dyne surfaced. Legend of Legaia, of course. Now I remember. He is Dyne. He is the same Dyne from Earth. Arya was shocked. You know him? Tara asked. Lady Arya has what you call a crush on Dyne. This is the most joyous news. Lady Arya is given a chance to rekindle her romance with Dyne. Arya laughed. What an amazing coincidence. Then it means that you, Lady Arya, have the same power as Lord Dyne. No. Dyne has always been amazing. A little awkward, a little tactless, and frankly weird, but amazing nonetheless. But Dyne has been more amazing in this world. Arya has told me how difficult it is for Dyne to do the things he did. So I never connected the two. Before I was sent here, I knew that Dyne was back in our hometown. I was all alone when my parents died. So me and my best friend were actually planning to sort of, like, go shopping or stalk Dyne and appear casually hoping that he would like to invite us to do something. You know? You know, Tara imitated the strange slang. She talks like this. It's cute. Arya laughed and remarked to Tara. Anyway, I never believed that the Dyne in this world is the same as with that one. For one, this Dyne looks way younger. And secondly, because I knew Dyne was in my original world not even 2 months since I got here, I never believed him to be that Dyne because this Dyne has been doing things that Arya said would take decades to master. I see. Then Lord Dyne has not yet sensed you. I guess aside from his elemental affinity being too far from water and wind. There is also the fact that your two souls are very similar. You mentioned that it's possible to save Lady Arya's soul? Arya asked. Yes, and it just so happens to be the primary mission of Lord Dyne in this world. The Genesis tree. As that was happening, Strafe was listening to the conversation and was shocked at what he heard. Arya Blaze of Earth is here? Chapter 205. The Isekai of Arya. Strafe was able to hear the conversation in his form. When Arya would talk to the soul within, it was a link between the two. But now, Tara created the link, which Arya allowed to link to the soul deep inside Arya, allowing Strafe to hear it. Since Strafe didn't create Arya, her soul was disconnected. How sad that I, the creator of Legaia, would be unable to tell what's going on in here. Still, this is an amazing development. I must tell Jito. During this trip, Dyne was busy discussing and teaching Serge many things about Legaia and had to deal with Serge's depression, anger, and mood swings. Jito. Lord Strafe. Tara is currently talking to Arya through soul communication. The real Arya Blaze, the one in Dyne's homeworld, Earth, is in the soul of Arya Blaze. What? I don't understand. There are two Arya Blazes in that body. The host soul is the one we found in the cultivation world. But inside her is a dying soul. The soul of the real Arya Blaze that Dyne had a crush on during his youth. How is that possible? From their talk, it seems that the soul of Arya was brought into the cultivation world roughly the same time that I brought Dyne in. What does that mean? It means that my enemies did try to go into the world of Basilius Basilion. That's the only explanation. Let me link you with him. I don't want to tell Dyne right now, because this Arya Blaze actually likes Dyne. You could even say that both have mutual feelings toward each other. What? Jito was shocked. They had planned to hinder Dyne's love life as a way to get back at him for his very vexing treatment of them. It's very annoying that despite his luck and talent, his love life is about to turn into another lucky streak. He will get the girls he actually likes. And what's more, he can get 2 Aryas in this life. Jito was all for the plan. Dyne was a genius but a rather annoying man of how he had always made Jito weep. The only way we can get back at him is through his poor luck with girls. And now it's shifting to his advantage? Jito cursed. We'll make a plan to stop this. For now, listen to our talks. We need to understand how and why Basilius Basilion allowed her to be sent here. Strafe turned to Tara while linking Jito with him, but Dyne was kept out of the loop. Tara, Strafe called out. Lord Teague, link me to Arya. As you wish. Arya. Lord Teague wants to talk to the Arya inside you. Teague, Arya asked. The god who created this world and Dyne's master. The god, the 2 Aryas exclaimed. Arya, I am Strafe. I am called Teague in Legaia, my creation. I was the one who went into your world and brought Dyne here. Really? A god? Are you the same kind of god as that beautiful woman with the rainbow emerald eyes that brought me here? Rainbow emerald, you met the soul of master, Strafe exclaimed. Tara and Jito were shocked. If their creator called someone master, then how powerful must this be? Your master. There is only one cultivator in this world with the rainbow emerald eyes. A rainbow emerald eyes mean that they have seen the power of true creation. The power that created eternity is the highest power source that all cultivators seek. That is also one of the things my enemies are after. Wow, that woman was pretty strong then. Where did you see her? On Earth. She appeared and saw us. Us. I was with 2 other girls when we saw her. She appeared out of the side and had a strange attire. She also had some strange wounds. But when she appeared, she said that her mission was complete and she is finally being called to heaven to her Lord. Strafe had many questions but now confirmed that his master was serving Basilius Basilion. Her reward was to be in the universe of the Basilius Basilion. Master, I am happy that you have found peace. Strafe couldn't help but smile. All his life, he had seen the wearied and burdened work of his master, and they and all the disciples of the Weaver wished nothing more but peace and calmness for their master. What did she say when she sent you? She wanted to give peace to those who were cursed. And that's when she sent us into the cultivation world. But the moment we got out, we saw an army. There were humans and strange beasts and even dragons. Those were my enemies. Strafe identified the army as the ones who were chasing him. I understand now. They were trying to go over to my world. They were looking for you. Yes. What happened when you got out? How did you travel all the way to that planet? We were caught, and our souls were being interrogated. It was scary. But as they did, those people discovered that my friends had souls that had unique constitutions. So I was the only one being tortured to find out where the disciple is and about our world. They did something to me. I felt like my soul was being ripped apart piece by piece. Arya began to tremble as her soul released such sadness. Arya found herself crying from the painful experience of Arya within her. This happened for more than a month, Arya revealed. Strafe was angry. Such abuse for a month would usually make even the strongest cultivator wish for death. They had no use of me since they couldn't find anything important and decided that my two companions wouldn't know since we were old classmates. They were about to kill me when my friends pleaded. Another woman appeared and said to throw me over as we were passing by the planet where Arya is. As my soul is the reverse of hers, this woman suggested having me live the rest of my time here, and that's how I met Arya. Lady Arya, to think you had such... Arya couldn't believe it. She thought that her life was cursed. But the experience of this Arya was much more painful. Strafe was silent. He knew how painful such methods would be and was rather impressed at Arya's ability to withstand such horrors or even have the will to live. Soul Scour. They invaded your soul and searched your memories. It is the evilest technique. To a woman, it cannot even be compared to the feeling of being raped. The tainting of the soul is something that changes a person. This is also the reason why your soul is dying. Strafe explained. Lord Strafe, Tara said that she can be saved. Arya asked. Yes, you are lucky that you met Dyne. His elemental constitution and his ability to also wield darkness can thoroughly restore your soul. Likewise, the Genesis tree will replenish you, and his power can save you. Lord Strafe, I want to ask, why did the rainbow emerald-eyed woman send me here? Did she know what waited outside? Arya wept. Strafe couldn't answer. He didn't know why her master did that. My master is dead. What you saw was more or less her dissipating soul. Strafe answered. She said that she was being called to heaven by the Basilius Basilion, right? I am sorry for what happened to you, but my master must not have known what awaited outside. Strafe didn't want to say it, but Strafe knew that the Basilius Basilion allowed the tragedy. Why did she send me? Why not just send my two companions? Even Dyne is so amazing here. He's done so many amazing things. Yet why is my soul worthless? I was worthless on Earth, and even here I am. My friends are always of value. My best friend and that other idiot. Why do good things happen to them but not to me? Arya asked. Lady Arya, if I may. Jito began. There are no worthless souls. You say that Master Dyne is amazing. Then did you know that he always liked you? Oh. Arya paused.
Strafe sighed.
He knew what Jito was doing. Although the two of them planned to make it difficult for Dyne to have a decent love life as part of their pact, the life and experience of Arya were just too much that they could not ignore it. Especially Jito, whose purpose in life was to be with Yami. Master Dyne has always liked you, but it's clear in his memory that he didn't know of everything you were going through. But he did. He was so awkward and embarrassed whenever you were with him and was such a geek that he could never tell you. But the truth is he was practically head over heels for you. You're lying. Arya shook his head. Arya just couldn't believe it. She had made several attempts to talk to Dyne, but she was more certain that Dyne had no interest in her. Oh, am I? Here are some of Dyne's memories. When he would meditate and show me things, some of his thoughts would drift and show me these fun scenes. And many of them involve you. Jito began. Involve me? Arya was curious. Yes, trust me. Dyne really likes you. I don't believe you. Lord Strafe, I know it will use up some of your lifespans, but think about it. We can show Dyne's crush his thoughts. Oh? The temptation of Jito was so strong that it somehow awakened the dead spirit energy of Strafe that allowed him to prolong his lifespan for another 3 days. That is a very interesting proposal, Jito. Let's do it. Let's show Arya Dyne's memory of her. Strafe began to laugh with a mad and crazed expression. Up ahead, Dyne and Serge continued to talk, and Dyne could hear Strafe's strange laugh. What a weirdo. He is dying, and he still has time to laugh like that. Dyne shook his head, turned his attention to Serge, and talked about Legaia and Chrono Cross. Chapter 206. Enter the mind of Dyne Valiant. Terra and the two Aryas were confused at the sudden reactions of Jito and Strafe. The two were laughing vocally. What's going on? Arya finally asked. I am doing this in hopes that you would feel better about yourself. You see, Lord Teague and I have been watching certain memories of Dyne repeatedly to make ourselves feel good. You don't know how much of a genius this Dyne is. I mean, he is better than us, Ariserus in soul cultivation. So whenever Dyne's asleep, Lord Strafe makes him replay some of his memories for fun. He has tremendous luck in cultivation, but not so much in his love life. Behold, a memory he has of you. This is one memory he randomly remembers, and he cringes at how stupid he is. It is also one of my favorites. Strafe began to use his powers. Replaying these dreams used up little to no power, and since Dyne is connected to Jito, he would also see the dreams. But now, Strafe was projecting it to Arya, and Terra was also able to see it. The scene that Arya saw was rather familiar. Arya could be seen from afar, walking and talking with her friends. I remember that day, I got the courage and tried to talk to Dyne. Arya shouted as she saw the embarrassing scene, which made her cringe if she remembered it. Why are you showing me this scene? I would die every time I remember this. Are you trying to kill me? Arya cursed. Give it some time. Seeing how you liked Dyne, I could understand how embarrassing it would be. Strafe spoke. What happened here, Lady Arya? Arya asked. Well, I was sort of stupid. One girl who was always mean to me told me that Dyne liked me. At that time, I was still naive and didn't know that this girl was playing a trick on me. Her friends also said that they caught Dyne looking at me, and one of her friends had a camera that she took and showed me of Dyne staring secretly. I believed them. I wanted to talk to Dyne, and I got the courage. Dyne had some extra pens, so I wanted to ask for one and use that excuse to talk to him. But Dyne snubbed me and sent me away. Oh my Teague, from Dyne's perspective, hearing your side of the story makes this scene even funnier. Jito laughed. He didn't snub you. He was being an idiot. He wanted to get your attention and channeled the most good-looking guy he knew that he believed would attract a girl like you. Jito revealed. What? It's like this. Arya, you have the same aura as a certain girl that Dyne really admires. You are happy, sweet, charming, daring, and probably a little selfish. That's the attitude that one of Dyne's dream girls has. In fact, you became his dream girl because of our similarity to this fictional girl. Which girl? A game character named Renoa Heartily. Renoa Heartily? Terra echoed. Hey, I know her. Final Fantasy VIII. One of my exes said the same thing, especially when I had my other hairdo. Yes, exactly. Now look at the scene from Dyne's perspective. Jito smiled. The scene began to play. Dyne looked around and was in his usual seat. Arya was at the far corner, and Dyne was lost in his thoughts. If the school got on fire, I could be the hero if I do this. Dyne began to fantasize. He saw himself jumping on several platforms and ordering his classmates to duck on certain parts. The fire in the school was terrifying, and Dyne was everyone's hope. Arya was amazed at the thoughts that Dyne had. He thinks like this? I knew he was a bit distant, but it was because of this. Arya was amazed. Then Dyne continued his train of thought. Or, if gunmen wanted to hold the entire school hostage, I could, save Arya. I'll do that trick my dad taught me and knock their guns off. I would do dangerous stuff and Arya would be like, "Oh, Dyne, don't do that. It's too dangerous." And I'd be like, "I have to. My friends are there." Bang, bang, bang. It'll be so cool. I have to get some wounds. I should at least get shot in the shoulder or something. But then again, I might have a hard time playing video games with a cast. Maybe wounds on the leg. I don't like Dance Dance Revolution anyway. Although defeating everyone without wounds is awesome. I need that scene where Arya would be all over me. The Cultivation world Arya was confused. The Earth Arya was shocked. What in the world? Tara didn't know what to feel. Ah, classic Dyne. Strafe smiled as he watched the scene with them. This is Dyne. Arya was amazed. That's not the best part. It was then that Arya was walking towards Dyne. Arya, is she headed towards me? No, it could be. Is she smiling at me? Impossible. Wait, she really is. What do I do? What do I do? A man. She really looks cute. Arya began to blush. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. She really is coming here. She's so vibrant and awesome. Play it cool, Dyne. Play it cool, Dyne. Breathe. Breathe. The young Arya approached. Hello, you're Dyne Valiant, right? Dyne was silent. I remember this. Dyne became silent, and the long pause was so awkward, and everyone nearby was looking at me and how Dyne treated me. Those mean girls were also looking at me and were doing their best to hold their laughter. Dyne had a cold look and expression as if he was very bored. Ir mama gagaat. She's talking to me. Calm down. Calm down. Make an impression. Smile back. Wait, no, don't smile back. Did you brush your teeth? Alright, say poetry. Do complicated and deep rhymes about philosophy. How about a haiku? 575? A million beauty. Infinity is just one. That's you, Arya Blaze. Dyne rehearsed. PFFFTT. Arya chuckled. That was one of the most embarrassing moments in her life as people talked about that and teased how she foolishly attempted to talk to the renowned hottie of the school. But it turned out that everyone misunderstood Dyne. He was just a dweeb. Dyne? Arya asked after the long pause. Dyne maintained an uncaring look. Dyne, you idiot. What are you doing? Talk. Talk. Dyne spoke in his thoughts. What are you doing? You're acting like... That's it. Squall. That's it. Alright, Dyne. Think Squall Leon Hart. You are a cold, uninterested man. If Squall got Renoa like this, so can you. Mission maintain silence. Mission maintain silence? The two Arya and Tara were amazed. Dyne channeled his inner Squall and maintained a cold pause. Yes, Dyne finally answered. Yeah. I just want to borrow a pen, Arya asked. She was more hesitant now. A pen? Whatever, Dyne answered as he held his pen out. Whatever, Tara asked. It's a line the Squall Leon Hart always says. He's trying to channel that cold, uncaring exterior hoping to make Arya like her. You can't be serious? I mean, that's just too weird. Does he seriously think like this? I don't believe you. If I keep channeling this cold, uncaring exterior, Arya may like me, Dyne said in his thoughts. Wah? Here? Dyne finally moved and gave out the pen. Arya held on to it and made a quick bow and left. I was so embarrassed that Dyne didn't think much of me, but he was just being weird. Arya couldn't believe it. Well, more like he was acting in what he knew. He was a dreamer of things. And that Dyne is quite young after all. So it's normal for him to have such strange fantasies. Arya had already taken her seat in the vision, and Dyne still had an odd look. People were talking about that event. Those mean girls kept laughing at me. Dyne was quite popular after all. There was just something about him that made him look cool. But to think that he didn't know he was cool. I wonder if Arya will bite the tip of the pen, then I can. An indirect kiss. Dyne blushed and buried his face as if pretending he was asleep. What's an indirect kiss? Arya asked. I'll explain it to you later. The Earth Arya chuckled. It seems you have calmed down. Strafe smiled. Thank you. That was a weird show. But I do feel better now. So he does like me, I guess. But wow, is he weird. Arya was amazed. Lady Arya, Basilius Basilion sent you here for a purpose. My master might not have known what was happening. But Arya, I believe that you three are among the many miracles prepared to help us in this fight. Strafe finally explained. He was waiting for Arya to calm down and finally began to explain. Me? But I don't have any special traits. So those gods all laughed and talked about how I was destined to be inferior. Arya sighed. Those gods didn't have someone who could break the norm and who can redefine the very core of cultivation. You have, and to your benefit, he likes you. Strafe smiled. Dyne? Arya asked. As the group continued to talk, Dyne and Serge finally reached it. River Reach. This is River Reach? Serge was horrified at the village that he saw. Chapter 207. River Reach again. River Reach was the first town that Serge had finally seen, and it was worse than he had thought. He could see that the city was abandoned, and it looked old and full of decay. And what was strange was that it looked like a battle was happening. But all of these were not what shocked Serge. Instead, it was the fact that the layout, the buildings, and everything in his memory about the place was so different. Did I really? Serge wondered. Was all the nonsense that Dyne told him true? The place was too different. The town was larger, but this town was smaller and was even a few kilometers away from the place in his memories. Shouldn't this town be a little south? Am I really in an alternate future world? Serge mumbled. Disregarding Serge's confusion and existential crisis, Dyne was happy when he saw it. The walls were repaired, and while the hunters maintained a rather apocalyptic look on the walls so that they wouldn't draw attention, it was repaired to the point that the wall and gates could be used. It was clear that people had been living here. Several Gobu-Gobus were patrolling outside and ready to attack as they saw Dyne. Ah! New blood. Some of the Gobu-Gobus that recognized Dyne began to howl and call out to stop attacking. Soon, a few curious peaks emerged from the strange new rooms erected on the town's entrance. It's Dyne! A shout happened from an unknown location. Several hunters and a few monks had emerged from their hiding spaces. I knew you'd be here, Dyne laughed. Master Dyne, we have not heard of your arrival, a familiar young hunter called out. Ixis? Dyne was amazed. Ixis was actually here, and going by how this youth addressed him, it was clear that the youth had undergone a behavioral change that exceeded Dyne's expectations. Patriarch, several monks came out. Are Seru, a monk exclaimed as it saw what was on Dyne's hand. Amazing! What creature is this that Patriarch is riding? What a sweet ride! It looks better than the slimes. One of the hunters called out enviously. At ease, guys. It seems that all of you have created mist-proof rooms in there. I'm guessing the slimes had something to do with it. Dyne laughed. He could see several slimes parked outside. What happened? Where have you been, Patriarch? Have you been to Byron Monastery? No, I went here first. I need to get my Xinwar. Dyne explained. Please get this youth inside. Does anyone know him? He is acquainted with Rim Elm. I think. Dyne asked curiously. He was curious whether the real Serge would have existed in this world, and Strafe refused to answer him, saying that Dyne should just play the game. I don't think so, Ixis answered. Wait! That hair. Only a few families had that hair. You look like, a lot like Neru. Ipkiss suddenly appeared. Greetings, Master Dyne. Ipkiss greeted as he approached. Oh, Ipkiss, you look like you've changed. Ipkiss smiled. It's all thanks to you, Master Dyne, or should I call you Patriarch? I'm a disciple of Byron now, after all. Ipkiss chuckled. Call me whatever you want. Dyne laughed. Anyway, who is Neru? Dyne asked. Neru, Nora's younger brother. You look a lot like him. Ipkiss turned to Serge and gave him a closer look. Serge was stunned. Was he called Neru in this world? That's it. You really look like the dead younger brother of Nora. The resemblance is uncanny. Another hunter approached. Neru? So my name in this world is Neru and not Serge. Serge reflected. But the moment he said the word Serge, every hunter nearby who was associated with Neru suddenly felt a piercing headache. Ah! My head! Dyne's eyebrow rose. Interesting, I get it now. A soul world. I don't get it fully, but the world you are in both exists and doesn't exist. Dyne observed the reactions of the hunters and spoke to Serge. Say Serge, your name is Serge. I remember now. What's going on? Are you Surge? But why is my memory? Neru? Who are you? What's going on? The expressions of the hunters were changing into that of fear and pain. It's complicated. I'll give the report next time. Please welcome our guests. Dyne turned, and Nanaki and the rest had arrived. The hunters and the monks were amazed to see it. More of the majestic birds that Dyne and Surge were riding on arrived. 2 beautiful girls descended. And finally, a young girl gave a happy jump and began to run around the town, greeting people and talking excitedly. Are Seru? One of the monks realized it when they saw Terra. Master Dyne. Arya smiled. Dyne saw something strange behind the smile but decided to ignore it. You guys take care of everything out here. Terra, tell the Puras that they will be staying here. Dyne gave his orders and merrily moved ahead, not knowing what else was happening. Dyne went to the house where he and the rest stayed and found it fortified with more coverings. Ixus said they had added more protection so that Dyne could rest better should he stay there. Wow, you guys really have been bringing out the red carpet for me. Huh, Dyne laughed. While Ixus showed his confusion, the other Arya inside Arya noticed the Earth's expression and further confirmed what she had heard. He really is from Earth, Arya muttered. Her mood had gotten better since Strafe revealed many mysteries of how this world gave Dyne many of his wildest dreams. Hey Arya, if I wanted Dyne, would you fight me for him? Arya asked. Of course, Lady Arya. Arya laughed in her thoughts. Oh, so you'll be my rival too? Huh? I won't let Dyne gain a harem. He will be mine and mine alone. If what Strafe said is true and that awakening the Genesis trees promotes physical growth, Dyne would become older at the awakening of the Genesis trees. Yes, if this Genesis tree produced such rich energy, it would force the body to grow and strengthen. So naturally, aging or reaching prime age is a natural reaction. That's how most cultivators in my world stay for a long time. Legend has it in my town that the rich and powerful cultivators would be several hundreds of years old but still appear similar to my age. Arya revealed. Oh, then I hope I'll find a way to create my body soon. I don't want to leave various girls heartbroken when I take Dyne away. And more girls seem to have a thing for Dyne the longer he stays here or in that cultivation world. You sound so confident, Lady Arya. Well, to him, you all could be characters in a game. My advantage is that I am someone he really knew, and the power of nostalgia is behind me. I'm like his nostalgic crush. Arya laughed. Suddenly, strong fire energy could be sensed. Rena and Noah also sensed it. Grim. Rena felt the power, and soon more energy followed. The slimes were all quivering from the power, and even the Gobu Gobu were all afraid. KWH. The chocobo that Dyne was riding was dancing with joy as he was proud of his new master. Inside the underground chambers of the house where the Xenoir was held, Dyne was constantly releasing more fire, lightning, holy, and brimstone energy. Grim, a level 2 theater, the wild arm, and even Joro and Urin surrounded Dyne and the Xenoir. Grim and the theater were constraining a weak level 2 Vera.
Sulright? Gong.
Not just the Xenoir, but let's do it all together. Everyone, it's time to slowly purge you guys and add a little holy element to you. And finally, I will be changing your elemental spirit seed. Dyne smiled. I knew you would do this, so you were thinking of surprising me? Strafe smiled. Yeah, you guys have been too immune to some of my miracles. I need to up the limits if I want to keep impressing you. Dyne laughed, spoken like a true dark brimstone. I thought at first you were doing it unintentionally. But you have this hedonistic pleasure of shocking people, don't you? At least you know a little more about me now. Dyne brought out several rare herbs, elemental stones, and other alchemy tools he stole in his raids. The most important ingredients are right here. Kakatoramin for the dark fire-electric combo. Ifrit, another dark fire user. It will greatly help me control these dark fire and, of course, the dark holy. Sounds weird. We call it unholy. The unholy Vera. Still sounds strange. I'll think of a name after I make him. Dune decided. We are going to convert them? Jito asked. We will be doing the same thing I did with Grim. I won't turn them into light, but I'll add light in their souls so they would be sentient like Grim. Something like making them neutral. And then, I'll treat them well and make them sort of like my pet. That way, I won't waste rune power on them. Sounds insane. It sort of is. But hopefully, Vera and Xinwar will become our allies after this. Dyne had a serious expression as he released his brimstone energy more. Jito released his darkness that began to absorb. Strafe watched and was impressed. The technique he taught Dyne about controlling sprites would have only been possible when they awakened a Genesis tree, requiring a stronger Areseru. But Dyne had more than enough and began to go through the process. But what Dyne was doing was not to try to make them their ally but to purge the madness of the mist from these Serus and bestow a new power in them. Dark brimstone. Is it good that he has that accursed elemental temperament?
Strafe side.
Through this accursed form, Dyne was able to bring Grim into the light. The mystery of life and death energy. My master said that we have not yet unveiled half of its power. I thought it was an exaggeration, but seeing Dyne's miracles, I guess I was just too arrogant. Strafe watched as Dyne did his version of planting an elemental spirit seed. Chapter 208. Planting an elemental spirit seed. It was in this chamber where Dyne and Meta spoke and when Strafe agreed to bestow the secret sprite art of imparting an elemental spirit seed. Meta asked Dyne to plant an elemental spirit seed in Dyne. The act sounded simple, but in truth it was difficult. But Dyne had done this already. His mad desires and enlightened will gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create the lightning fire elemental soul seed of Grim, making Grim a pseudo Areseru. Now with 2 Serus captured, Dyne decided to take advantage of this and headed here first. He wanted to create 2 more. So he demanded that Strafe cough up the art of planting an elemental spirit seed from Strafe, and Strafe obliged. As Grim had turned into the heart of Nox, Dyne was confident that he could do these to the 2 Serus and Strafe believed Dyne's chances of success were also high. And so, the knowledge was imparted to Dyne. Dyne stood a few feet away from the Vera and the Xinwar and harnessed the elements. Everyone, release our elements. Dyne ordered, and everyone did. Earth, brimstone, fire, lightning, time/space, and dark surrounded the area. Strafe watched how Dyne's intuitive nature took over and masterfully wielded the elements. The goal was to create a new elemental spirit seed for the Xinwar in the middle of the 2 so that both fire and holy would be present. When Strafe aided Dyne in forming his brimstone heart, he used up his life to bestow holy energy, and it was that holy power from Strafe which helped the Xinwar obtain a soul constitution of both holy and fire. And now, Dyne added brimstone to the holy Vera to help it move towards the other side. Let's hope you make another miracle. Strafe hoped as he watched the process. Compared to when they created an elemental spirit seed for Grim, Dyne had no enlightened state now, nor was there an obsessed desire present. Yet Dyne decided to try it. With the power of earth and brimstone, Dyne began to depetrify the stone energy that covered the Xinwar's soul. The parts of the Xinwar that was being depetrified would have turned into stone immediately because of the curse the basilisk left on the Xinwar. But Dyne had something that could counter the curse. Jito began to use time/space energy to slow the petrification process. And so, the speed of the Xinwars being depetrified was faster than the curse of the basilisk. With that, Dyne used the monster hive and harnessed the energy to take in the earth energy of the Xinwar. Man, that basilisk really was strong. To think it had this much earth energy. Just how long until this petrification curse ends? Dyne wondered. I thought you would like it. Strafe laughed. Then Dyne realized what it was. Of course, this is how petrification in some Final Fantasy games works. The countdown to petrification. Dyne cheered. Master Dyne, please concentrate. Jito reminded. Oh, right. Anyway, it's working. But Jito, leave out the parts and limbs of the Xinwar so that it couldn't move. We don't want that, do we? Dyne laughed.
Gedo e Blade.
The power of earth devoured the petrifying power over the Xinwar, but Dyne left out the parts of the Xinwar that prevented it from moving. Roar! The awakened Xinwar began to shout and tremble as more of its body was no longer petrified. Dyne began and shot the brimstone to attack the Xinwar and the Vera, causing both to cry in pain. The purging of brimstone had a painful effect on the souls of the Serus. Their physical forms were being breached by brimstone, the element known as the breacher of dimensions. The purged souls turned into mist-like energy, and the souls were dispersing. Jito began to devour the dispersing soul of the two and released a thin layer of mist that was continually feeding the two Serus. That's purging. Now to feed you and replace that nasty, evil souls you two have. So Dyne released the energy and did a similar process to Grim when Dyne arrived in Rim Elm. Dyne was feeding the two Serus with his soul energy. But when Dyne did this to Grim, it was just using his raw soul energy. But with these two, Dyne was feeding them Bromstone soul energy. Since they are sprites, which are soul creatures, I need to reshape the elements of their soul before we create a soul seed. The Xenoir has the foundation, but I'm preparing it to have a soul seed that can house brimstone, and the Vera can easily learn fire if he learns brimstone. The Xenoir that was fire and had a bit of holy trapped in him began to resonate with wild energy. The holy was becoming part of its body. The elemental soul seed that was forming had both elements. The Vera was also developing an elemental soul seed through the process. A holy Xenoir and a brimstone Vera. Quite ambitious. Strafe laughed as he saw how Dyne handled the first part. The Xenoir and the Vera began to scream, and both created was defending against the attacks by releasing their respective powers. Get ready, everyone. They are about to attack, Dyne warned. When Dyne found Grim, he was dying and was outside the source of the mist. So Grim had no means of fighting back, and Dyne was only hurt by taking in the pure energy of Grim's soul. And so, the clumsy and very primitive process that Dyne used to convert Grim worked. But the Xenoir only had a petrified soul, which was now being lifted, and it could still fight back. Roar! The Xenoir roared, and a powerful heat erupted. The rocky surface of the Xenoir was burning. This was the first stage of its fire claw attack that it would use against the players in Legend of Legaia. It would cover itself with fire and shoot it out. The heat that was appearing was also similar. Humph! The wild arm rose and pointed its barrel directly at the Xenoir, and it began to take in the fire energy that the Xenoir was releasing. Dyne was burnt from the heat, but now with the Ifrit devouring the flames, Dyne could concentrate. The entire room would have melted and burned if Ifrit did not devour the energy as it was instructed to. Jito created a force field that prevented the fires from raging out. Scree! The Vera screeched loudly, and white energy erupted. Rena had arrived and was watching the scene outside the force field of Jito. That light! She was shocked at such a horrifying means of using light. While Vera was a Seru of the light, the energy that it released was actually devouring life energy. Dyne realized that the bloodsucker attack of the Vera was translated into its ability that can store life energy in its soul, and, once full, may bestow it to another, creating a healing spell. Jito! Dyne called out. Jito quickly intervened and released death energy that made Vera suffer whenever it attempted to devour the group. The two began to attack, and Grim and the Theater Kakatoraman suddenly had a hard time trying to restrain the Vera because of the absorbing light. Kakatoraman, attack it with your lighting. You need to stop the two from making a concentrated attack, Dyne ordered. Yes, master. Kakatoraman then used his theater arms and pointed at the two. Zap, zap. Two beams struck the Serus. Grim, can you bear Kakatoraman's attack? Yes, Grim answered confidently as it continued to wrap itself around the Vera. Good, let's keep this up. Kakatoraman was a maverick with a fire and lightning element, and this allowed him to assist the group. He could easily resist the fire of the Xenoir and stayed within the shield, and attacked the Xenoir and the Vera, preventing them from releasing all of their powers. The struggle continued, and Dyne could see Brimstone's energy from the souls of the two. The conversion has begun, but unlike Grim, these two remain wild even though their young souls have a huge een in them. Dyne cursed. Grim became neutral when he bestowed his soul, but the two seemed very resilient. It's the mist. These two live near the mist generator. The concentration of darkness in them is too high, Jito answered. Suddenly, the Vera exploded out a bright light and made a desperate attack to devour the life energy of Grim, who was wrapped around him. Jito acted and shot darkness at the mouth of the Vera where the life energy was being absorbed. No good. The Vera will die if I keep releasing this death energy, Jito told Dyne. Big brother Dyne, let me in. I can help. I can keep bestowing life energy to the Vera. Rena suddenly volunteered. What? Dyne was stunned. Lady Rena, Arya was amazed. I can help, and I want to grow stronger. That power that the Seru called the Vera is now releasing is a strange light power. I believe I can understand more about light energy if you let me in. Please, I can help you, Rena declared. Chapter 209. Rena and Arya. The Vera was a Seru born of a specific sprite race. The Vera was weaker in the general aspects than the actual sprite race, but they were also stronger. This is because, for all beings gifted with the power to wield life, energy would be given the ability to give life energy. But Vera was based on a certain prisoner in Allos Vasilis that had the power to take life. The Vera was unique as it could absorb life energy through its spell, and Rena needed that so that she could train in various ways. That was her weakness. But beyond that was a desire that she did not understand. She wanted to become more useful to Dyne. All right, Dyne agreed. What? Jito and Strafe was stunned. Rena has a lineage that I think will surprise all of us. At least that is what the Game Star Ocean 2 reveals. I'm certain that this is the case. But she needs to grow stronger. If Vera dies, she can't train in this. Jito, open the field, Dyne answered. All right. Jito reluctantly agreed, and the force field was opened. Hurry! Rena, position yourself furthest from the Xenoir and closer to the Vera. Then, Grim, absorb as much heat you can from the Xenoir and block the heat going to Rena. Yes, Rena and Grim answered together. The pair went to their respective positions, and Rena began to bestow light energy that Vera immediately took notice of. Rena began to do as Vera did and released a layer of white energy. She was always trained to shoot it or cast it, but now she was letting the holy energy flow out. Rena began to harness the white energy, which attracted Vera's attention, focusing on siphoning her. She recalled the comments of the Light Temple in that while she had an abundance of light energy, the abundance made it difficult for her to wield it properly. Most of the energy would just spill out, and now, Rena focused on holding on to the light energy being siphoned away. I must hold on to my element. If I want to help Brother Dyne, I must do this, Rena vowed. She had seen how Dyne wielded all elements with precision and knew that she needed to have that and harness her massive light energy. As Rena focused on controlling the amount of light energy she released, everyone could now focus on their respective task. The grueling process continued with Vera now free from the dangers of death. A few more minutes passed, and this time it was the Xenoir that was acting up. The Xenoir began to release more energy, but Grim, the Ifrit, and Kakatorman intervened and constantly stopped their attacks from hurting Dyne or Rena. The Xenoir is killing itself in its anger, Jito warned as he saw it. Jito, release more mist, Dyne ordered. More mist, Jito was shocked. The Xenoir and the Vera will gain even more strength if I do that. And Rena. These two have lived in an environment where the mist is thicker and fight, thinking that they are in the mist. They don't know that they are depleting their souls, so they need more mist to see this through. But don't worry, I'll use the mist to my advantage. As for Rena, this will be her training too. Right now, she is in a state which makes her vulnerable to the madness of the mist. This will help her in her mastery of light energy. Remember when we first saw her? Dyne answered. I was still an egg when you met her, Jito argued. My point was that she could only wield light energy and magic when I reminded her of her childhood friend. That is like Dias as it was in Star Ocean 2. She could not move or even fight until I gave her a reason to have courage. She needs this. Her current ability to hold the light is too weak. She needs more pressure. Learn from Calamitas's insane training methods. Jito hesitated. He knew that this was risky and would harm everyone. If it becomes too dangerous, I'll kill the Vera. But right now, we must try what we can, even if it's dangerous, Dyne added. Jito finally agreed and increased the amount of mist he was releasing. The two Serus immediately devoured the thick mist, and the amount of heat and life-devouring energy increased. But an unexpected development happened. Rena was unable to hold on, and a huge amount of light energy was being absorbed by the Vera. Scree! The Vera screeched again, and the light it was releasing grew brighter. Finally, it shot a healing spell on itself and the Xenoir. The power of the Vera suddenly increased, and the Xenoir also was strengthened. Both fire and holy began to attack everyone in the room. Arg! The Ifrit cursed as he was caught in the surprise attack. Ah! Kakatorman shouted and shot a stronger bolt toward the Vera. Suddenly, Rena stumbled down as she could feel the power of Vera devouring her life. The heat of the Xenoir caught her off guard and hindered her from concentrating. And because of that, the mist she could repel was affecting her. Arya saw the changes inside and was shocked. Lady Rena, Arya shouted. Arya, go inside. You could help them. You are a water thing. Remember? The earth, Arya reminded. Water. Remember? Do we read the books that Dyne brought in? Terra said, I am the wind, and you are water. You need to get stronger. Rena is already doing her best to win Dyne's heart. You must move. For my sake. Dyne sighed as he saw the development. He knew that it would be impossible to plant the seed and turn the two into allies now that they are fighting. I guess going for both was too much. Dyne sighed as he prepared a brimstone attack to kill the level 2 Vera. Master, let me in, Arya shouted and got Dyne's attention. Arya, Dyne was surprised. I am told that my soul has water elemental affinity. Master, I can help, Arya declared. Water? Not wind. Dyne was confused. Master, please, this will also do well for my training. The mist awakens sadness, right? So like, if I were to allow it to affect me, it would make me sad. Won't that help me cast water? For some strange reason, the manner in which Arya talked changed. What? It doesn't generally work that way, but it could be on to something. Jito, can you attach yourself to her? You are already growing in water. Help her draw it out. She is a martial formation expert. Her force energy could already contain water. That sounds crazy, but it also sounds like a plan. I can do that. Jito agreed without question. Dyne was confused. Why was it that Jito sounded so keen to do this? Arya entered, and even though she was being exposed to the heat of the Xenoir, her cultivation allowed her to resist it, and she bore the pain. Jito released himself from Dyne and flew towards Arya. The two bonded. Wind and water. Amazing. I should bond with you two more often to help me train in these elements. Arya, let's get this started. I will be drawing your force energy and harnessing it to become mine. How's your spirit training? No use asking it now. You'll have to learn along the way. Jito communicated secretly with the two Aryas. What do we do? You will need to release force energy and form spirit. I'll inject a lot of mist in you and harness it. Emotions can trigger magic. I've awakened my water through my extreme depression from Dyne's words. Jito boasted. Why do you sound so proud of something so depressing? Earth Arya asked. Let's start. The mist was sent directly to Arya. The death of her family and the painful emotions she suffered appeared. And as Jito predicted, the Earth Arya also was affected by the negative energy. Arya, keep releasing your force, add spirit energy. I'll do the rest, Jito shouted. Arya was falling into a heavy state of pain and saw the suffering she had. But she also saw Earth Arya's suffering. One was the painful and agonizing journey as a cultivator who lost her family and wanted revenge. And the other was the depressing and unfair life that Earth Arya secretly lived behind her social media posts, leading to the torture and pain that her soul had to go through at the hands of the enemy of Teague. And Jito saw it all. The two Aryas were falling into despair and were barely able to maintain their state. Finally, Arya fell on her knees, and even Dyne became worried. Jito, what are you doing? It was then that Jito injected Dyne's memories into the two. It was Dyne's life and his struggle. The death, his revenge, and the weight he carried were shown to them. Relax, you two. Dyne has many burdens that he carries, but rest assured he can carry it well. Use this sorrow, but be at ease and rest. Dyne will help you, but he will need you two to help him. So out of your sadness, let there be joy from the hopes you see before you. Jito spoke the similar advice Dyne told him when he was trying to assimilate with the darkness of Yami. Jito's desire to protect and revive his Yami was also being sent in. The dark brimstone of hedoism accompanied the emotions, and in that Arya found strength. I'm Team Arya now. I'll help you girls and ship you with Dyne. This boat will set sail. Jito secretly chuckled. Chapter 210 White Dominance. The heat of the Xenoir was too painful. With Jito guiding the power, a blue light flashed out as cold water emerged and countered the heat of the fire. The power of water began to add a layer of protection. Jito was using Arya's force and spirit to create the power and began to draw out energy from a source that Arya didn't know she had. The power of mana was used. Ariserus could draw out the power naturally from a cultivator. So while those who were mages had to go through the process of sensing and using the power hidden deep within a human, all cultivators had a mana pool. All that Arya needed was to release her force energy, and her spirit and Jito managed to follow up with it. Jito was no ordinary Ariseru. It had trained to wield elements freely and not just make attacks by summoning Serus like they could in-game. Impressive. Jito and Arya look like a good pair. I guess I need to hurry up and get Mule so that Arya will reach another level of power. Strange. I didn't know she was water. Did I read her wrong? Dyne wondered. Strafe was silent. The fact that there were two different souls in Arya would confuse even saints who were not either water or wind. It is possible for Dyne to sense that Arya had the very opposite of these elements. Urine. Now that water is here, use your powers to help Arya. Dyne ordered. The twin-headed dragon moved towards Arya and hung on her neck. Juro tightly wrapped itself around Arya, and Urine's head began to glow. The two could only shoot out their elements and were unable to help the group in this process. But now that Arya is here, Urine could pour out his cold energy towards Arya, who would use Urine as a second mana pool. With Urine aiding Arya, the amount of cold energy she created began to resist the fire. As the power of water surged, Arya concentrated it around Rina to help her. Rina regained her focus as the painful heat disappeared. Thank you, Sister Arya. She smiled and stood up. She could see they would fail if she didn't do something and closed her eyes. She raised her hand and fortified her white magic. She channeled powerful magic and followed the power of the Vera, and began to absorb the life force of the Vera and the Xenoir. Flash! The white flash appeared, and the Xenoir and the Vera weakened greatly. The white energy that Vera used to heal them vanished, and the two were severely weakened again. The heat of the Xenoir stopped, and the white devouring power of the Vera disappeared. Whoa! She sucked the life energy that the Vera released. Dyne was amazed. White dominance. She has that accursed bloodline. But I thought we wiped out all of their bloodline that wasn't sealed in the White Dome. Strafe was amazed. White dominance. What kind of a white supremacist name is that? It's like Skyrim's Whiterun all over again. Dyne joked. This is serious. That power is accursed. It is the power to dominate life magic. Cultivators with her bloodline, despite their affinity of holy, became the center of chaos and caused a great war in eternity. Did these guys have a very advanced or very strong power that sealed themselves from the rest of the known universe? I'm guessing they were hiding from the world. Is this White Dome their home? How did you know? Strafe was confused. Star Ocean 2. Rina is a Nedian, a race that is so advanced and powerful that they sealed themselves from the rest of the world. I'm guessing that your enemies are electing 10 people or 10 wise men who are planning to enter this White Dome. It's in line with their true goal, right? Since they plan to increase death energy, those gods and beings of the life will have to find ways to get stronger. Otherwise, a world full of death would mean the extinction of white. So to survive, those in the alignment of life will try to gather a massive amount of life energy. And what better place and what better people to get white energy than the White Dome you mentioned? Dyne deduced. Strafe's mouth was wide open, but Dyne was right. His illogical explanation of applying the plot of Star Ocean sounded logical. 10 wise men. Oh, Basilion, you're right. It's those 10. 10 specific cultivators came to Strafe's mind. Welp, that's still too far away. That's Star Ocean 2 late game. For now, Rina and Arya have weakened the two Serus perfectly. It's time for the sower to sow the seed. Dyne found the opportunity. The power of Rina brought fear into the Serus, for it had life energy of such great potency that the terrors and madness of the mist actually lost many of the maddening emotions, and what was left was fear. Brother Dyne, I did it. She smiled an innocent and lovely smile. The power of life seemed to have flowed out of her. Rina was standing and had a strange expression with a very cruel smile. Lady Rina. Arya was stunned. Damn it, she looks so cute. Arya, do something like that. The Earth Rina could not help but be amazed at Rina's beauty. Arya hesitated. Even Dyne felt his heart move and decided to throw off the thoughts and focus on the game. Focus, all right, time to start, Dyne told himself. Dyne took advantage of the trembling Cerus and began following the procedure Strafe taught him. Careful, Dyne, this is an advanced technique. Even the saints have a hard time doing this. Elemental spirit seed is hard to put on humans, but even harder on sprites that are primarily made of soul. So you have to be careful, Strafe warned. Dyne finally brought it out. He took 2 small stones that would be used to be the physical manifestation of the elemental spirit seed. It was a small rock taken from the wizard or Dyne planted it and forced it inside the center of both Cerus. The 2 were crying, but white dominance kept them in place. The process then continued as Dyne began to focus on bestowing brimstone. Jito, I think it will be easier if you stay with Arya for now. She is water, so you are more compatible and can draw out dark energy easier with her. Arya, when you feel that the energy that Jito is using is running out, eat these. Yururu, tell Arya if you need some too. Dyne tossed a bottle with high-grade MP recovery pills inside. Arya nodded, and Yurin also gave a low growl in agreement. Jito, begin the condense their soul into the elemental soul seed. I'll try to provide more energy for their soul, Dyne ordered, and the process began. Dyne focused on giving brimstone energy, while Jito used his dark powers to compress the soul energy of the Cerus inside. Dyne continued to devour various MP restoring items to fuel his energy. From MP potions to MP restoring fruits, he drank and ate as much as he could, and the power was so dense that various hunters and monks actually felt amazing energy. But then, Dyne saw that the 2 were somehow rebelling. Damn, they've been in the mist for so long that all they know is madness. Then, let's try this. Dyne smiled as the brimstone energy he released was stated to have a more sinister aura. The Xenoir and the Vera were unknowingly absorbing the dark brimstone energy. Genius, of course. This way it would work, Strafe praised. Fighting madness with madness. The mist has made these Cerus mad and berserked. But you are using your hedonistic madness to redirect it. As Dyne kept on pouring in his energy and closed his eyes, he was forcing himself to remember his great obsession, which helped him create the Heart of Nox. But as there was no specific reason, Dyne could not bring out the same level of will and power that he did back then. But a weaker version of his trance appeared. Amazing! Just with that experience, Dyne could now create nearly 1/10 of what he was able to do back then. Strafe watched in amazement as Dyne was able to enter a pseudo-trance-like state. And he's not even a good. Strafe laughed, and he felt his soul tremble as the poison spirit began to complain how unjust life was buying Strafe a full week as it weakened. Unknowingly, both the Ifrit and Kakatoraman, who were linked to Dyne, also began to feel the strange hedonistic desires of Dyne. The Ifrit was already dark fire, so he was amazed by the desires of Dyne and could feel it. So this is Master's desire. It seems like I'll be having a lot of fun. The Ifrit smiled. The desire for fun now accompanied his obsession to be the strongest. Slowly, a small seed was being formed right in the middle of Vera and the Xenoir. But as that was happening, Kakatoraman was turned mad by Dyne's hedonism.